Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos. Dirty Desires. A Bad Boy Billionaire Romance. Dirty Network Series Book 3 by Michelle Love and Scarlett King. Blurb.
Lost love can be hard to overcome, but maybe she can help me find my way back again. Her backside is what first caught my attention. Round, firm, plump, juicy. Those are the words that ran through my mind when I first saw her bent over the table in front of me. For a couple of years she'd filled my fantasies, and now she was filling my dreams too. But someone else had lived in my dreams for a long time. I didn't want her knocking that person out of my life forever. Pushing her away seemed impossible. No matter how hard I tried, my arms kept pulling her back to me. And just when I was able to let it all go, it all came crashing down on me again. Had I been cursed? Doomed to live life without love? Or could she break that spell?
Chapter 1. Nina.
I inhaled the exquisite scent of the espresso I brewed in the Homacher Schlemmer 4 specific brew barista machine my friend and coworker Lila Cofield had bought for me to create liquid heaven. That's what she and my other coworker Julia Wolf called anything I brewed up for our late morning pick-me-ups at Wolf, the news network we all worked for. We would convene in Lila's office around 10 each and every weekday to chat about anything and everything as we sipped on some high-octane formula to keep going strong throughout the day. Well, until lunch anyway. We had worked together for a little over 2 years and knew each other inside and out. Julia had married the owner of the network, Artemis Wolf, not long after she went to work as his assistant. Lila was the co-anchor of the morning news, and she and her co-anchor, Duke Cofield, had begun seeing each other not long after they started working together. After a 2-year relationship, they'd gotten married just a couple of months ago. And then there was me. Nina Kramer, cue card girl, social media assistant to Lila, and single as could be. I had my eye on a man who also worked at our network. But with over 2 years passing without us becoming anything more than just friends, I had nearly lost hope of anything progressing between us. The office door opened, and Lila and Julia came in with upturned noses to take in the coffee's aroma. "Is it almost ready, Nina?" Lila looked past me, checking out the machine. "Almost." I got the mugs ready, placing them on the table as the last bit of espresso came out. "Have a seat, and I'll serve it up shortly." Julia and Lila took seats across from one another on the 2 sofas that faced each other. We had a little triangle laid out, and I always sat in the chair at the pinnacle of the sofas. It made for easier group chatting that way. The round coffee table in the middle served us all. Julia had brought blueberry scones and laid them out nicely on a paper lace doily. I picked these up at the bakery 2 blocks over. I haven't tried them yet. I hope they're as yummy as they look. Running one hand through her blonde ponytail, Lila winked at Julia. "I'm sure they're delicious, Julia. So, what's this big news you were talking about as we walked to my office? I admit, you've got me very curious." I filled the cups with a mixture of coffee, espresso, and caramel cream, and then placed them on the table in front of my friends. "Here you go, girls." "And what's this news, Julia?" "I'm curious too." Julia picked up the mug, taking a long sniff of the coffee before she'd even say a word. Lila and I exchanged glances, her right eyebrow raised, her blue eyes sparkling the way they always did when she was set on getting some answers. Always the journalist was our Lila. We both turned our eyes on Julia. Her long dark hair had been pulled back, her big brown eyes seemed to laugh at us. "You too." "It's nothing, really." Lila was adamant. You can't say you've got big news, so just shut up, Julia. Come on. Spill it. Yeah, Julia. Spill it. I sipped my coffee as I continued to stare at her. Okay, she finally gave in. Artemis and I are going to start trying for a baby. I was stunned. Lila was ecstatic as she jumped up and grabbed Julia in a hug. I'm so happy for you too. It wasn't that I wasn't happy for her and Artemis, but I was feeling left out. And just as I had nearly pulled myself together to stand up and join in the hug, Lila burst out, Me and Duke are trying too. Ah, the two of them screamed as they jumped up and down. Now, I really felt left out. I sat there in silence, trying to push the selfish thoughts out of my head, but they wouldn't be pushed away. Why have I waited so long for Ashton Lang to realize we're meant to be together? Now, here were my best friends having babies, or trying to, anyway. Both of them were married, and now they were both working on growing their families with the men they loved. And what was I doing? Making coffee, writing on cue cards, and answering tweets for Lila. And nothing else. My social calendar seemed to be too full of time spent waiting on Ashton Lang to make a move. Now I was beginning to realize just how stupid that had been on my part. The sudden silence made me look up at my friends, only to find them looking right back at me. Julia looked back to Lila. Maybe this wasn't the best time to say something, she said, looking a little shamefaced. Then I was at the center of the hugs and attention. That only served to make me feel worse. Quit it, you guys. I'm fine. They let me go and took their seats once more. Lila patted me on the leg. No, you're not fine. And this needs to be said, Nina. It's time to shit or get off the pot. Julia nodded. It is. It really is. You waiting around for Ashton doesn't seem to be working, Nina. Look, I know he's a great guy, but he's got issues that run too deep. Taking a drink of my coffee, I knew she was right. It does seem like he can't get over losing his fiancée. I mean, it's been years now. If his grieving or guilt or whatever is going on in his head hasn't subsided by now, then I doubt it ever will. Ashton Lang, the station's favorite producer, had been engaged once upon a time. It had been about 4 years since the accident that took the woman's life. Ashton had been at the wheel of the car, from what I'd been told. Not that he'd ever told me a thing. Others had. Ashton and I were pretty close. We were great friends. I had always thought that would lead to something further someday. 2 years later, I wasn't sure anymore. Julia clucked her tongue, taking my attention away from staring into the creamy abyss inside my coffee mug. Before you just go and decide Ashton isn't worth your time, let me ask you. What is it that attracts you to him? That was easy. His demeanor. He's sweet, thoughtful, caring, perfect in every way. I put my mug down, kicked off my heels, then pulled my feet underneath me. And he's so cute. Those blonde wavy locks that fall to the tops of his shoulders, they're hard to resist running my hands through. And when he wears it in a man bun at the base of his neck, my lips ache to kiss that exposed neck, to trail my lips up and down. Lila laughed. Oh honey, you've got it bad. She does, doesn't she? Julia asked, then sipped her coffee. What else attracts you to him, Nina? His eyes shone in my mind. Those cerulean blue eyes dance when he's being funny. And then there's his body, tall, muscular, and his ability to be completely tempting on top of all the rest of his attributes. He's the total package. To me, he is anyway. Julia sat up, and I could tell she'd put on her thinking cap as her dark eyes were wide and her lips were pursed. Okay, so let's lay this all down so we can help you figure out where to start with this man who you are clearly so hopelessly in love with. In love? I shook my head. Let's not go that far. I can admit that I'm insanely attracted to Ashton, but I can't say that I'm in love with him. Not when we haven't even kissed. Or gone out on a date, I might add. Lila wagged her finger at me. You two eat lunch together almost every day. And sometimes dinner too. Now, in my opinion, that's a date. Not mine. I laid my head back on the chair as I imagined what the end of a date with Ashton would be like. My idea of a date ends with a kiss. Not a see you later, Nina, the way our lunches and dinners always end. Julia agreed. I can see where she's coming from. Okay, so let me help you see things clearly here, Nina. You have wanted this man for 2 years now. Your only competition is the memory of his dead fiancé. He hasn't dated at all since I've known him, which is as long as I've worked here at Wolf. I think that's a good sign, don't you? I had to admit that it didn't hurt anything. It's an okay sign, I guess. But that sign has been lit up for a couple of years now, and so far it hasn't helped me a bit. Lila stood up and put her hands on her hips, looking as if she had a plan. Okay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to put things into motion, Nina. No more waiting around. You've got to be proactive. Julia agreed. Yeah, be proactive, Nina. She stood up too. Now, what would a proactive woman do when she was out to prove to the man she wanted that she was worth moving on from the memory of a lost love? They looked at me as if I knew the answer to that. My eyes moved back and forth, looking at each of them. Are you two being serious? Obviously, I don't know the answer to that question, or I wouldn't be here, getting stared at and lectured by 2 women who have everything else all figured out. Lila looked at Julia and asked, Do you think you've got it all figured out, Julia? She shook her head. I know I don't. But what I did have going for me is that I knew what I wanted. I wanted Artemis. He wanted me. And we made it happen. I don't know if Ashton wants me. I chewed on my fingernail as I thought about that. What if he doesn't? Lila scoffed at the idea. Phooey. He wants you. We've all seen him look at you with pure lust, and sometimes he just smiles when you walk by. He's into you, big time. I think he's just afraid of losing a woman he loves again. You have to let him know that he doesn't have to be afraid. And how can I do that? I had no idea how to help anyone stop being afraid of anything, never mind help someone stop being afraid of death or losing loved ones. When they both shrugged, I wanted to jump up and pull their hair. This is impossible. It is not, Julia said with a stern tone. She's right, Lila added. Nothing is impossible unless you allow it to be. And you're not going to allow that, Nina. I'm not. I was feeling skeptical and not a little self-pitying. Julia stomped her foot. Heck no, you're not going to allow that. Now let's brainstorm. What is it that wins a man over almost every time? Lila smiled. Intimacy. I sighed and shook my head. I'm not going to just go to his office and offer my body up to him, Lila. So think of something else. Julia looked at Lila as if she were crazy. Come on, Lila. Be for real here. We both know Nina isn't that kind of girl. She's not the type to seduce him by wearing nothing but an overcoat before dropping it and leaving her naked body on full display for the man. She's just not the type, even if it would bring Ashton to his knees, begging to worship at her altar. I had to laugh because that was just ridiculous. You guys don't know the man at all, it seems. They both looked at me as Lila said, But you do. Now let that sink in, and now come up with at least one thing you can do to put a chink in that armor he has around his heart. Standing up, I decided I was going to give this a real shot. And my nose led me right to one of my secret weapons, which everyone loved. Some women say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. At least I had one idea to work with.
Chapter 2. Ashton.
An enchanting scent wafted past my nose as I sat at my desk in my office at Wolf, reading about how lighting could be used in the studio to enhance the viewer's watching experience. The smell had me looking up to find Nina Kramer coming in with a mug of steaming coffee in her hands. Hi there. I pushed the papers away and leaned back in my chair, taking her all in. Hey, Nina. Her ash blonde hair was pulled back into a hair clip, and her green eyes sparkled as she set the mug down in front of me. "I brought you something I've concocted." It was well known that Nina brewed a mean pot of coffee. She and her friends, Lila and Julia, had powwows around 10 each morning, and everyone knew that coffee took center stage. Our boss, Artemis Wolf, seemed to be the only man who had ever been offered a cup of the magical liquid. Being Julia's husband had its advantages, I supposed. And here I was, the recipient of a cup of bliss, handed to me by the maker herself. Thank you. And to what do I owe this honor? Nina took the seat in front of my desk, which wasn't unusual. We were good friends, and we had been since the inception of Wolf. I was the one who'd hired her as the cue card girl in the very beginning. There'd been something about her that I just liked right off the bat. First of all, she was easy on the eyes. To me, she was a petite little thing. Being 6 feet and 2 inches myself, a bit on the taller side, her 5'5" height made her seem small to me. The smattering of freckles that dusted across her nose and the tops of her cheeks made her look adorable. But Nina had an attractive quality to her, too. Round hips and a butt that wouldn't quit were offset by a tiny waist. But those were all things I tried very hard not to notice on a day-to-day basis. I loved the way she dressed, too. Always so professional. And it was no different as she sat in front of me, offering me coffee. Nude heels made her legs look long and lean. A form-fitting navy blue skirt hugged her curves well, and a tan lace blouse tucked into that skirt completed the outfit perfectly. My eyes were glued to the mounds of plump flesh just underneath that fabric. I pulled them away to look her in the eyes. Really, I tried hard not to dwell on her many attributes. Her smile was bright as she said, "I just thought you might like to try some of my coffee, that is all." Picking it up, I took a sip and found my taste buds dancing with delight. "This is great, Nina. I'd heard tell that you were once a barista, and one hell of a great one at that. But I was certain it had to be a myth. In 2 years of working together, I have never seen a cup of the mystical brew." She laughed and leaned back in the chair, making herself comfortable. "And now that you have, what do you think?" "I think I'm already addicted." I took another sip and knew I wasn't lying about the addiction. The coffee was fabulous. "I hope this isn't a tease, girl." "Nah, I think I can bring you a mug each day." She leaned forward to whisper, "But you can't tell a soul. I don't want to end up making pot after pot each day for everyone else. This is a special thing, and I only do it for special people." I'm special to her. I knew I was kind of special to her, but not coffee special. Lucky me. I took another sip, then sighed. "It really is wonderful. Thank you. I was thinking a while ago that I don't know that much about you." She looked over her shoulder at the open door. "Mind if I close that, Ashton?" I had no idea what she was on about, so I nodded. "You can close it." She got up, closed the door, then came back to sit down. "We've worked together for a pretty long time, and yet I hardly know one personal thing about you. Like your family. Where are they?" "My parents moved from New Jersey, where my older sister and I grew up, to Georgia." I leaned back, resting my head on my clasped hands. Mom inherited her grandparents' small farm there. My parents sold their home and moved a few years ago. My sister Annabelle is married and has 2 kids. They live in Hawaii. Her husband is the manager of a hotel there. We get together once a year at the farm on my parents' wedding anniversary. Other than that, we only talk on the phone, as everyone has their lives to lead. "You live alone in your Manhattan apartment, don't you?" she asked. Then her lips formed a straight line, and one small crease moved across her brow. It gave me the impression that she was concerned about my living arrangement for some reason. "I do live alone. And if you know someone who is in need of a place to live, I'm not really interested. I like my life just the way it is, and I'm not into having a roommate. I like the solitude of living alone." I leaned forward to rest my elbows on the desk as I looked at her. She shook her head. "I don't know anyone who needs a place to live." I was just asking. You see, I'm curious, Ashton. I know you were engaged once, and I know what happened. Did she live with you in that apartment, and you just don't want anyone else to intrude on her memory? My heart stopped beating. I told only my closest friends, Artemis and Duke, about that. I should have expected that they would tell their wives about the accident, and that the wives, being Nina's best friends, would tell her. But why she was bringing it up now, I didn't understand. Shoving my hands through my hair, I pulled it back as I thought about what to say. Finally, something came to me. No, she and I didn't live in that apartment together. I had to move out of the place she and I shared. I couldn't stand to be there without her. Before her, did you have roommates? Or did you live at home with your parents? She gave me a stoic stare, as if she were analyzing me. I wasn't sure if I liked it or not, but my mouth kept talking anyway. I lived in the dorm at Columbia before moving in with her. So you'd always lived with other people until she passed away, and since then you've lived alone. She shook her head. How can you stand that? I mean, I've lived with other people my whole life. I can't imagine living all alone. I wasn't about to tell her that I would rather live alone than have anyone know that I still had nightmares about the accident that took my fiancé's life. About once a week, I would wake up screaming. No one needed to hear that. With a shrug, I said, I like it that way, Nina. A smile curved her plump pink lips. How'd you meet her, Ashton? How did you meet this woman that you asked to spend the rest of your life with? No one had asked me that since before she died. I gazed into Nina's eyes as I told her about that time in my life. A few friends of mine and I were on spring break in Florida. Her family owned the hotel we were staying at in Miami. Her parents had brought her from India only a few months earlier, and they all worked for her uncle there. She worked in housekeeping, and we ran out of towels. I was looking for more, and was sent to the laundry room by the man at the front desk to get some there. Was it love at first sight? Nina asked with wide eyes. I laughed. Yeah, it was. I could see her face in my mind. She was sweaty and aggravated when I came into the laundry room and asked if I could have 4 towels. She didn't even turn around. She shouted at me that I would have to wait, but they were still drying. Then she turned around and saw me. She and I just looked at each other for a long time in silence, and then she apologized. Nina sighed, then said, So that's what love at first sight is. Interesting. How long did it take before you two became a couple? No time at all. I ended up hanging out with her all of spring break. She wanted to go to college, so when I got back to New York, I got a job and a small apartment, and then she came to live with me. We lived together for 6 months before I asked her to marry me. She wanted a big wedding. Her family was happy with that and was going to pay for all of it, as it was their tradition as Hindus. The date was set for a year from the day I proposed. Nina looked a little sad as she asked, What was her name, Ashton? No one had asked me that since her death. I hesitated to even say it for fear I might break down, but then I let it slip from my tongue. Natalia Reddy. She was beautiful and fun-loving. A real free spirit. I loved her more than I had ever loved anyone in my life. And then you were hurt more than you'd ever been in your life too, Nina said, her words hushed as if she was thinking about that fact. Do you have a picture of her? I pulled out my wallet and took out the only thing I had left to remember Natalia by. This was taken only a few days before the wreck. I pushed it to Nina. She picked it up and looked at it. She's beautiful, Ashton. I'm so sorry that it all ended the way it did. We were only a few weeks away from the wedding date when it happened. My gut clenched as I recalled it. It began to rain, and the day had been hot. The police said that the oil had pooled on the pavement and then mixed with the rain, and that's what made me lose control of the car. Everyone said it wasn't my fault, including her family. But I blamed myself. I still do. But you shouldn't. She slid the picture back to me. I'm sure Natalia would hate for you to blame yourself for an accident. She did love you, after all, Ashton. Looking at Nina, I saw her in a new light. There had always been an attraction between us, but I wasn't ready to go down that road again. Somehow, though, the way she was talking to me made me feel closer to her than I had been to anyone since Natalia. Tapping the top of my desk, Nina got up. Well, we've got work to get to. Did you really enjoy the coffee? I really did. And the conversation, Nina. I haven't talked about her with anyone in such a long time, I found myself admitting to her. I feel a little freer, having spoken to you. Good. Feel free to talk to me about her, or anything else, anytime you want to. I think I'll be stopping by with some fresh coffee for you from now on. She waved as she opened the door to leave. Bye. Will I see you at lunch? You will. I'm thinking cheesesteaks. I put Natalia's picture back in my wallet. Yum. Sound good? She left my office, and I was left staring after her. What just happened here?
Chapter 3. Nina.
After a week of stopping by Ashton's office with a cup of my magical coffee, I thought things were going well. We didn't have any more talks about the fiancé he'd lost, but we did have small little chats about subjects we'd never discussed before. Things like which season of the year we each liked the best. It turned out that we were both lovers of the fall. I liked the cool weather, finding it a relief from the heat of summer. Ashton liked it better because of all of the colors of the leaves. It was spring then, nowhere near the fall, but I found myself suggesting that he take a driving trip once the colors began to change. He only shook his head, then let me know that he didn't like to take scenic drives anymore. I left it at that. He had told me that the weather was hot the day of his accident. I knew it wasn't in the fall, so that did give me hope that one day he and I might be able to take a drive some fall afternoon in the future. I could always be the driver if he wasn't up to it. Ashton needed to get back to living a full life. It was becoming more and more apparent that it only looked like he was living a normal life from the outside. He seemed fun and social at work, but having these more in-depth talks made me realize that wasn't the full picture. It was when he wasn't at work that worried me. What does he do when he leaves the station? That was on my mind a lot. I pictured him smiling as he did most nights as we all left to head home after a long day at work. We all went our separate ways, catching cabs or walking to the subway station or getting on buses. We all had places to go, and most of us had other people there when we got home. Ashton didn't, and that made my heart hurt for the man. I had talked to my roommate Kyle about why a man would want to live alone. Kyle was about Ashton's age, around 30. He'd been married and had a son that he got every other weekend, so I knew he would empathize with what Ashton was going through. I was only 23 and had never lost anyone I had loved, not that I had ever really been in love. Tommy Smith in high school couldn't be called real love. That was teenage lust at best. And I'd never gone out with any guy in college more than a time or two. What Ashton was going through was completely foreign to me. Kyle had told me that Ashton probably just didn't like to be around people very much, and that he liked the break from everyone when he went home. He said quite a few people who were outgoing, fun-loving, and really social could also be introverts, needing downtime to replenish themselves. I didn't think Ashton needed downtime, though. I thought there had to be something else. But I couldn't put my finger on it. Other than that, he really didn't want to be hurt by losing another person he loved. But I had hope that little by little, I was beginning to get under his skin, bringing me a little closer to his heart. That's the place I wanted to get into. I wanted to set up camp and live there with the man who took up space in my thoughts more often than not. As bad as I wanted things to progress between us, I played my hand nice and slow. Something told me that Ashton Lang could not be rushed into anything. He was very nice on the outside, but I had a feeling that if you tried to dig too deeply, that he could turn into a fierce animal, protecting his vulnerable underbelly. The thought made me sad at times. One would never suspect the strong, virile man of housing such sadness, guilt, and pain. Not that he ever really showed me that side of him, either. No matter how he tried to hide it, I could see it at times. Now that we were talking more about things that were more personal than what we wanted to eat or what was going on at work, I could see things in his eyes. His gorgeous cerulean eyes could hold joy and laughter in them, and most would only see that. I was getting to where I could see behind that now. And what I saw frightened me. I saw sheer will and determination to keep everyone at arm's length. As if he thought that if he trusted someone enough to get close, then something terrible might happen. Again. It would take a lot of time for me to get where I wanted to be with the man. But I was willing to put it in. There was so much about Ashton that was good and right that it would be well worth my time to get him to see that love wasn't something to be afraid of. I sat at my desk on a Friday afternoon, looking out the little window in my small office. I had a desk, a laptop computer, and a chair to sit in. No other furniture was necessary for me to do my job. Not one to have too many things around to clutter up my space, I liked the clean look of my office. The cleaning staff would be in later to dust and vacuum, so I closed my computer and put it in the top drawer of my desk before locking it up. When I was done with the social media part of my job, I didn't need the computer again until Monday morning. I had no plans for the weekend, nothing unusual there. My other roommate, Sandy, was a party animal who was always inviting me out. I'd go with her every now and then, but usually ended up regretting it. She called me a stick in the mud on all those occasions. Not that I cared. Sandy didn't believe in making commitments. That meant she had no problem seeing whomever she wanted, whenever she wanted. I didn't judge her for her choices, but that life wasn't for me. Turning around in my chair, I found Julia leaning on my doorframe. "What's up?" She looked me up and down. "You look bored, Nina." "I'm fine." I didn't like anyone feeling sorry for me. If I told Julia that I was thinking about the lame weekend I had before me, then she would make it her mission to find something for me to do. "Oh, really?" She rolled her eyes. "Well, I've got a question to ask you. Do you have time in your busy schedule to answer it for me?" With a laugh, I answered, "Sure, I can make time for your question." "Shoot. What are your plans for this weekend?" She looked at her nails, then polished them on her shirt. I thought that was an odd question coming from her. She and Artemis always made plans for their weekends. So why would she be asking me about mine? "Not much." "Why?" Her dark brown eyes lit up. "Good. So you're free?" "Maybe." I wasn't about to let her think I would do anything she wanted, mostly because I had no idea if I would like it or not. "What do you have going on?" "A little fun for my friends and me." She winked at me. "How about you come out to our home in the Hamptons for the weekend? We can get the limo to drive us there, and it'll be so much fun. Please say yes, Nina." I wasn't about to commit just yet. "Who are we?" I arched one brow as I saw her smile get even bigger. "We, us, the normal group we hang in. Artemis, of course. Duke and Lila too. You know, our little pack." She put her hand on her hip. "So, are you in? We're leaving work early and I've already got you covered." "You do?" I was astonished that she would do something like that without consulting me first. While I'm glad to have the night off as well as the weekend, I'm going to have to say no. I don't want to be the fifth wheel in your double date. Her dark eyebrows wiggled as she smiled at me with a grin I'd never seen on her before. "Oh, we're not a foursome. You won't be the fifth wheel." I looked at her with even more suspicion. "I don't get it." "I can see that." She giggled and clapped. "This is so much fun." I had no idea how fun it would be. "Julia." I got out of my chair to walk over to her. "You're not making any sense. Can you get to the point already?" "Ashton is coming too." She threw her hands up in the air as if she'd done a magic trick. "There it is, Nina. Ashton is coming with us." Why? I asked her and then added as a thought came to me, does he know you invited me too? She nodded. Yes, he does. You see, Artemis invited him without telling me anything about it. I had no idea he even wanted to have people over this weekend. He sprang this on me just a little while ago. I had this terrible idea that she was trying to play matchmaker and that Ashton had no idea what she was up to. No way, Julia. I will not put myself in that kind of position. How embarrassing would it be if Ashton didn't know I was coming and didn't even want me there? Pretty damn embarrassing, I bet, Julia nodded in agreement. Thank goodness you don't have to worry about that. And why wouldn't I need to worry about that? I looked at her hand as she rested it on my shoulder. Then I used her other hand to pull my face so that I could look her right in the eyes. Ashton told Artemis that he would only go if I invited you too. It took a few seconds for that to register in my brain. Huh, came my dumb reply. He wants you there, Nina. Julia gave my shoulder a squeeze. If you don't go, he won't go. Those were his exact words to my husband. So are you in or are you out? I need to let Artemis know what to tell his friend. Ashton wants me to spend the weekend with him. Why didn't he ask me this himself? I asked her. She rolled her eyes. Duh. Because he's Ashton Lang. A man who doesn't date. Or hasn't dated for a long time anyway. If he had platonic intentions, he probably would have talked to you himself, don't you think? She lifted her eyebrow at me as if in the challenge before continuing on in a rush. Don't answer that though. Don't overthink things and don't ask so many questions. Just give me the answer I know you want to give me. Say yes so we can get this party going. So we'd all head out to your home in a limo together? I asked. She nodded. And on Sunday evening it will bring you guys back home. Friday and Saturday night you'll stay with us, doing all kinds of fun things. It'll be a blast. She ran her arm around my shoulders, pulling me close. And you and Ashton will finally get a chance to see where things can go. He really said he wouldn't go unless I went? I had to ask, just to be sure. He did. She ran her finger over my shoulder as she pulled her hand away from me. So, what do I tell Artemis, Nina? Tell him that I would love to join you guys for the weekend, and I appreciate the invitation. She furrowed her brow. Is there a but coming? Shaking my head, I laughed. No. There's not a but coming. I would love to come and appreciate the invitation, silly. Now tell me what kind of clothes I should bring. I want to look my best all weekend long if Ashton is going to be there. My chance had come, and I wasn't going to let it go to waste.
Chapter 4. Ashton.
With my bags packed and ready to go, all I had to do was sit and wait for Artemis and the others to arrive in the limousine. I sipped on a rum and coke to help dull the nervous edge I couldn't shake. I really had no idea where the words had come from when Artemis asked me if I wanted to spend the weekend with him and his wife, as well as Duke and Lila. I'd said I would, but only if Nina came along too. He'd agreed immediately, a wide smile on his face as he'd punched me in the arm, calling me an old dog for some reason. I believed the fact that Nina and I had been friends for so long was the reason I had so many reservations about what I'd gotten myself into. I didn't want to lose her as a friend if I couldn't have a romantic relationship with her. I didn't think I could do it with anyone, and I didn't want her to think it wasn't anything against her. If I could figure it out again, Nina would most definitely be the woman I'd choose to dive into those dark and treacherous waters with. Waters I knew I wasn't ready to jump into. So that's why I kept mulling over why I'd given Artemis that ultimatum in the first place. If I couldn't get into anything romantic with Nina, then what the hell was I doing making sure she was going to be with me all weekend? Nothing I did was making much sense to me. And it all started with Nina bringing me that first cup of coffee. Somehow, that first conversation opened a gate that had been closed for many years, locked up tight, and never to be reopened. But she'd managed to open it without me even realizing what she was doing. I doubted she even realized the effect she'd had on me these last couple of weeks. When my cell buzzed with a text from Artemis telling me they were pulling up to my building, I picked up my suitcase and headed out the door. My heart was racing because I knew I was about to embark on a journey I wasn't ready for in the least. When I got to the car, the driver opened the door, and I saw everyone inside except for Nina. She changed her mind. Julia and Lila laughed, while Duke and Artemis grinned at me. "We're picking her up last, lover boy." "No need to worry," Artemis teased. The driver put my bag in the trunk as I slipped into the large car, scowling at my so-called friends. "I would rather you not call me that, Artemis." I felt like a kid in junior high, whose friends were setting him up or something. Only I was the one who'd asked for Nina to be invited. They hadn't had anything to do with it. My head was all over the place, and apparently it showed. Julia opened the minibar fridge and tossed me a cold beer. "Here, have one of these, Ashton. It'll help calm those nerves." I opened the bottle and asked, "Does it really show that much?" Lila nodded. "Yep. You shouldn't be nervous. Nina really likes you." I knew she did. I wasn't nervous about that. I was just nervous about everything else. The beer helped a bit, and when we stopped at Nina's apartment building, I was feeling a little more confident. Julia pulled out her phone. "I'll just text her real quick." "No, let me go get her." I pushed the door open. Does anyone know what the apartment number is?" 675, Lila told me. I headed out of the car and went up to the 6th floor. My palms were sweaty, my stomach tight, and my head felt like there was a balloon in there instead of a brain, but I was doing it. I got to the door and rang the bell, then wiped my hands on my jeans and shook my head to clear it. When a man about my age opened the door, I just about freaked out. "Hey." He stood tall, looking me up and down. "And you are?" I stuck my hand out. "Ashton Lang." "And you are?" "Kyle." He shook my hand. "What can I do for you?" "I'm here for Nina." I gulped as he let my hand go. His dark eyes pierced me as he eyed me. She had never said a word about any man who might be staying with her. "Do you live here?" "Yep," came his response. "With Nina?" I asked. "Yep." He stepped back. "She's in the bathroom. You can wait here if you want to." He walked away shouting, "Nina, someone's here for you." The man was big and bulky. His dark hair was cut short. I didn't really see him as Nina's type, but I guessed he had to be if they were living together. All of my newfound confidence and determination about trying to take things further with Nina crashed into the pit of my stomach. I'd thought we'd be on the same page about this little weekend getaway, but obviously we weren't if she was with someone else. Maybe they had an open relationship. Or maybe she just wanted to stay friends. Whatever it was, I was feeling mighty jealous. A door opened, and Nina came out of the bathroom, running her hands over her dress. Lilac lace covered a purple silk short sundress, and she had no shoes on. "Ashton, you didn't have to come up to get me." I didn't mind doing it. I jerked my head toward the man who stood in the kitchen, looking inside the fridge. "And who's he?" "Kyle," she asked. I nodded. "And what's he to you?" It came out sounding much gruffer than I'd have liked, but I couldn't stop myself. "My roommate," she said, looking at me like I had mush for brains, and I couldn't blame her at that moment, before walking to her bedroom. "Let me grab my bag." I looked at Kyle, and he grinned at me as he raised his dark brows. "I had to give you the business, dude." With a shrug, I said, "Did you?" Nina came out with her bag in hand, and I immediately took it from her. "You don't have to." "I want to," I told her as we headed to the door. The elevator wasn't far from her door, and it was nearly full of people when the doors opened for us. She and I didn't say so much as one word all the way down. Then we walked out of the building, still not saying a thing. Was this how the weekend would be, the two of us together in awkward silence? The driver put her bag in the back, and we got into the car. There were 3 bench-type seats, one along the back and the other 2 on each side. Duke and Lila sat on one side, and Julia and Artemis sat in the back seat. That left the other seat free, and Nina and I took it. Lila leaned forward, 2 beers in her hands. "Here you go." We both took the drink she offered, and I couldn't help but notice how we were both quick to take sips. It seemed she was as nervous as I was. And I didn't like that. I always tried to make everyone around me feel comfortable. So, my nerves took a backseat as I focused on making Nina feel relaxed. Sitting back, I laid my arm on the back of the seat behind her. "So, besides that guy, who else lives in that apartment with you?" "Sandy. It's just us 3, Kyle, Sandy, and me." She took another drink as she sat back and got comfortable, which was a relief to see. "We like having Kyle living there. He's like our guard dog." "I didn't know you had a male roommate, Nina," Lila said, looking a little confused. "What else have you been keeping a secret from us, your best friends?" Nina laughed, the sound tickling my ears and making me smile. "I didn't think it was a secret. I don't recall anyone ever asking me about my roommates, so the particulars on that subject never came up. I took the opportunity to learn more about her life. So, tell us about the people you live with." She turned her head to look at me. "Really? That's kind of boring." "Not to me, it's not." I moved my hand to rest on her shoulder. "I want to know about your life outside of work." With a shrug, she went on, "Sandy is a couple of years older than I am. I hope I'm a bit more settled down at 25 than she is. She's quite the party animal. Kyle is a 30-something divorcee with a young son he gets every other weekend. Kyle doesn't go out much, he's kind of reclusive since the divorce. He caught his wife cheating and doesn't trust himself to pick the right kind of woman. He's got a kid, huh?" I felt kind of bad for the guy then. And I found myself wondering what would have happened to me if Natalia and I had already had a child when she died. Would things have been different with me? Would I have dealt with things differently if I had a child to care for? Nina's hand on my leg stole my thoughts, and I looked down at it as it rested on my thigh. "His situation is different than yours, Ashton. Don't try to compare them." How did she know what I was thinking? I shook my head as I looked at her. "Can you read my mind or something?" Lila laughed. "Your face told all of us what you were thinking. You're kind of an open book, when you don't realize that anyone is looking at you, that is." Everyone in that car had only known each other for 2 years, and yet we all knew each other very well. It was almost as if we'd been friends forever. Nina moved her hand and took another drink of the beer before saying, "So, what are we going to do tonight in the Hamptons, Julia?" She jerked a thumb toward Artemis. "Ask the owner of ceremonies here. I don't have a clue." Artemis was quick to respond. "Tonight, we're having a game night. Charades, Pictionary, then strip poker." Nina nearly choked on her sip of beer. "I'm out of that last one." Artemis had a good laugh. "No, everyone is in. We'll make it interesting by bulking everyone up in lots of clothing. The first one down to their original clothes loses the game. And you girls get to learn how to play poker, so you can start joining us for our weekly poker nights. We guys miss you girls on those nights. It'll be a fun activity we can all do together." Julia smiled at her husband. "You miss me when you play poker, babe?" He kissed the tip of her nose. "I do." Watching them, I got a funny feeling deep in my heart. That feeling felt a little too much like loneliness, like I was missing out on something that I'd stubbornly refused to dwell on. It sounded to me like Artemis had a bonding weekend planned, and that meant Nina and I would be subjected to activities that would bring us even closer than we already were. And as great as that sounded, it also sounded kind of horrifying to me.
Chapter 5. Nina.
Artemis game night proved to be fun for all. I wasn't any good at playing poker, so I was the one who lost that game. I was thankful for the many layers of clothing Artemis provided for us, or I would have been bare-assed right in front of all of them. Saturday morning had me waking up in the bedroom next to Ashton's. It was a little awkward when the other couples headed off to bed, and he and I walked down the long hallway to our separate bedrooms. I thought he was about to kiss me the night before, but in the end, he merely pulled my hand to his lips and kissed the top of it before telling me he had a great time and wishing me a good night. My sleep was pretty good. I dreamt about him, and that was almost as good as getting to be with the real man. After a couple of years of dreams and fantasies about Ashton, I'd resigned myself to the fact that that was likely as much as I'd ever have. But now I had a perfect opportunity right in front of me, and I was going to make something happen. I wanted a real kiss from him. And I was going to do my best to entice him into giving me that kiss in any way I could. We passed a pleasant morning together, taking a leisurely breakfast and lingering over our coffees before parting ways and then reconvening for lunch. I'd headed up to my bedroom to freshen up after lunch when I heard a knock at my door. Ashton called out through the closed door, "Hey, we're all going down to the pool. Put on your bathing suit and meet us down there, Nina." "Okay. Give me a minute." I went to get my suit out of my suitcase. "Sure thing. I'll see you down there." He left my door, and I looked at the two-piece I'd pulled out. It wasn't daring or especially sensual. Just a regular royal blue bikini, but it was all I had. Why haven't I ever invested in a swimsuit? I muttered to myself with regret. Here it was, my time to shine and show off my body for Ashton, and all I had was a humdrum bathing suit. I knew Lila and Julia would both be wearing something hot and spicy. With no other choice, I put the thing on and wrapped myself in a white towel before heading downstairs to the indoor pool room. I heard splashing and laughing as I got closer. When I stepped inside, I saw there was a volleyball net strung up, separating the two halves of the pool. They were playing girls against boys. Ashton was sitting on the edge, waiting for me to arrive so we could join them together. "Great, you're here, Nina. Come on." He jumped into the pool, and I walked gracefully down the steps and into the water. Julia and Lila had chosen the shallower water near the steps, which I was glad for. "Okay, so what's the score so far?" I asked them. "Boys 3, girls 1, Lila said. "I hope you can bring some heat, Nina." Cracking my knuckles, I informed them I was on the high school volleyball team. I was dubbed the Spike Queen. I looked at the 3 men on the other side of the net. "I hope you guys are ready to get your butts kicked." They laughed as we all got into position, and then Ashton served the ball over to us. Lila made a successful volley back to them, and Artemis sent it back our way. Julia managed to hit it back over, and then Ashton came splashing forward, hitting it back, making it just over the net. I saw my shot. Lila set. She hit the ball up high into the air, and I jumped up, spiking it over the net with my fist. Smack. "Shit!" Ashton shouted. "Ow!" "Nina?" Artemis yelled. The glory was all gone as I saw blood in the water. The ball had hit Ashton right in the nose. "Gosh. Ashton, I'm so sorry." I swam under the net to get to him. Blood was running in rivers out from under his hand, which was covering his nose. "It's okay," he said with a high nasally tone to his normally deep voice. "No, it's not." I felt terrible. No, worse than terrible. I felt sick that I had done that to him. "Come on. This is my fault, I'll take care of you." Julia handed me a dark red towel as we all got out of the pool. "Here, use this to put pressure on his nose. That should stop the bleeding." The guys helped Ashton to a lounge chair and laid him back, and I took a seat next to him. Move your hands and I'll use this towel to stop the bleeding. When he pulled his hands away, I gasped. Shit. Is it that bad? He asked. It was awful. No. No, I lied as I put the towel on his nose very gently. I looked at Julia. Do you think you can get me a little baggie of ice? She nodded. Damn, that's going to leave a mark. Ashton's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at me and asked, It is? I tried to downplay it. It's going to be all right. No reason to worry. After Julia came back with the ice, the others headed inside to change. Pool time fun was over, and it was all my fault. My eyes must have conveyed how guilty I felt because Ashton took me by the wrist. It was an accident, Nina. Don't look so guilt-stricken. I'll be okay. Sure, a little bruised and battered, but I'll get over that. Biting my lip as I pulled the towel back to see if the bleeding had stopped, I found I had hit him high up on the bridge of his nose. Both eyes would surely turn black, but they didn't seem to be broken. At least there's no bone jutting out. That's a good sign. I would say so. He laughed, then stopped abruptly. Ouch. Don't make me laugh. It hurts. Noted. No funny stuff with you for the rest of the day. Covering the plastic bag of ice with a hand towel Julia had brought with it, I placed it on the bridge of his nose. If you keep this on for a while, I think it will lessen the swelling. It's so cold, he whimpered. Leaning over him, I kissed his cheek. I really am sorry, Ashton. Even bloodshot, his cerulean eyes were still gorgeous as he looked into mine. Don't be. It got you this close to me. That can't be a bad thing. Not in my book. There were so many things I wanted to ask him, to tell him. But I knew that now wasn't the time to do it. I just had to let the moment be for now. I think we can move you now that the bleeding has stopped. You're going to want a shower. I'll help you get to your room. I got up and took his hand, helping him up too. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders, and I wrapped mine around his waist to make sure he was steady. Thanks, Nina. I am a little woozy. We headed inside and then up the stairs. He stumbled a little, and I felt his arm go tighter around me. You okay, Ashton? We stopped for a moment. Yeah, I'm okay now. My head just got really light right there. He looked at me, then smiled as he held the ice on his nose. I'm not entirely sure if it was from the injury or this. His arm tightened around me even more. I kind of like this. The pain? I asked, thinking he was crazy. I had heard about people liking the euphoria that happened after an injury as the adrenaline rushed to the brain. No, silly girl. He took another step up. Holding you. You holding me. My face heated as I blushed. Ashton had never talked to me that way before. It was so odd, even though I had wanted him to see me as more than just a friend for a long time. It was just a little weird. And when I didn't say anything back as we kept walking, I felt his hold on me loosen. When we got to his bedroom door, he moved his arm off my shoulders. I'm going to shower and change. If you need me to help you back down. That's okay, Nina. I think I can handle it from here. He went into his room without looking at me at all. My silence had been a stupid move on my part. I stood there, looking at his closed door, and wondering if I should just go inside and tell him that I was happy holding him too. But I didn't do that. I just stood there for a solid 5 minutes before turning and going to my bedroom. Stripping the bathing suit away from my body as I walked toward the attached bathroom, I wondered why I had reacted like that. It was proving harder for me than I'd thought to go from friends to more than friends after all this time. I had watched what I said to Ashton for so long, and keeping my feelings from him was second nature to me. All kinds of silent words of affection had gone through my mind over the years as the two of us had talked. I had kept those words to myself, and it seemed that was a habit I was going to have trouble breaking. But I knew I had to if I ever wanted to hear Ashton say something like that again. Turning on the shower, I cranked it so it was steaming hot, then got in and let the water run over me. Moving my hands all over my body, I recalled just how often I had done that, and imagined them to be Ashton's hands instead of my own. I couldn't count all the times I had fantasized about being with Asthon intimately. I could play with myself, pretending he was with me, but I couldn't find words to say when he told me he liked how it felt for us to hold each other. The water pressure eased up for a moment, and I realized that Ashton was right on the other side of that wall. He was in the shower in his room, lathering his muscular body with soap, and probably internally berating himself for saying anything to me about how he felt. I was filled with even more guilt at that thought. Not only had I messed up his gorgeous face, but I had also hurt his pride. I had made him feel like a fool by not saying a word back to him. It had felt good to me too, to have his arm around me and mine around him. Sparks had been flying through me with us being that close. My body had heated up, and my mind had already been moving ahead to other things. Perhaps that's why I couldn't think of anything to say after he'd told me that. Or maybe I was just one dumb chick who didn't know how to act when someone said something so sweet to them. Whatever it was, I was going to fix it. I was going to get dressed, then go find him and tell him that I liked how it felt too, and I was just too stupid to know how to put it. I leaned my back against the tiled wall, knowing he was right behind me on the other side. Ashton, I'm sorry I'm such an idiot where you're concerned. I hope you can understand. I hope what I did didn't ruin whatever it is that you had planned when you thought about us being here this weekend. Shutting off the water, I got out of the shower and began to dry off. I could hear the water in the next room go off, too. And then I heard a weird yelp. Take me. Ashton's voice came through the wall. I look like I've been hit with a baseball bat. I wouldn't say he looked that bad.
Chapter 6. Ashton.
I couldn't stop staring at my face in the mirror. Even with my reflection fogged up from the hot shower I'd just taken, I could see I didn't look quite as good as I had before. That's not at all what I wanted for this weekend. I wondered if Artemis would see fit to have a masquerade party instead of whatever he had planned. At least then, I could hide my face behind a mask. The thought that I'd come on to Nina while in this state had me feeling more embarrassed than I had ever been. No wonder she had nothing to say back to me when I told her I liked holding her. I looked like a beast. How could I face her now? How could I fix this whole situation? On top of looking like I'd been in a fight with Mike Tyson, I had a raging headache too. When I looked through the drawers of the vanity, I found all kinds of things but no pain reliever of any kind. Going back out to the bedroom, I spied something on the floor by the door. When I walked over, I saw that it was a little note and a sleeve of some pills. Nina had slid them to me. The note said to take 2, and come down to the patio out back as Artemis was barbecuing. Wasting no time, I punched 2 of the little blue pills out of their aluminum pouches before going to the mini fridge to grab a bottle of water to wash them down with. I decided that lying down on the bed for a little while might help. It would definitely give the pills some time to kick in. And with a bag of ice placed back on my face, I would hopefully get back to feeling and looking kind of human soon. I hoped. I must have dozed off because the sound of knocking woke me up. Ashton, are you okay in there? Came Nina's voice. Blinking a few times, I finally woke up completely. Yeah. I'll be down soon. Okay, she said. Just checking on you. It's been over an hour. I had no idea it had been so long. I fell asleep. I'll get ready and be right down. Did you get the pills I put under the door? She asked. They should help with the pain. I got them and took them, thanks. I had laid down without a stitch of clothing on, and sat up a bit too fast in my effort to put something on and join them. Whoa. Whoa, what, Ashton? She tapped the door once more. Do you need my help? In more ways than you know. I'll be okay. I just moved too fast is all. I'll be right down, Nina. Okay then. I heard her leaving and finally got out of bed. When I looked in the mirror, I was still unhappy with my appearance. A bruise had begun to form underneath my right eye, which seemed to have gotten the brunt of the ball. So stay on her right. Then all she'll see is your left side. I turned to see how that would look in the mirror, and thought it wasn't the worst idea I'd ever had. With a plan in mind, I put on some shorts and a t-shirt, then padded out of the room in my bare feet. Shoving my hands through my hair, I felt like I was as presentable as I could manage to get myself, given the circumstances. The sound of laughter and clinking glasses easily led me to my friends on the back patio. The smell of the pit helped me find my way too. There he is, Duke said as he came to me. He stopped to grab a beer out of the cooler and brought it to me. Here you go. I bet you could use a nice cold one, Ashton. I could. I opened it and took a long drink as I scanned the area for Nina. But she wasn't there. Do you happen to know where Nina is? He jerked his head toward the right. She went to check out the flower garden. It's that way. So that's the way I went. I'll be back. Duke called out after me, no need to rush back. The food won't be ready for quite a while. Rounding the corner, I caught Nina running her hand over the petals of a white rose. I stood there for a moment, just looking at her. She'd put on a white sundress, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, and she didn't have any makeup on at all. And she'd never looked more beautiful to me. When her eyes left the rose, they moved to me. I see you've decided to join us. She came straight to me, her hand gently running over my cheek. I know, it's horrible. I shoved one hand into my pocket as I looked away. I'm a wreck. I wasn't going to say that at all. She ran her hand down my arm, leaving a trail of tingles in her wake. I was going to say that you're already looking much better. Ah, so you've decided to lie to me about it then. I see the route you're taking. Classy, Nina. Very classy. I took a drink of the beer as I eyed her. I wouldn't call it lying, Ashton. She blinked her long, thick lashes at me. Being polite is probably what you would call it. I recalled what I had said to her and thought it might be the right time to bring that up. I'm sorry I said that to you when we were heading up the stairs. I put you on the spot, and I wanted you to know that I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable or anything. Her expression turned awkward. Oh, that. No problem. I mean, I should apologize for my lack of words. I just didn't know what to say. I chuckled. I bet you wanted to say that I was a hideous beast at that moment, and it wasn't the right time to be making any moves on anyone. I don't want you to worry. I've put myself in check now that I'm disfigured. She laced her arm through mine and began to walk through the garden. You're much more than just a pretty face, Ashton. You've got a sparkling personality too, you know. Sparkling? I laughed. I had no idea. I was thankful she'd moved to my left side. She took a deep sniff of a yellow flower. Oh, that one smells nice. Then she looked up at me with her cheeks going red. Gosh, I'm sorry, Ashton. Why? I had to ask her, as I had no idea why she would be sorry. Because you probably can't smell anything since I smashed you in the nose with that ball, and here I am talking about how things smell. It's rude of me. She looked around at all the flowers as I laughed at her. Come on, let's go see what's going on with everyone else. But I didn't want to go be around everyone else. I liked being with her and just her. So I found something else we could do alone. Pointing to the path I saw leading into the woods, I asked, "Want to see where that trail leads?" Her narrow shoulders moved with a shrug. Why not? We headed in that direction, and I was happy to have her to myself for a little while longer. Nina and I went to lunch together a lot, but there were usually other people with us. As much time as we'd spent together in the past couple of years, we hadn't spent much of it alone. And suddenly, all I wanted was for us to be alone. I pulled a tree branch back at the beginning of the trail and let her go in front of me. Ladies first. She stepped ahead. Good. I've always heard that if there's a snake on a trail, it'll bite the second person, not the first. She looked back at me with a grin. So watch out. When she turned back around, I noticed that she shivered. It's dark in here. It is. I looked around at the thick foliage surrounding us. Do you think there are bats in here? She stopped and turned to look at me. Are you kidding? Do they even have bats in the Hamptons, Ashton? I was kidding, Nina. I was just trying to scare her, but I didn't think that would really do the trick. Are you a big chicken? No, came her quick reply. Just cautious is all. She stopped abruptly and pointed at a black stick on the ground ahead of us. Is that a snake? She moved back until her back hit my front, and my front was suddenly very happy about her skittishness. I put my arms around her, holding her. I'm not sure. The smell of her hair was intoxicating. Honey and lemons would forever be etched into my brain with her image. Should I take the lead? She scrambled around behind me and then pushed at my lower back. Yes. Please do. I loved the way she held onto my waist, peeking around me. I'm pretty sure it's just a stick, Nina. Nothing to be afraid of. It looked like it moved to me. Her hands clamped my sides harder. Just be careful, okay? When we got to the stick, I stopped, leaned over to pick it up and showed it to her. See, just a stick. For some reason, she still looked concerned about it. Yeah, that's a stick, but look what's on it, Ashton. Drop it. She backed away from me as she stared at it. For Pete's sake, Nina. I turned the stick around and found a spider crawling up it, making its way to my fingers. Shit. I chucked the thing, spider and all, as far away from us as my arm could manage. Nina laughed as she came back to me. See, I told you that stick was something to be concerned about. That spider almost bit you. Adding a spider bite to your other injuries wouldn't be a good idea. Maybe this hike through the jungle isn't a good idea either. I looked ahead at the path as she moved past me to forge ahead. Come on. I want to see where we end up. Taking the lead once more, Nina was set on seeing this through. Following her, I liked the view as her plump butt moved beneath the soft fabric of her dress. Neither of us was wearing shoes, and the cool grass felt like heaven on my bare feet. This is nice being out here, communing with nature. She turned to look at me as she walked backward. It does feel nice out here. I haven't done anything like this in forever. It feels freeing in a way. And just like that, she tripped on something and fell flat on her butt. Nina. I rushed to help her up as she sat there, looking stunned. Are you okay? I pulled her up and dusted her off, my hand moving back and forth over her butt. Then I saw her cheeks turning red, and she moved back a few steps. I'm fine. It just startled me, is all. Your white dress has green grass stains across the back of it now. I guess we should head back so you can change and get that thing soaking before the stain sets in. Grass stains are one of the hardest ones to get out. I took her hand, leading her back in the direction of the house. I caught her smiling. You do your own laundry. I do. I smiled right back at her. And if you give me that dress after you take it off, then I can make sure to get that stain out so it doesn't get ruined. After all these years, I was finally getting Nina out of her dress, albeit for a much less satisfying reason than I'd been dreaming about.
Chapter 7. Nina.
The sound of a grandfather clock chiming the hour later that night had the girls and me settling into a game of Scrabble as the guys played their beloved poker. They'd taught us how to play the night before, but it was apparent our constant questions were getting in the way of their fun. We thought we'd give them some free time and entertain ourselves for a while. Lila laid down the word zebra. And that gives me 16 points, she said. I laughed as I used her Z to make a new word worth even more points. Zephyr. And that's 23 points for me. Ha. Julia looked at her tiles, pulling her lips to one side as she tried to beat us. Okay, let me see here. I'm going to use the Y in Zephyr to make the word Y. And that will give me 12 points. I had to give her kudos. Not bad for only using 3 letters, Julia. I thought so too. She patted herself on the back. So, how are things progressing between you and Ashton? With a sigh, I wondered the same thing myself. I don't know. He did say something that led me to believe that he would like things to go in a more romantic direction. But then I just went completely blank on him. Lila plopped down some tiles under the P in Zephyr. Phrase. And that'll give me 11 points. Her eyes turned to mine. You went blank on him? What does that mean? It means that he told me he liked the way it felt, us holding each other. I decided I needed to clarify that. I was helping him up the stairs. He had his arm around my shoulders, and I had mine around his waist to support him. Julia frowned at me. And you went blank on him? Yeah. I shook my head as I looked at the floor. I just didn't know what to say. Lila laughed. That's easy, Nina. You say, I like this too. And then you guys kiss, and it's all smooth sailing from there. She threw her arms up in the air. Why do you two make this so hard? It's as easy as pie, really. That's where you're wrong, I told her. It's not easy. You see, he told me about his fiancée. He told me how she'd been the only woman he'd ever loved. And I think he still loves her. Julia, who was always much more spiritual than either of us, chimed in. I'm sure he does still love her. But she's incapable of being there for him now. You are very capable, and you need to show him that. I put 2 tiles down, using the existing W to make the word wow. 9 points for wow. Then I looked at Julia with a stoic expression. Julia, what if I told you that I don't like competing for a man? Nodding, she said, I would say that's fine. But who is it that you think you're competing with? His dead fiancée, Natalia Reddy. Julia and Lila both gasped, and then Julia asked, Did he tell you her name? Of course. How else would I know it? I couldn't understand why they were looking at me with such surprised expressions. Lila was the first to let me in on things. Nina, he's never told anyone her name. Not even Duke and Artemis, and they're his best friends. Julia nodded. He's trusting you more than he even trusts them. That's huge, Nina. Considering what they said, I did think it was pretty huge that he would talk to me about the woman he'd loved and lost. Do you guys think he told me more about her, so that I would know just how much he isn't over her yet? What makes you think that he's not over her? Julia asked. With a shrug, I said, I just have this feeling deep inside of me that he's not. And I also think that he's afraid of losing someone like that again. So much so that he would rather be alone than take the risk of getting hurt the way he did. Lila and Julia exchanged sad looks. Then they both looked at me. Julia was the one to ask, Are you thinking about giving up on him, Nina? Shaking my head, I said, How could I? Just a few hours ago, he told me he liked the way it felt to hold me. That's progress, people. They laughed and nodded in agreement. Progress it is, Lila said. Julia chimed in, especially when you think about how long you guys have known each other. Lila jabbed me in the ribs with her elbow. It'll probably take another year before you two actually kiss. But way to hang in there, girl. It was all fun and games until she said that. Even Julia could see that Lila had gone too far. My finger began wagging at Lila as if it had a mind of its own. Now you listen to me, Lila Cofield, I chided. That man has suffered things that we can't even imagine. And I won't sit idly by and let anyone, not even a very good friend of mine, say anything negative about him. Lila's blue eyes were as big as saucers as she shook her head. I didn't mean anything by it. I swear, Nina. I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry. You're right. He has lived through a lot. I can't imagine if that had happened to me. If I'd lost Duke before we even really got started, well, that might have just killed me. You're damn right it would've, I let her know. Okay, apology accepted. Just watch what you say about him from now on. I will, she said with her eyes downcast. I am sorry. You know I would never say anything to hurt him intentionally. He's my friend too. Julia got up and came to put her hands on my shoulders as she stood behind me. Seems like you already have Ashton's back, Nina. I think that's a good sign that things will work out for you too. I patted her hand, which rested on my shoulder. I wish I had the kind of confidence that you do, Julia. You're so sure about things. Lila smiled at me, then got up. I think we should go break up the poker game. Then Julia and I will take our men to bed, and you and Ashton can have some time alone. To talk. Or whatever you want to do. With a wink, she headed out. I got up and followed Julia as we left the room. The men could be heard laughing and teasing each other before we got to the room that Artemis had dubbed the poker room. Artemis called out, "Aces high, boys. Read 'em and weep." I heard Ashton groan, "Aw man. You win again." Duke said with a chuckle, "And the rich only get richer." Julia led the way, pushing open the door. Good. Your game is over, I hear. Over? Artemis asked with confusion. Not hardly. I beg to differ, Julia said as she went to her husband. I need your help, hubby. Artemis looked at me, then Lila. Can't your friends help you, baby? Not for what I need you for. She ran her hands over his shoulders seductively before leaning in to whisper some choice words for him alone. But from the glow that began to radiate from Artemis' face, we all assumed the words she said were rather dirty. Duke was quick to get up and grab his wife, gazing deeply into Lila's eyes. You have anything you need me to do, honey? Now that you mention it, yes, Lila said. The couple left Ashton and me alone. I smiled as I took a seat. I can play you. If you want, I told him. With a deep sensual chuckle, he said, only if we use our clothes to bet instead of chips. He must have been recalling the outcome of the strip poker game the night before. There, my finger went again, wagging away at the naughty man. Ashton, you are one naughty boy, aren't you? Not normally, he said with a sensual grin. But I'm starting to get there. There was a twinkle in his eyes that I hadn't seen before. And that twinkle sent sparks shooting all through me. It also sent something else through me, a feeling that I needed to let him know that he could trust me implicitly. With that in mind, I decided that I wanted to make our relationship a lot deeper with this weekend excursion. I would let that sit in the background for now. What was more important was letting Ashton know that I wanted him for him and nothing else. You know what? I asked him. What? Winking at him, I went on, I'm kind of glad I got to see you with your face messed up. Even with swollen eyes, his brows rose up high. What? Nodding, I added, no, really. I'm glad I got to see you this way. It's helped me learn a lot more about how I really feel. Feel about what? He asked, still seeming very confused. You. I looked into his eyes, which were a lot smaller than normal due to the swelling. I still saw him in those eyes. I still found him as attractive as I always had. Even with that one black eye, your swollen red nose, and that other eye that's puffy, I still think you're the most handsome man I've ever met. I couldn't believe it when I saw his cheeks flush and his head lower as he grinned like a maniac. Shut up, Nina. Stop messing with me. I've looked in a mirror, I know I'm hideous. No, I mean it, Ashton, I went on. I suppose it's because you're handsome, or beautiful really, inside and out. And no matter the damage, the man you truly are shines through. His eyes came up to meet mine, and he wasn't smiling anymore. I think you're beautiful inside and out too. Glad to see we're on the same page then, I said to lighten things up. I didn't want things to lead to kissing just yet. I wanted to really lay everything out for him. I wouldn't have gone this route with anyone I had ever met prior to Ashton Lang. But we needed a firm foundation, or else any relationship we tried for would merely crumble. He needed a little extra time and attention. I could see that. For a while, he just stared into my eyes before saying, "You're a very good person, Nina. I hope you know that about yourself." With a shrug, I said, "I'm no better than the next person, Ashton." He shook his head. "Oh, but you are. I want you to know that. You are much better than most people." If I didn't know what I did about the man, I would have been jumping up and down, shouting at him and demanding to know why he hadn't made his move yet if I was such a great person. Since I did know about his past and his loss, I wasn't about to do anything like that. What I was about to do was let him see all of me, and I hoped he would let me in deeper too. I'd never been one to delve too deeply into a person, but as they say, there's a first time for everything.
Chapter 8. Artemis. "There's a balcony off my bedroom," Nina said, with an attractive little smile curving her pink lips. "I noticed that your room didn't have one when I walked out on mine earlier today. I had the idea that she wanted to get me into her bedroom, and that sat pretty well with me. You noticed that, did ya?" "I did," she nodded, "and I thought you might like to come up to my bedroom and hang out on it with me. The stars are sure to be shining bright tonight." Unsure if I was really ready for what was about to happen, I got up and reached out for her hand anyway. "Sure, let's go do a little stargazing, Nina." "Good." She came along right behind me as I led her up to her room. I opened her door, finding the room dark. The thought crossed my mind to pull her inside with me, close the door, and pin her against it. Our breaths would mingle in a warm cloud, then our lips would touch, and it would be one of the most magical things I had ever felt. I knew that without a doubt. But she foiled my plan when she reached in and pushed the switch to turn on the overhead lights. Silently, I padded toward the balcony doors and thought that I might give the kissing idea a try once we got under the stars. Pulling the doors open, I felt her hand leave mine. "Go on out there. I've got to use the restroom. I'll be right back." Foiled again. Watching her walk away from me, I admired her round backside as I leaned on the doorframe. "Not bad at all," I whispered. She closed the door behind her, and I turned to check out the balcony. 2 chairs were on either side of a small table. Glancing over my shoulder to make sure she wasn't out yet, I hurried to move the chairs away from the table. Placing them side by side, I took a seat and waited for her to join me. The stars were bright, the night air was cool, and I was up for something different tonight. It was time to make some changes in my life, and this would be the turning point. Pepping myself up, I told myself that Nina was perfect for me. She had all the qualities I admired in people. She was honest, nice, polite, and it didn't hurt that she was one of the most beautiful young women I'd ever met. Knowing that there was no such thing as a perfect person, I tried to think of anything I didn't like about Nina. Leaning back in my chair, I tapped my chin with my forefinger and thought as hard as I could. "Nope, nothing." "Who are you talking to, Ashton?" Nina came out and took the seat next to me with a silly grin on her face. I'd been caught. "No one." With a sweet light laugh that sent me into a daze, she said, "They say only highly intelligent people talk to themselves. Did you know that?" I must have. Since I must be highly intelligent. With a chuckle, I put my hands behind my head and leaned back to look up at the night sky. "It's a beautiful night. You were right, sitting out here is a good idea." Leaning back in her chair, she agreed, "I think so too." She took in a deep breath of the fresh air, then turned her head to look at me. "Ashton, what kind of future do you see for yourself?" So right to the hard questions I see. "Oh, I don't know, Nina. I really didn't. I hadn't thought about my future, well, since the accident." I cut my eyes off to the side as that thought filled my head, the images coming back to the forefront of my mind. Flames screamed sirens. Her hand touched mine, bringing me back to reality. "Ashton, I know you probably haven't let yourself think about the future for a while. Before that terrible thing happened, what kind of future did you see for yourself?" Looking into her green eyes, I had to ask, "Can you read my mind?" "I know I've asked you that before, but you're just so spot on, Nina." "It's in your eyes, Ashton." The pad of her thumb ran back and forth over the top of my hand, making me feel comfortable and relaxed. "And your body language, too. So, what were your ideas for the future?" "A nice home, a wife, and a family." I turned the question back on her. "And what about you, Nina?" The way she smiled at me made my heart speed up. It was so open and honest. "I've always wanted kids. And who doesn't want a nice home? To be honest, though, I have never given much thought to having a husband." I know this isn't a question you're supposed to ask a woman. I was treading into deep water with her, but how many boyfriends are in your past? You want to know how many men I've been with? That's what you're really asking me, right? She laughed a little awkwardly before continuing. "And that's okay. Understandable, even." She held up one hand. "Less than the fingers on this one hand, if you must know." Relief filled me with her answer, no matter how illogical I knew that to be. I wasn't a prude, but I couldn't help feeling jealous at the thought of Nina with many other men. "That's not bad at all." Her brows raised. "And now it's your turn, Ashton." Oh no. Explaining my past hadn't been easy when I'd had to tell Natalia about it. And it wasn't any easier now to tell Nina. "Okay, first of all, you need to know that I am not the same man I was when I was in high school and college. That's the first thing you have to keep in mind when I tell you my answer." She looked a little stunned. "Dear God. How many women have you been with?" Now, I really don't want to come clean with her. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this right now. Maybe now is a bad time to be doing this. I did have some intention of trying to get her into bed, after all. Sometime in the near future, even if things all worked out. But then she reached out and took my hand again, giving me a reassuring look. "Ashton, you can be honest with me. I won't judge you for anything you tell me." A part of me wanted to fudge the numbers at least a little. But that purely honest expression she wore would make me feel like a jerk. I lied to her. So I went for the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I was a player in high school and college. I never had one single relationship. I stayed away from commitments at all costs. That's why what I felt for Natalia took me by complete surprise. My number is, get ready for it. I closed my eyes so I wouldn't have to see her reaction, and have that etched in my memory bank forever. 37. The silence had me opening my eyes to look at her. What I found was her smiling face. "Thank you, Ashton." There wasn't a clue in my mind as to why she would thank me for telling her that number. "Thank you." Nodding, she said, "Yes. Thank you. I'm not going to judge you for something that's so natural, and I remember being in high school, too. All the hormones were raging around, and I needed an outlet. I found my outlet in volleyball and physical activity. But I know a lot of people, especially males, who found a much more intimate outlet." "So you're saying you think I was just a normal male then?" "Completely," she assured me. "You were one of the males who wanted to feel it all, not merely your own palm. And may I be so bold as to go even further?" "Sure." I was dying to know what else she had to add to that bit of information. She winked at me with a sly grin. "You probably learned a lot from all those women. Each one taught you a little something that you didn't know before. You cataloged all of this information for future use. For a time when it would be just you and one woman for the rest of your life. You wanted knowledge that would keep things spicy in the bedroom for years and years." I was shocked and amazed. "Come on. You can read my mind, can't you?" She shook her head as she laughed. "It's just psychology, really." I had never told a single soul what I was about to tell Nina. I've never told anyone about my first time. Her hand flew to her mouth. Gosh. She was hideous, wasn't she? I shook my head. "Nope." "Very young?" she asked, and now she did wear a judgmental expression. "Not at all. I had to tell her before she came up with any more bad ideas. She was my sophomore English teacher. She gasped no. Yes. And I never told a single soul about that. It felt freeing to admit that after all these years. I found her crying in the parking lot of one of the local grocery stores. I had just gotten my driver's license and was driving the family car to the store to pick up a few things for my mother. I saw Mrs. Kingston with her head on the steering wheel of her car. Nina looked thoroughly puzzled. And that got you the invitation to sleep with her. She had just caught her husband with another woman. I leaned in as if it was some big secret and whispered the rest. She asked me to follow her home after she told me about everything. She told me that all she could think about was getting back at him for what he'd done. And she told me I could help her do that. Only I couldn't ever tell a soul about it. That was very wrong of her, Ashton. Nina shook her head as her eyes went big. So not right. Right or wrong, I didn't care. Without even trying, I'd scored my first piece of ass. Once I had that initial act over with, I was ready to move on to better things. Things like picking up my game to score more tail. Suddenly I felt like that little goofball I was back then, and I didn't like it at all. I was a jerk. I know I was. After I met Natalia, all that went away, that attitude disappeared like magic. And it has never returned. And as I looked at Nina, I was positive that it never would. Chapter 9. Nina.
I woke up early the next morning. Julia had given each couple one meal a day to cook. It was Sunday, and Ashton and I had been assigned breakfast duty. The night had ended on a great note. He'd confided in me about something he had never told a single person. I thought that was great progress. And the fact that he seemed kind of surprised when I walked him to my door, kissed him on the cheek, then told him goodnight, was just the icing on the cake. I could feel him trusting me more and more. And I knew I was falling hard for the man. It was scary how much I thought about him. How much I genuinely cared for him. That was something that was new to me. His feelings and his state of mind had suddenly become a top priority to me. And I knew I would do whatever I had to for him to feel comfortable at all times with me. After showering and dressing in some shorts and a t-shirt, I headed to Ashton's room to knock on his door. "Are you up and ready to make breakfast, Ashton?" He opened the door with a smile on his handsome face. Wearing shorts and a t-shirt too, he and I matched perfectly. "I am. I was just waiting for you to let me know you were ready." We headed downstairs to the kitchen to see what kinds of supplies were available to us. "Are you a good cook, Ashton?" His wide shoulders shrugged. "I'm not sure. No one has told me that I am. But then again, I haven't cooked for anyone else in a while, only myself. I like the food I make though." I found it a little sad that he hadn't cooked for anyone. At my apartment, we generally only cook when we want to. When we do want to, we cook enough for all of us. I haven't made anything for breakfast in a long time. But breakfast isn't hard to make anyway. I was singing a different tune as soon as we walked into the gourmet kitchen. I was in over my head and knew it immediately. I spun around in a circle. "Ashton, I don't even know where the fridge is." These rich people's houses have appliances configured right into the walls. He found the fridge, which was the same color as the wood-paneled wall, and opened it. "See." The next thing that had me befuddled was the range. "And how about that thing? Can you work it? There are so many burners and knobs. It looks like you would need a college degree just to cook on it." His lips pulled up to one side as he looked it over. "Ah. We'll get the hang of it. Come on, let's decide what we're going to make. We've got eggs." He handed me the cartons, and I placed them on the island countertop. "I wonder if they have stuff for us to make pancakes," I said as I began to push on the wall to see if I could find some hidden cabinets somewhere. I found a pantry full of food. Next to it was another area where all kinds of fancy cookware and cooking devices were kept. Holy hell, being rich means you've got everything in the world at your fingertips. I spotted a Belgian waffle maker and grabbed it, taking it back out to the kitchen. Ashton had taken out milk, cheeses, some cream, and all kinds of jellies and jams. Oh, a waffle maker. I like waffles better than pancakes. Glad you found that, Nina. What I didn't find was waffle mix. But there were all the ingredients in there to make up some batter. I pulled out my cell to look up a recipe. Flour, sugar, baking powder, you name it, they've got it. Now to find a recipe. For the record, I like waffles better too. I'm thinking waffles, scrambled eggs. Ashton reached back in the fridge, pulling out a package of bacon and a tube of breakfast sausage. Which one, bacon or sausage? Well, to be honest, I can't cook bacon to save my life. I was terrible with the stuff. I love it, but I always burn the hell out of it. I cook it in the oven, and it always comes out perfect. He smiled at me and then tossed the sausage to me. Can you make some sausage patties then? I can do that. I caught the package of breakfast meat and placed it next to the waffle ingredients. I think 2 types of meat and 2 entrees is plenty for us all. Don't you? You bet. He went to the oven, which was built into the wall. After studying it for a moment, he pushed some buttons, and it began to heat up. Now find a cookie sheet and a bowl to mix the eggs in. Jerking my head to the hidden room of cooking utensils, I said, in there. Everything you could ever need is in that little room off the back of the pantry. His awe was obvious as he went into the deluxe pantry. Crap. I know, right? I laughed as I thought about how someone who was used to having so many things at their disposal would survive with the few items I had at my apartment. When he came back, he had a weird-looking copper pan with a rack built into it. You will never guess what I found in there, Nina. If you're talking about the thing in your hand, you're right. I couldn't possibly guess what that thing is called or what it's used for. I looked the thing over as he sat it on the countertop. Watch this. He took the bacon out of the package, then laid it in strips over the raised rack. Ta-da! This will turn out even better than the way I make it at home. He went to the sink to wash his hands, which I noted with appreciation. A man who knows his way around a kitchen and knows when to wash his hands is my kind of man. What do you call that thing? I wanted to know because I was going to buy him one the next time there was a reason to give presents if it wasn't out of my price range. I don't know, he said as he looked at it. A bacon rack, maybe? Taking a quick picture of it with my cell, I gave my excuse. I'll ask social media. Someone out there will know. Ashton went on to his next task of finding a bowl to mix the eggs in. He came out with 3 different kinds of syrups. You can put these out with your waffles. Did you see any whipped cream in the fridge? I found a measuring cup and put some flour in it. I'd like to have that available for the waffles too. Oh, and fresh fruit too. Was there any of that in there? There were some strawberries. But I didn't see any whipped cream. He looked at the pint of cream he'd put on the countertop. I can make some sweet cream out of that though. He was a good cook. Can you really? With a nod, he smiled. I can. So you get those strawberries and cut them up, and I'll make the cream. We're a pretty good team, I think. I moved past him to get to the fridge and found him briefly blocking my way while he gave me a peck on the cheek. I agree. All I could do was smile like an idiot as I kept on moving, not wanting our first kiss to be interrupted by the sound of the oven dinging or people coming to eat. But he had me in a whirlwind of emotions and feelings. My hands trembled as I took the strawberries out and placed them on the counter. The knives, I said as I looked around the room. Ashton turned around and then came right toward me. He stopped right in front of me, putting one hand around me. Our faces were so close I could feel his warm breath on my lips. Then he brought his hand back with a small knife in it. Here you go. As quick as he came to me, he was gone. And I was breathless and damp in some very interesting places. I tried to think of some way I could return the favor. I spied an outlet near him where I could plug in the waffle maker. Picking it up, I walked over to the outlet. The oven dinged. Ashton grabbed the rack of bacon and walked away. Quickly, I abandoned that idea, plugging the waffle maker in where it made more sense. Near where I was working. "Did you happen to see a mixer when you were back there?" he asked me as he walked toward the pantry. "The only one I saw was that huge red thing that had its own table back there." I tried to think of the name I'd seen on it. The kitchen something or other. "Oh yeah," he called out. "I see it. Damn, that's going to be tough to clean." "Not to worry, Ashton. We won't be the ones cleaning up. Their maid will." He popped his head out to look at me. "No way. We get to cook and there's no cleaning involved." He looked positively stoked. What a win for us. I'd cook way more often and try a lot of different things if I didn't have to clean up afterward. A little smile moved over my lips. I could just imagine us in the future, him doing the cooking, me doing the cleaning. An even trade that he and I could both live with if we were ever able to move things further. I don't mind cleaning. It's the cooking that's the real chore to me. I actually find it relaxing to wash dishes in hot, soapy water. "Shut up." He looked at me as if he couldn't believe what he'd heard. "I swear you can read my mind. Come clean with me already, Nina. This is too much." "Don't be silly. I know you're exaggerating." I pulled open a drawer and found a wire whisk. "Here, you can use this to stir those eggs." I tossed it to him. He caught it and winked at me. "We really do make a great team, don't we?" "I think so." With a skip in my step, I thought everything was going so well. I headed to the pantry to get some cooking spray and tripped over my own feet. Shit. I was headed to the floor, face first. A pair of strong hands grabbed me by the waist. "Whoa." Ashton pulled me back up as he chuckled with his deep voice. "Getting a little tangled up in yourself there, aren't ya?" I couldn't take in any air. His hands were on my waist, his body right behind mine. It was all too much. My senses were on overload. My mouth began to water, and my lips tingled. This was it. He was going to turn me in his arms, and we were going to have our first kiss. I just knew it. His lips brushed against my neck. "Nina." Laughter came trickling into the kitchen. The others were up and just about to walk in. Well, damn.
Chapter 10. Ashton.
I was going to kiss her. I had her in my arms, my lips were on her neck. And then they showed up. Never in my life had I been so disappointed to see my friends. And with their arrival, and their eyes on us, our great teamwork in the kitchen came to an end. It was a fiasco with them watching us. I dropped the eggs, Nina overfilled the waffle maker, making a huge mess on the countertop that Julia told us not to worry about. All I really wanted was for them to leave us alone. And as we placed the burnt bacon, the chewy waffles, and the unsweetened cream that tasted like crap on the buffet table, I knew Nina could be the one for me. Well, the other one for me. I had found true love once, and now it seemed I was being offered a second chance. As we sat at the breakfast table, barely eating the meal we'd had such great hopes for, until it all went awry, Nina took all the ridicule right along with me. Yeah, she said to them all. It was going well until you four showed up. That's all I can tell you. Right, Ashton? With a nod, I agreed. It was going well. I cut my eyes to look at Nina, who was suddenly blushing. I knew she was remembering the near kiss we'd almost shared. I knew she would have kissed me right back. There was a tablecloth hiding us from the waist down, so I moved my hand over her knee and felt goosebumps pepper her satin-smooth skin. Nina made me feel like a whole man again. I'd lost that man. But she had found him, somehow. I had no idea how she had managed to punch through all the armor that surrounded my heart to set it free again, but she had. And I was ready to let it all down. Artemis had planned out all of our time for our last day. We've got shopping at the local markets next on our itinerary. And don't even think about saying you don't have any extra money to spend. Nina was quick to say, I really don't, Artemis. I can just stay here while you guys go. Or I can go and just window shop, I guess. I don't really like window shopping, though. It's like, when I have money, I can't find anything I want. When I don't have any, I find so much that I want. I'll stay here with her. I don't need anything, and I hate to buy things I don't need. I was just making any excuse I could to get to be alone with her again. Julia had brought a bag with her, and it was near her feet under the table. We've gotten you all some little gifts to say thank you for being our guests for the weekend. She put a small pink bag in front of the ladies, and small black bags in front of Duke and me. Go ahead. See what we've given you guys. You know you're our very best friends in the whole world. Lila whined, I feel bad now, you guys. We didn't give you anything. We would have brought wine and a cheese board, but you have much better wine than we could buy anyway. And cheese, Duke added. Artemis stepped in. Don't even think about that. You gave us the pleasure of your company for the entire weekend. You could have done anything you wanted to, and you chose to spend it with us. Now enjoy what we've given you, and stop making a fuss. Nina nudged me in the ribs with her elbow. Thank you, guys. This is an unexpected and very nice surprise. Yeah, thanks, Artemis, Julia. I gave them my thanks with Nina's urging, even though I didn't think they needed to give us anything. Just being your friend is enough for me, but the present is appreciated. Lila peeked into her bag. What's in here? Duke reached into his bag and then pulled out a bottle of 80-year-old scotch. Whoa. Keep digging, Artemis coached him. I watched as Nina and Lila each pulled out bottles of rare and very expensive bottles of wine. And when I pulled out the largest gift of mine, I found the most expensive bourbon money could buy. The girls got some jewelry, Lila emeralds, Nina sapphires. Duke and I got watches. And at the very bottom of the bag were prepaid Visa cards. The holders they came in told us there was $5,000 on each card. Shut up. I shouted as I stood up. I didn't bother holding back. I went to Artemis and hugged him, then picked Julia up and swung her around as she yelped, Ashton Lang. Everyone followed suit, hugging and thanking our hosts for everything, including the fun-filled weekend. And we all told them how they didn't have to do that every time we came for a visit. So with money in hand, how could we not go along with our hosts to the markets? That meant that alone time with Nina would have to wait once again, and that I'd have to keep my hands more or less to myself. It didn't feel right to make any move other than holding her hand as we walked around the shops. Her hand moved over a gorgeous silk wrap. There were blues and greens woven through it, and it would look great on her. She pulled up the price tag. Oh no. She quickly put it back. I picked it up to see what the issue was. She'd just gotten a nice little bit of cash after all. Nina. It's just $500. You can afford that. No way. She looked at me as if I was nuts. Are you crazy? That's way too much for anything like that. The way the sales lady looked at her made me cringe. We were shopping in the Hamptons. People around this place didn't balk at prices if the item was worth it. The woman waddled up to us, her nose turned up. I can assure you that the wrap you're looking at is an item that you could use with many other articles of clothing. It could work with everything, from adding a little splash to a black cocktail dress to wearing it around your waist when you're in a bikini. It serves many purposes and would add to your wardrobe, I can assure you. Nina looked at me over her shoulder. Something this pricey wouldn't quite match the rest of my wardrobe. Thank you, though. Nina walked away, and I leaned in to whisper to the sales lady. Put it on hold, and I'll be back for it in a little while. With a smile, she took it off the rack. Thank you, sir. With a nod, I left to catch up to Nina, who had already made it to the next shop. I bumped her shoulder with mine. You know, if your wardrobe needs some punching up, now is the time to do that. You've got more than enough money to do that right now. She looked around. These prices are all outrageous. I had to agree, but she needed to get some things for herself. She deserved to treat herself. Okay, how about the main things a woman needs in her closet? Like, she asked with a shake of her head. You tell me. I'm not a woman. Tapping her chin, she thought about it. I like to have a good pair of boots for the winter. Those things can be very expensive, but if you want good quality, that will last. And what about that little black dress that lady back there talked about? I reminded her. An expensive one would see you through many years. And each time you wore it, you could change up the look with an accent piece. I knew I was making progress when her head started swiveling around. Yes, you're right about that. She went to a rack of stylish dresses and began looking through them. But then her eyes went to me. And what about you? What are some things that you need and haven't bought for yourself in a while? Shoving my hands into my pockets, I had no idea where to start. My apartment could use some homey touches. That was no joke. I had one sofa. I had bought that brand new, though. It was nice, a dark leather piece. My windows had mini blinds on them, but I had never bought curtains to make it look homey. My apartment wasn't my sanctuary. It was the place I lived, and that was about it. It was in a nice building. And the small 2-bedroom, 1-bath was very nice. All hardwood floors, tile in the kitchen and bathroom, granite countertops throughout the kitchen and bathroom, all the bells and whistles. But it didn't feel like home, mostly because I hadn't ever made it into a real home. Natalia would have made it home. I shook my head to clear it. I couldn't be thinking about that. My life was changing, moving forward. Julia and Lila showed up with their husbands, and the girls went crazy over all the clothing. We men were put on the back burner, and Artemis told them that we would be doing some shopping on our own. All they needed to do was give him a call, and we would meet back up. I left with my friends and found Artemis taking us to a small Irish pub to grab a drink. We all sat at a small round table in the dimly lit place, which smelled of dark beer and salty bread. Did this weekend earn you Nina's favor, Ashton? Artemis asked me, with what I could only guess was his attempt at an Irish accent. Duke jabbed me in the ribs with his elbow, joining Artemis in the running for the world's worst Irish accent. Did you get her where you wanted her? This weekend wasn't exactly about getting her into bed. I think more of her than that. I took the beer the waiter handed to me and took a drink of it. It was a stout beer with lots of hops and barley. The foam was thick and creamy, and I took another drink. This is good. Duke raised his mug, and so did Artemis. Here's to you and Nina. It's about time. I clinked my mug to theirs before we all took a drink. It was about time. I knew that. I had lived far too long in this limbo-like state. Sure, I hadn't fallen behind in my career. I hadn't become some drunk who couldn't function. But I had lost myself when I lost Natalia. And now, I was ready for what lay ahead of me. A future with Nina. And I could tell she wanted that too. She wasn't playing with me. She was laying down the brickwork to make sure we would have a solid foundation to build on. How did I get so lucky to have a woman like Nina Kramer care about me? I asked my friends. Duke, always the joker, said, "No one knows for sure, you old dog. Just be thankful, and don't drag your feet much longer. Hell, you've already made the girl wait 2 years for you." He was right on all fronts. And just as I was about to make another toast, the bartender turned up the television, and the broadcast took my attention as the reporter on screen gave us the date and the local weather. Duke and Artemis looked only at me as I watched the television. I forgot what day it is. I looked back at them. Today's the anniversary of Natalia's death. I have lived for this day each and every year since she died. And now I've forgotten it. Nina made me forget about her. I promised I'd never forget about her. I can't let this happen.
Chapter 11. Nina.
One solid week passed without me seeing Ashton at all. It was as if he'd turned into a ghost at the station. His work got done, but no one saw him doing it. The ride home that Sunday evening after our wonderful weekend was a quiet one. Ashton claimed he was just tired, and that was why he was being so quiet. He had the driver drop him off first, leaving me with Lila and Duke. When I asked Duke if Ashton had said anything to him about being upset about something, he told me there was nothing. So I took Ashton at his word, thinking he was really tired. Monday came, and I fully expected to see Ashton all chipper after a good night's rest. But I never saw him at all. And the door to his office was closed and locked. I knew that because I tried to open it. I let it go that first day, thinking that maybe he was sick. Then Tuesday came and the same thing happened. Door closed and locked, Ashton nowhere to be seen by anyone. At the daily coffee breaks with Lila and Julia, I asked them both to see what they could find out about the suddenly elusive man. I'd thought we were headed in the right direction. He had almost kissed me, after all. His actions now made no sense to me. The only information that I got was from Julia, telling me that he was actually at the station. He was doing his work from his office and watching the newscasts from there too, directing the cameraman through an earpiece from his desk. I wondered what he was doing for lunch all those days. Lila told me she saw food being delivered a couple of times. He was eating in his office as well. It wasn't like Ashton Lang to keep to himself the way he was doing. He was a social person. And I was getting worried about the man. If he'd changed his mind about us, all he would have had to do was tell me that. I would understand. It would hurt, but I would get it. I didn't get what he was doing by becoming a recluse, right there at work. If he wasn't socializing at work or home, then when was he talking to people? I headed up to see Artemis and Duke, hoping to get some answers. I had a feeling they were being tight-lipped with their wives about Ashton's behavior. Maybe their wives weren't being as demanding as I could be. Heading up to their offices on the top floor, I got off the elevator and saw Brady, the receptionist, working with his intern, Veronica. She was the newest addition to our coffee meetings, but she'd missed it that morning. Brady had her busy elsewhere, but where exactly that was, none of us knew. When I'd asked that morning, he'd simply said that she was indisposed at the moment and wouldn't be joining us for coffee. As Brady was busily cleaning the chairs in the lobby, I took a moment to talk to Veronica. Leaning on the desk, she was dusting, and I asked, "So, what were you up to that you couldn't have coffee with us this morning, Veronica?" When her cheeks blushed immediately, I had my answer. Not that she gave much away, but I'd already had my suspicions. Oh, I had to clean out the closet with the office supplies in it. It took me most of the morning. Looking over my shoulder at Brady's back, I smiled as I saw the way he'd gone stiff. He and she had a thing going on. We all knew it, even though they tried to pretend that a relationship was completely professional. "Is that so?" I asked. "You know, we have an excellent maintenance and janitorial staff that takes care of things like that. Don't let the boss man make you do unnecessary chores." Suddenly, Brady was right behind me. "I'm training her to be the best receptionist there is. Merely standing at a desk looking pretty won't cut it in this busy." He pointed at Artemis' office. "He and Duke have been waiting for you since you called this impromptu meeting. You should hurry. They don't have all the time in the world, you know." Veronica turned away to get busy with something else. "See you later, Nina." "Yeah, later." I walked to the door of Artemis' office and knocked quickly. "It's Nina." The door opened, and Artemis used the button under his desk, so neither of them would have to get up. I found Duke and him talking away about the football game that had been on the night before. "And the yardage he made was impressive too," Duke said before they turned their attention to me. Hey, Nina. What's up? I've got questions. I took a seat in front of the desk, next to the one Duke occupied. Artemis steepled his fingers as he sat in his chair behind the desk. Shoot. I want to know what the hell is wrong with Ashton. And I know you two know what it is. I leaned forward, placing my palms on the desk. And I'm not leaving here without an answer. So fess up, guys. I watched the men as they eyed each other, and then Duke looked at me. Nina, we have to be respectful of our friend. We're not about to be telling tales he's asked us to keep quiet about. Not even to you. Now I knew for sure that they knew what was going on. Did he tell you not to tell me? Artemis shook his head. He didn't have to. We know Ashton pretty well by now. If he wanted you to know, he would have told you about it himself. And the fact that he's virtually gone into hiding says he doesn't want to talk about this with anyone. Not even us. And we won't push him to do something he doesn't want to do. They were good friends, I had to admit that. But they weren't thinking things through. This isn't healthy for Ashton, you guys. Being all alone all the time isn't good for a person. And leaving your friend alone just because he thinks that's what he wants is okay, but only for a short amount of time. It's Friday. It's been an entire week. That man has come in early every day to get into his office before anyone can see him. He leaves later than everyone else for the same reason. Duke shrugged. Maybe it was the black eye at first. Artemis frowned at him. Whatever it was, if he wanted anyone to know, he would have said something. He hasn't said a thing, so neither should we. Man, these guys are tight-lipped. While I'm stoked to see you two are truly Ashton's friends, if you really want to help him, then you've got to do something to get him out of this funk he's in. Look, if he's second-guessing whatever happened between me and him last weekend, I can understand that. I've never pushed him, and I never will. He deserves to know that, doesn't he? Duke nodded. Yeah. I just need him to get out of his office for even a few minutes. If I see him, then I know he'll talk to me and we can set things straight. Looking at Artemis, I implored him, can't you get him out of that office for some reason today? With a deep sigh, Artemis nodded. Yes, I think I can. I'll ask him to come up to see me. Give me a half hour. You'll have 2 chances to see him then. One when he's coming up and one when he's going back down. That's about all I can do for you, Nina. With a nod, I had what I wanted and got up to leave. Thank you. Once we talk, he'll come out of this funk. You'll see. I went down to my office and waited to catch Ashton walking down the hallway, right past my open door. There was no other way to get to the elevator. Pretending to be typing away on my laptop, I made sure to keep my eyes locked in the hallway. And sure enough, Ashton walked by. And he walked by so quickly, not even turning his head the slightest bit in my direction, that it shocked me. My chance had come, and I bolted out of my chair. As soon as I was in the hallway, I shouted out after him, Ashton! He stopped, his body stiff, but he didn't turn around. I'm in a hurry. He began walking again, as if that would be enough to stop me. He was wrong. I hurried to catch up to him before he could get on that elevator. Ashton, just wait a minute. I got close enough to put my hand on his shoulder. Please. Stopping once again, he didn't turn around to look at me. What? I got in front of him, so he didn't have any choice but to look at me. What the hell have you been doing all week? Working. He cut his eyes to the side, avoiding me still. You've never worked this way before. So why are you being so reclusive now? I asked him, and then put my hand on his chin to force his face to mine. His eye was no longer black. There was no evidence of the injury he'd sustained from the volleyball accident at all. Your eye looks like it's back to normal. You look like yourself again. Handsome as ever. Come on, Ashton. Just be honest with me. What's wrong? When he finally looked into my eyes, my heart froze. There was so much sadness behind them. It tore at my heart to see that sadness again. You wouldn't understand. Try me. He shook his head. I don't want to. I was perplexed. I had no idea what the hell to say to the man. But I came up with something. Please. That was all I could think of doing. Appeal to his caring nature. At least the one he used to have. With another shake of his head, he tried to walk around me. I've got to go. To your meeting with Artemis? I asked as I caught him by the arm to stop him. Now his eyes narrowed at me. How do you know about that? Because I asked him to get you out of your office so I would have a chance to see you. To talk to you. So there's no need to rush. He won't be freaking out when you don't come up to see him. He'll know I got to you. I smiled at him to let him know I wasn't going to be a complainer about whatever rejection I was sure would be coming my way. Come on, we need to talk. I won't be mad about anything you have to say to me. Even if it's something I don't want to hear. I promise. The way his face turned red told me he was less than pleased about my little plan with Artemis. What the hell, Nina? You went behind my back, bothered my friends, not to mention my boss, and for what? I have my own reasons for staying in my office. And they are? I asked. He jerked his arm out of my hand and then headed back to his office. To stay away from you. Stunned, I stood there, watching him storm away from me. What did I do to deserve that?
Chapter 12. Artemis. Seeing her only made things worse. The scent of her honeysuckle shampoo still lingered in my nose. Nina had a way of consuming my every thought, no matter how hard I tried not to let her do that to me. I closed and locked my office door behind me. Then I pulled out my cell and tapped in a text to Artemis, letting him know that it wasn't cool what he and Nina had tried to pull. Tossing the phone onto my desk, I went to lie on the sofa next to the window. Staring out at the clouds above the city, rather than at the busy streets below, I tried to forget about Nina. The woman had plagued my dreams since the night I got back home. Every time I closed my eyes, there she was. Most people wouldn't think that would be such a bad thing. It was bad for me. Because Nina had knocked Natalia right out of my mind. No dreams of Natalia came at all. I'd lived with those dreams, which, more often than not, turned into nightmares, for 4 years. How had she suddenly made them all go away? How had Nina embedded herself into my brain so much that I'd forgotten the anniversary of Natalia's death? It wasn't right. I couldn't just go on and forget about the woman I'd loved. The woman I had planned to marry, to make a family with, and spend my whole life with. But Nina had come along, and so easily pushed Natalia all the way out. And I couldn't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be fair to Natalia. Closing my eyes, I felt the familiar feeling of exhaustion creeping up on me. I wouldn't let myself sleep that much. Not when every one of my dreams this last week had been steamy, and Nina the star of them all. The guilt I felt was overwhelming. I was a wreck. A shell of the man I had managed to become after my fiancé's death. And there was no one to blame for that but Nina. As I lay there berating myself for forgetting Natalia, I thought about Artemis and Duke. They must have kept what happened to themselves. If they'd told Nina, then she would have led with that. I knew it wasn't Nina's fault that I had let Natalia slip out of my head. But I did know that if I kept seeing Nina, then I would lose Natalia completely. And I didn't want that. My head ached with yet another headache. I had gotten 1 or 2 each day since the weekend had ended. Pulling the bottle of pills out of my pocket, I sat up and popped a couple into my mouth, swallowing them down. Lying back on the sofa, I let the ibuprofen work on my aching head. With my eyes closed, it didn't take long at all for sleep to take me. And then the dream began. I went to Nina's apartment, finding her there alone, her roommates out for the night. She wiggled her finger at me, beckoning me to her bedroom. "Follow me, Ashton." "Right behind you, baby." I followed her like a lamb to the slaughter, unafraid, and without remorse. My hands settled on round hips that were covered in dark green silk. She had on a skimpy nightgown that I couldn't wait to rid her of. After I kicked the door shut, Nina turned around to face me. The smile on her face told me she had something in mind. I owned her body. No one could ever make her feel the way I could. "Open your eyes, baby," I ordered her. I wanted to stare into those green depths as I made her mine. She held tightly to my shoulders as she opened her eyes and stared into mine. I could see her giving it all to me. Her body, her heart, her soul. It was all mine now. I had earned her love, her worship. And as I looked into her eyes, my body began to shake. It was all too real. And only then did I realize that I didn't own her. She owned me. And I gave myself to her without her ever asking me to. "I'm yours, Nina." With one nod of her pretty head, she had me. "I know, baby." Her hands moved through my hair as she whispered in my ear. "I want your baby, Ashton. I want us to be a family. Give it to me." I bit her neck, making her scream with delight. "I'll give it to you, Nina." I kissed her sweet lips, and off we went again into the bliss of the best time either of us had ever had. The sound of my phone beeping had my eyes springing open. It took me a few minutes to pull myself completely out of sleep and the dream I'd been in. Damn. I sat up, holding my head in my hands. The dream had felt so real. I had to give myself a minute for it to go back to a normal state before I stood up. Taking a deep breath, I finally got up and went to my desk to see who had texted me. Artemis had sent me a message. I wouldn't be a good friend if I let this go on and did nothing about it. This therapist comes highly recommended. You need to set up an appointment with Jasmine Patel. I've sent you an email with a link to her website. Read the reviews and her mission. I think you'll like what you see, Ashton. Enough is enough. Stop missing out on a future because you're stuck in the past. I fell into my chair and stared at the message. No one had any idea how I felt. No one knew the guilt I was plagued with. No one could ever understand what it meant to be a man who'd killed the woman he loved. I didn't need a therapist. I needed to get Nina out of my head so that Natalia could come back. I knew any therapist would think that the only way I could live a normal life would be to put Natalia out of my mind. Only I didn't want to lose my fiancé. I've got to do what's right for me, not what others think is best. And that's that. Chapter 13. Nina.
The nerve of that man. Ashton Lang marched away from me as if he was pissed. At me. I hadn't done one damn thing wrong to that man, and there he was, hiding from me, as if I was some banshee skank that was harassing him or something. If he thought I was going to take what he'd said lying down, he had another thing coming. I was the one who ended up getting on that elevator instead of him, and I went up to vent my anger and frustration to my friends. Julia saw the heat in my eyes as I came into her office. "I cannot believe this, Julia." I flopped down on one of the sofas in her office. Ashton has been hiding in his office to stay away from me. From me. My entire body was shaking. Julia went to the mini fridge and pulled out a bottle of wine. "This looks like a job for some wine." She poured me a glass, then one for herself, just as Lila knocked on the door. Julia went to the door to open it. "She's fit to be tied, Lila. Ashton has really done it this time." Lila jerked her head toward the wine glasses. "Pour me one while you're at it. I know this will put my panties in a wad too." She made her way to me, taking a seat right next to me as she took my hand in hers. "Tell us all about it, Nina." I took a deep breath in an attempt to pull myself together. "He told me he's been staying in his office to stay away from me." And then the tears exploded. "What did I do wrong?" Lila patted my hand. "Nothing. Not one damn thing, Nina." Julia placed one of the glasses in my hand. Here, drink this. It'll calm you down so you can vent more therapeutically. I had half the glass in my gut before Lila peeled it away from me. Too fast. You don't need to get hammered, just chill out a bit. Nodding, I knew she was right. If I did get drunk, I wouldn't be able to control myself. I would end up banging on Ashton's door, demanding to be let in so I could belt him one right in the kisser. Julia took a seat on the sofa across from us. I wonder why he would want to avoid you. You two had a good time last weekend, didn't you? Was there something that happened between you two that you've left out of our conversations? Be honest. I thought about it. Had I not paid attention to something that had upset Ashton? I can't think of anything that could have led to him acting this way. I hadn't told them one thing, it hadn't seemed right to tell anyone about what had almost happened. When he and I were making breakfast, right before you guys came into the kitchen, he and I almost kissed. Lila shook her head as she looked confused. Why didn't you tell us this before? With a shrug, I answered, I don't know. It seemed like a small thing. And it didn't happen. He never kissed me. So, why bother telling anyone about it? Julia sighed. I don't know. I guess you were right not to mention it to us. But that still doesn't help us make sense of things. If he was about to kiss you then what the hell could be going on in that man's head right now? That weekend was supposed to draw you guys closer together, not pull you further apart, Lila said, then took a drink of the wine. That man is so confusing. Julia quirked her lips to one side, looking deep in thought. You know, if the problem in the first place was this business with his fiancée, then do you think this could have something to do with her again? I nodded, then jumped up, stomping my feet as I hopped up and down in a fit. Of course, she has something to do with this. But he was so good at talking to me about her. So why is this happening now? There was no way that I could take any more of this. It was making me crazy. Lila grabbed me, placing my butt back on the sofa. Take a sip, Nina. She held the wine glass to my lips. I took a sip, but it didn't do me any good. I can't do this anymore. Both of them looked at me with stunned expressions. Lila's mouth gaped open. You're done with Ashton Lang? After 2 years, you are really done? Nodding, I took another sip. I can't compete with a dead woman. I never stood a chance. I'm finally getting that through my thick skull. He was never free, I can see that now. She's got a hold on him from the grave. She'll never let go. Julia was quick to say, it's not like that, Nina. She's not the one who's holding on to anyone. It's him. He's holding on to her because of the guilt he feels about her death. And he misses her too. Everything between them is unresolved. She left this earth when they both loved each other so much. They had a whole life planned together. All that went away in a flash. And I get that. My hands fisted in my lap. But I can't keep on trying when he's being mean to me. Ashton has never been mean to me. I don't know how to take it. It just makes me want to get away from him. I took a deep breath, trying to get my thoughts in some semblance of order. I feel like I don't even know him anymore. How can he act like this, after we just had a wonderful, fun weekend of finally getting to really know one another? I just don't understand. Artemis came through the door that connected his and Julia's offices. I can hear the shouting all the way in my office. What the hell has happened now, Nina? Ashton told me that I'm the reason he's been hiding in his office. I'm the reason he's been avoiding everyone and everything. And I'm pretty upset, and I'm also done with that man. I downed the rest of my wine. Can I leave early and have the rest of the day off? I don't think I can focus on holding those cue cards without throwing them up in the air and yelling at Ashton, since I know he'll be watching from his office. Julia nodded. Of course you can. Artemis looked pissed. That's it. I'm not going to let my friend throw his life away any longer. He stormed out of the office and back into his. Julia watched her husband leave. I wonder what he's got up his sleeve. It doesn't matter, I said as I got up to leave. I'm done. I really am. This is it for me. No matter what Artemis does to get that man to come around, it won't be enough. If it's so easy for him to treat me this way, then I'm done wasting my time waiting around for him. You can't stop trying now, Nina, Julie tried. I believe this is just Ashton's last-ditch effort to keep things the way they are, to keep his fiancée alive in his mind. This is the biggest change we've seen in him in 2 years. Clearly, something is happening with him that he hadn't allowed before. He needs help with this. And you seem to be the only one he'll talk to. You know what? It's not my responsibility to fix all of his problems. I've tried to help him with that, and where did it get me? If this is the way he responds to someone giving a shit about him, then he can kiss my ass as far as I'm concerned. I grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. I'll be at home. I don't know what I'll be doing, but I'll be doing something, I can tell you that much. I will not sit around, hoping that one day, Ashton Lang will get his house in order. Because that day will never come. Lila and Julia came to the door, both enveloping me in a comforting hug. Julia patted me on the back. Nina, let things calm down. You're mad right now. And you've got every right to be. But don't do anything that you'll regret. Lila looked at me with a smile as she winked. That means don't go finding another man to get under, just so you can get over Ashton. I hadn't even thought of that. The idea didn't seem half bad to me. And just why shouldn't I do that, Lila? It sounds like a great idea. Her arm went around my shoulders as we all three walked toward the elevator. Because right now you're mad and hurt. When your judgment is clouded by that, it's never a good time to get under anyone. Maybe she was right, but maybe she wasn't. All I knew was that I'd wasted the last 2 years of my life pining after a man who would never accept a future with me, and it was time for a change. No more waiting around for anyone. Getting onto the elevator, I waved goodbye to my friends as the doors closed. See you on Monday. Have a good weekend, Lila said. Be good, Julia threw in just before the doors closed. The ride down to my floor had me thinking about what they'd said. Why should I be good? I had been good for years, and where had that gotten me? Nowhere, that's where. I went to my office to get my purse and shut down my computer. As I stopped at my door, I looked down the hallway at Ashton's closed one. He had never closed his door before. There were always people stopping by his office, and he always had a smile for them. Now, he wasn't talking to anyone. As I thought about that, I waited to feel my heart aching for him. But it didn't ache at all. I was that pissed at him. So, I headed into my office. It seemed I was officially done with Ashton Lang. He'd stepped over a line that I hadn't even known was there. Apparently, having someone turn away from me after I'd given them nothing but compassion and friendship, a bit more than friendship even, was enough to give me an extreme change of heart. I wanted him to know how mad I was at him. So I sat down and wrote him an email that let him know exactly how done I was with him and why. Ashton, I know you've suffered. I was there for you. I never pushed you to do anything you didn't want to. I was your friend. I'm not sure how things got to be the way they are, but I'm done trying to figure things out. Here it is in black and white for you, I'm done. You don't have to hide in your office anymore. I won't be trying to speak with you. I don't even care to be your friend anymore, much less anything more than that. I'd had this idea that you and I could be something special. I felt it all weekend long, too. I had never felt closer to anyone than I felt with you. Did I make that up? Was any of it real for you? Maybe I was living in a fantasy world to believe that you and I could be more than friends. But that bubble has burst. You blew it all up. I sat there, reading each word over and over until my eyes grew blurry. Then, one letter at a time, I deleted the whole thing until the page was blank. No matter what Ashton had done, I wasn't going to hurt him. Not on purpose, I wouldn't. He had his demons. I was well aware of that fact. And I wouldn't add to the beating he was already giving himself. But I also wasn't about to keep on trying, to keep on waiting. That wasn't getting me anywhere anyway.
Chapter 14. Ashton.
The longer I sat there, looking at the text Artemis had sent to me, the madder I got. Who did he think he was sending me that information? Why did he think he could butt into that part of my life? I had to make some drastic changes, and there was no better time than the present. Storming up to Artemis' office, I flew off the elevator as Brady and his intern Veronica looked at me with mouths gaping. "Is Artemis in?" I asked with a sharp tone. Brady nodded. "Yeah. Are you okay, Ashton?" "Never better." I hit the door to my boss's office with my fist. "It's me, Artemis. Open up." Once the door opened, I saw Artemis sitting behind his large desk, looking at me with an alarmed expression. "What the hell, Ashton?" Taking long strides, I got to his desk, where I pounded my fist on top of it. "Who do you think you are?" His eyes narrowed as he looked at me. "Take a seat." "No." I banged the desk again. "Why do you think you can butt into my personal business?" He stood up too, trying to exert his authority, I assumed. "Listen to me, Ashton Lang. I know you're upset and not yourself right now. And I do understand why. But you can't stand here and ask me why I think I have a right to do anything where you're concerned. You are one of my best friends. I can help you, or try to at least, if I feel you need help. Which you do, by the way." I hated the fact that he thought I needed help. "You don't understand at all, Artemis. No one does. And that's where you're completely wrong, Ashton." He came around his desk to put his hand on my shoulder. "Other people have gone through loss. Other people have lived through the same thing you have. There are people who can help you." All I could do was shake my head, knowing that he didn't understand what I needed at all. No one has gone through exactly what I have. No one, Artemis. You could never understand. And I don't expect you to. What I do expect from you is loyalty. But you've just proven to me that your loyalty doesn't lie with me, it lies with Nina. I never expected that from you or Duke. A wry smile curled his lips. "Have I disappointed you, Ashton?" With a nod, I answered his question. "More than you know. Being ambushed by the one person I didn't want to see and find out that it was all you're doing, well, that sucks. You needed to see her. You needed to talk to her. But I know that didn't go the way I hoped it would." He walked away from me, going to the bar in the far corner of his office and pulling out a bottle of scotch. "Come, let's have a drink and talk about things." I didn't want a drink. I just wanted to get shit straight with him and get the hell out of there. But my feet went toward him anyway. My hand took the glass of alcohol. Then my lips parted to drink some of it down. My body has become a real traitor to me of late. Artemis took a seat in one of the overstuffed brown leather chairs and pointed to another one. "Have a seat." "I don't," I began to protest. His eyes went narrow once more. "Have a seat," came his stern interruption. I wasn't afraid of Artemis. Hell, we were both around the same size and build. I could hold my own if he and I got physical. But I didn't want that to happen, so I took a seat and another sip. I felt a little bit calmer as I said, "I know you mean well, but I can't do this anymore. I'm losing too much." "And how is that?" he asked, taking a sip of the scotch before putting the short crystal glass down on the side table next to him. I didn't want to tell him about anything. I knew it would sound insane. But I also knew he wasn't going to just let me do what I felt I had to without hearing some kind of an explanation for it. "I know that you think the best thing for me is to go see a shrink. But I know what that Patel woman will want to do to me." He looked at me with concern, etching his expression. "You do?" Yes, I do. I took another drink and then put the glass down. I haven't told you everything about my fiancée. Her name was Natalia Reddy. Yes, I'd heard that from Julia and Lila. They do talk a lot, you know. He shook his head as he looked down at the floor. The fact that you never told me her name has never sat well with me. It made me think that I haven't been a very good friend to you. I should have asked more about her. I know that now. I've kept her all to myself for years now. Only recently have I shared more about her. I pushed my hand through my hair as I recalled the conversations I'd had with Nina about my fiancé. And I did that with Nina. I don't know how she got it out of me, but she did. And now it feels like because of that, she's pushed Natalia into the far recesses of my brain. I don't want her pushed back there. I want her up front, where she's always been since the moment I met her. Artemis still didn't get it. If your fiancé was alive, I could see that, he said. But since she isn't, then it makes no sense. Nina didn't push anyone out of your head. Nina didn't force you to tell her things about Natalia. You just did. You did that because you felt like you could trust Nina. And you can trust her. I can't trust her. My hands fisted at my sides as I thought about how things had gone. I forgot all about Natalia on the most important day. The day of her death. Raising my head, I glared at Artemis. Why should I get to enjoy a carefree life while the woman I loved more than life itself is dead? Especially when I'm the reason she's not here anymore. The car accident wasn't your fault, he said as he shook his head. And if you will just talk to that therapist, you will be able to see that you are allowed to live again. She can help you. Just try it and see. I don't want to try it. With a deep sigh, I let him in on things I hadn't before. You see, I know what any therapist will do. They'll try to get me to forget Natalia. They'll tell me to live my life and leave her behind. Well, I don't want to leave her behind. I want to keep her right where she is. Or was it before Nina came into my life? Nina's been in your life for quite some time now. She's not to blame for anything. You know that. So stop blaming her. That girl doesn't deserve this. She's been nothing but good to you, and the way you're treating her is unacceptable. He leaned forward, looking at me with what I could only call wisdom in his eyes. It's time to do what's right. Nina doesn't expect you to be with her. She's never expected anything out of you. She cares about you more than anyone else does. And for that, she's gotten the shit end of the deal here. If you aren't going to get better, then you need to tell her that. You need to let her go. Guilt began to fill me. I had done Nina wrong. I knew I had. I'm going to quit Artemis. I can't work around her anymore. I can't do my job the way it needs to be done. I'm not about to accept your resignation, Ashton. He picked up his glass and took a drink, looking like he was pondering what his next move would be. I wasn't waiting for him to get the jump on me. You can't stop me from quitting Artemis. Don't fool yourself into thinking that you can. Being around Nina makes me think I can be normal. Be in a normal relationship again. I can't do that. Not when. He stopped me as he said, not when Natalia is dead. Yeah, I get it. But what you don't get is that I'm not going to sit here and let you do this to yourself. He got up and began to pace in front of me. How could I call myself your friend if I let you quit your job and go off to do God knows what and eventually lose everything you have? How could I call myself your friend if I allowed you to fall off into some abyss just so that you can what? Die yourself. Be a homeless bum. I was managing to cope with things just fine before I went and thought I could have something more with Nina. I can go back to that. If I'm not around her, that is. I got up and went to look out the window at the busy street full of people. For nearly 4 years, I've managed to get by. I can do it again once Nina is out of my life. So Natalia can come back in. Artemis came and put his hand on my shoulder. You told me once that you would wake up screaming from nightmares at least once a week. And those nightmares were about the wreck and Natalia's death. On top of you momentarily forgetting about the date of the accident, are you saying that those dreams have stopped now? They have. I closed my eyes and wished I could have those dreams again. And you think that Nina is the reason they've stopped? He asked. She is. I opened my eyes and then turned to look at my friend. Nina is the one who fills my dreams now. I can't stop having dreams about her and me. I didn't know if I should tell him what I had dreamt about. It didn't matter in the end because he told me what he thought I was dreaming about. Her and you having intimacy, I bet. All I could do was nod. My throat felt as if it was closing up. I turned away from him to look out the window once more. It helped to watch the people down on the ground. It took my mind away from all the pain I felt. And you're saying you'd rather have nightmares about the worst day of your life than have steamy dreams about Nina? He scoffed. I could hear the disbelief in his voice, and when he put it like that, it did sound crazy. But he just didn't understand what it was like. I heard Artemis as he walked away from me. I thought that meant he'd given up and was going to ease up on me. But when I heard him making a phone call, I realized I'd been mistaken. Dr. Patel, this is Artemis Wolf. We talked earlier about my friend and employee, Ashton Lang. I couldn't breathe as I turned to look at him. What are you doing? He didn't look at me at all as he went on. Can I send my driver to pick you up and bring you here to my office? My friend is in need of your help. I would call this an emergency. He's ready to upend his entire life over the ghost of his fiancée. Moving fast, I walked toward the door. He couldn't make me do anything I didn't want to. Just as I got there, I heard a loud click. When I put my hand on the doorknob, it wouldn't move. Artemis. What the hell are you doing? See you soon, Dr. Patel. He ended the call and then looked at me. Saving you, Ashton. Someone has to do it. It might as well be me. What the hell?
Chapter 15. Nina.
I got home, took a long hot bath, and then climbed into my bed. It was all of 7 o'clock, and I was done for the night, which was not exactly what I had envisioned when I left work early. My head wasn't into anything. All I wanted to do was stop thinking about Ashton Lang and how he'd made me feel. But I couldn't seem to do it. A loud commotion in the living room had me climbing back out of bed to see what was going on. When I opened my bedroom door, I found my roommate plus some company. Sandy had come in with 2 guys flanking her. Oh, my bad. Are you sick, Nina? I looked down at my nightclothes. No. Just kind of worn out. You're home a lot earlier than usual. You should get dressed and come out with us, she urged me. Yeah, you should, the guy on her left said. I feel like a third wheel. I don't know. I was never much one for going out. Where are you guys going anyway? Sandy came to me, taking me by the shoulders as she pushed me back into my bedroom. Somewhere we can get our groove on. Now put on something tight and short that shows lots of skin. The guy who must have thought he and I could be third wheels together chimed in. I like red. And the name's Ty, by the way. Nice to meet you, Nina. I didn't have a chance to respond, as Sandy had already pushed me into my room and forced me to sit on the bed. I had better pick something out for you. You're good at picking out work clothes, but party clothes are not your forte. Sandy, I'm not really sure I'm up for partying. Not by your standards, anyway. I could probably just go for some wine and a little jazz. I didn't go on with my idea of a good time, as Sandy shot me a look that told me I wasn't cool in the least. Jazz? Wine? What are you, 60? With a toss of her head that sent blonde curls falling over her shoulder, she reached into my closet and pulled out a garment from a few years back. The devil costume that I'd worn once for a Halloween party, and I hadn't even kept it on the whole time, having felt too uncomfortable. No. I shook my head furiously. I should have thrown that away. That thing is tight and just too naughty. She held it up to her chest. The red lace corset plunged into a V shape in the front. It left very little to the imagination. And when she found my black leather skirt to pair it with, I just couldn't stop shaking my head. But she nodded. Yes, this will look amazing on you. And I've got red heels that will match. All you need to do is gather your hair up in a messy ponytail and throw on some makeup, and we'll be good to go. As soon as I change, that is. Peering out my bedroom door, I jerked my head toward it. Hey, the Thai guy doesn't think this is a date, does he? So what if he does? Her hand went to her ample hip. All that means is that you won't be paying for any of your drinks. There are worse things to have than an easy date for the night, girl. Yeah, but... I looked again, to be sure neither of those guys was listening to us. When I found no one anywhere near the door, I went on, most guys think a date ends with a kiss, at the very least. She laughed so loudly and abruptly that I jumped up and went to put my hand over her loud mouth. She pushed my hand back as her blue eyes danced. Nina, stop being such a prude. One little kiss won't kill you. And if you're lucky, well, then you'll get lucky. But I didn't want to get lucky with anyone other than Ashton. And now, not even him. I should just stay home. I'm going to ruin that guy's fun. No, you won't. She walked over to my door, kicked it shut, and then came at me. If I have to put these clothes on you myself, then I will. I laughed as she pushed me onto my bed and ripped my shorts right off. I'll do it myself. Gosh. Tossing the thin jersey shorts off to one side, she wagged her finger at me. Hurry up. I want to get going. The night is young, and so are we. She finally left me, and I set to work, making myself trampy enough to meet Sandy's standards. It wasn't a look I usually went for, but I needed to make some changes anyway. I wasn't really going to be trampy. But I could look that way for a little while. And I could shake my butt for a few hours if it helped me get my mind off things. A mere half hour later, I emerged from my room and found Ty and the guy who was supposed to be Sandy's date with their jaws gaping. I laughed at their expressions. Come on, guys. Don't mess around with me. Ty was quick to walk over to me. His hands took mine as he held me back and looked me over. All I can say is I'm damn glad I came up here with those two and met you first. You're something else, baby. No. I pulled my hands out of his. No, baby. I'm Nina. You're Ty, and there will be no exchanging of sweet nicknames or anything like that. Sandy said you were single. He eyed me with his large dark eyes. He was cute, really. Tall, dark, and handsome enough. He smelled nice and his beard was pretty cool too. But he didn't do it for me. I suppose I had a type. Tall, muscular, blonde, with eyes as blue as the Caribbean Sea. Ashton Lang was my type. Ty was nearly the polar opposite of the man that I was trying so hard to get out of my mind. So, what better way to do that than to hang out with his polar opposite? A little while later, we were walking into a dark nightclub where the music was blasting and people were dancing. And drinking. I saw a hell of a lot of drinking. Ty bought a couple of drinks at the bar and handed me one. He took a drink and put mine to my mouth, urging me to drink up. Which I did. I needed something to take the edge off. My heart wasn't in this at all. My mind knew I had to get out of my comfort zone, but my heart was telling me that I needed to take it easy. It was hurting, I needed some time. But I'd given my heart too much time already. Ty had my hand in his, and our drinks were in our other hands as he led me to the dance floor. Gyrating to a hard beat wasn't the easiest thing for me to get into, but as I sipped on the fruity drink, it became easier and easier to do. Sandy and her guy, who I found out was named Sloan, came up to dance near us. She kept flashing me smiles and nods, along with several thumbs-ups. Watching Sandy dance was like watching a XXX movie. But that was how most of the people in the club were dancing too. It looked like they were dry humping each other. I imagine most of them actually were doing just that. I had never been that kind of a dancer, preferring not to get that damn close to virtual strangers. Ty was cool about it. He only pulled me close once. When I put my hand on his chest, he smiled and let me go. I supposed it was enough for him to be dancing with me, knowing that I wasn't going off with anyone else. I wasn't either. Before we'd gotten to the club, I'd asked him to please not leave me to the wolves that night. So far, Ty was being a nice guy about it all. But alcohol and dancing might take their toll on the guy, and who knew what would happen then. It began to get hot, and I was relieved when Ty took my hand and led me out of the crowd. He took me to a quieter place in the club, and we sat at a table where a waitress came to ask us what we wanted to drink. A couple of gin and tonics, he ordered us. I hadn't ever had one of those, but I was so thirsty I didn't care what type of wet liquid came to me. Thanks, Ty. You're a pretty nice guy. You think? His lips pulled up to one side as he sat back and draped his arm over the back of my chair. I hope, I corrected myself. The truth is, I am single, but I've been crushing on this one guy for about 2 years now. His dark brows shot up. 2 years? Yeah. I turned my head as I felt my cheeks heat up with embarrassment at how surprised he was. And recently, he made a move on me. So, where is he then? He asked as he reached out to take my chin, pulling my face back to look at him. No, we're not a thing. He's afraid. But he has his reasons. I wasn't mad at him about it at all. I thought about how mad I was now, though. But he's been hiding from me, and that has made me mad. I frowned, both at the memory of Ashton storming away from me, and at how easily I was spilling my guts to the stranger. Hiding, he asked, with confusion riddling his face. From you? Why? His eyes narrowed as he looked at me. Are you crazy or something? Because that would be the only thing that would make any sense. You're a knockout. You've got to know that. You do have a mirror, right? I rolled my eyes at him. I know I'm attractive if that's what you're getting at. I found it odd that guys always thought that women just needed to know they were pretty, and that would solve all their problems. I happened to believe that a woman should have a personality that was attractive too. Having a nice personality was even more attractive than natural beauty, in my opinion. The drinks came, and we downed them in record time. Ty had held up 2 fingers at the waitress when she dropped those off, so we had a couple more coming that we could sip on. He put his empty glass on the table before I did. Seems we were parched. Putting my empty glass down, I agreed. Seems so. So, this moron, what's his deal? He asked me as he sat back, and once again draped his arm over the back of my chair. He's not a moron, I corrected him. He's just had a really rough few years. That said, tragic past or not, that doesn't excuse his late behavior. With a shrug, Ty said, as if it were the easiest thing in the world, my advice is to forget about this guy. 2 years is too long if you ask me. He had his chance, and he messed it up. Time to move on. He curled a chunk of my hair around his index finger. And I'm right here. I think you're gorgeous and nice to boot. One hell of a combination, and a rare one at that. In New York, anyway. When his dark eyes caught mine and he went soft and sultry, I had a feeling I knew what was coming. When his head began to move closer to mine, I knew I was right. And I knew I wasn't going to let it happen. Not because he wasn't nice. Not because he wasn't cute. It was because he wasn't Ashton.
Chapter 16. Ashton.
To say I was pissed at Artemis for bringing in a shrink, as he held me captive in his office, would be an understatement. But as mad as I was, I didn't take it out on him. He was doing what he thought a friend should do. But I also wasn't promising to give this Jasmine Patel woman more than one session with me. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, telling me that I had to put Natalia behind me, I was going to let her know that I did not need her services. "I will leave you to it then, Dr. Patel," Artemis said as soon as she arrived. Sitting in one of the chairs, I almost didn't bother to get up. But then I knew that would be rude of me, and I went to her with my hand extended. "Ashton Lang, Dr. Patel. It's nice to meet you." "It's so nice to meet you too, Mr. Lang." She gestured to the chairs. "Please sit, and let's get comfortable while you tell me all about this fiancé of yours." Taking a seat, I began. Natalia Reddy stole my heart from the moment I laid eyes on her. And getting to know her only cemented in my heart the love I had for her. And that is where I plan to keep her. She had a pad of paper and a pen in hand, but she didn't write down anything that I just said. Instead, she smiled at me. "Of course you want to keep her in your heart. She belongs there. Her body is no more, but she is still with you in many ways. She always will be, Mr. Lang." Adjusting herself in the chair to get more comfortable, she crossed her legs at the ankles and took a more laid-back stance. "I am not here to erase your fiancé. I don't want you to worry about that or get defensive with me. I am only here to help you." That did make me feel more comfortable with her, though I was still a little on edge. She'd been a bit too on the nose with that, and it made me wonder if Artemis had somehow had a chance to talk to her beforehand and tell her my fears. "Thank you. I was deeply afraid that anyone in your profession would think I needed to get Natalia out of my head and heart in order to move on with my life. You must learn to absorb her better." A wide smile moved across her face. She wasn't old, but she wasn't young either. Maybe in her late 30s. Maybe she could help me after all. "I need to let you know a bit about what you may be dealing with here. A number of research studies have proven that spousal bereavement is a major source of life stress that often leaves people vulnerable to later problems, including depression, chronic stress, and even reduced life expectancy." That was news to me. I could have a shortened life expectancy. "You could if you don't get help, Mr. Lang." With a brief nod, she went on. "The grief process commonly takes months, sometimes years, to subside. There are a small number of people who experience symptoms for a much longer period of time. In some cases, these symptoms resemble other psychiatric conditions, such as major depressive disorder, also called MDD. At times, it can be impossible to tell if a person is suffering from the disorder or just suffering from grief. It was hard to believe that I had a disorder. I have major depressive disorder. I've always considered myself a happy guy." "I didn't say you have MDD," she clarified herself. "I said the symptoms of that disorder are the same as the grieving process. Now tell me and answer honestly, please. Did you cry after her death?" "I cried a lot. And I do mean a lot. In the beginning, it was almost non-stop. And at times, I still do." Now her pen went to the pad of paper on her lap. "Can you tell me when the last time you cried over her was?" "A little over 2 weeks ago. I recalled the last time I dreamt about her. I woke up from a dream about her that ended with a crash that took her away from me. I've had that dream about once a week for the past 4 years, and every time, I wake up screaming and crying for her to wake up. But I'm okay with that." Shaking her head, she wrote something down about that. "You shouldn't be okay with that." "I'm not here to lose Natalia, Dr. Patel. It was time to be truthful with the woman. I'm here to get this other woman off my mind so my fiancé can come back into it." "No," came her quick response as she kept writing things down about me. "No. What do you mean, no?" She looked up from the paper to look me in the eyes with a stern expression. "I will not help you to live an unhealthy life, Mr. Lang. I am here to help you. Now please tell me how often you've expressed your grief to anyone else." I had talked to Nina and Duke, and even Artemis, about Natalia. But I had never cried with them, or anything like that. Nor anyone else, for that matter. I kept it all to myself. I don't share it." I had earned another shake of her head. "Ah, but you need to share it. I've shared more about Natalia with the woman I'm currently trying to get off my mind than I have with anyone else, I confided to her. But I definitely don't want to talk to her about it anymore. It made me feel close to her. It made me start fantasizing about her. It made me dream about her instead of Natalia. After jotting down more notes, she looked at me with concern, her voice echoing that same emotion. What do you think is wrong with feeling close to someone? I thought about that for a long moment before answering. It wouldn't be so bad, but it's pushing Natalia out. I don't want her pushed out. She's no longer here, Mr. Lang, she felt the need to point out. She was, I said. At least in my dreams. That is until I went and shared her memory with Nina. Now she's gone. More scribbling on the paper. So much so that she had to turn to a new page to keep on writing. I knew it was pretty bad if she was doing all that writing. Where are Natalia's things, Mr. Lang? All I have of her now is a picture of her that I keep in my wallet. I pulled my wallet out to get the picture and show it to her. Leaning forward, I let her see it, and she nodded before I put it away. Her family came and took all of her things away. They said it would help me heal faster. Ah. She pointed a finger in the air, as if she'd found the solution. Which I'd hoped she had. I do believe we've stumbled upon something here, Mr. Lang. You see, it's important for the spouse who's left behind to be able to hold on to the personal possessions that the deceased left behind. It should have been left up to you to decide when and what you would get rid of that belonged to Natalia. I am sure they didn't mean to harm you in any way, but they did harm you. That is a critical step in the grieving process. I did feel way more out of it after they came and took everything away, I recalled. It had only been 5 days since her death when they did that. It was her father who thought it would help me. I couldn't get out of bed after the accident. I did manage to pull myself out of bed long enough to attend her funeral, which was only 36 hours after she'd passed away. I felt it was all happening way too fast. The only other funeral I had ever attended was that of my grandfather, and it was held 3 days after his death. They did everything so damn fast. I felt lost. Her eyes became soft and caring. I believe your fiancé was Hindu. That is the Hindu way, Mr. Lang. Were you unaware of that aspect of her and her family's religious beliefs? Very unaware, I guess. It all hit me so hard. Everything just moved so fast, and everyone seemed in such a hurry to get things done. It never made sense to me. I finally admitted it. I had never even thought about how I felt back then. It was like I was watching a movie or something. Things happened that I wasn't a part of. It was all so disconcerting. While we cannot go back in time to change everything that happened, we can do it mentally, she let me know. We have our starting point, Mr. Lang. Your healing can now begin. Natalia doesn't belong in your dreams all the time, or even once a week, the way you think she does. She has a place in your memory, though, and in your heart, always. And it's my opinion as your therapist that you should nurture any friendship with someone who you feel you're able to share this part of your past with, even the woman you spoke of earlier. She had no idea how afraid I was of Nina and of what might happen between us. But what if I fall in love with her in the process? Then good for you both. She threw her hands up in the air. Love is wonderful. And if you do get the chance to fall in love not once but twice, you are doubly blessed. If that's so, then why do I feel so afraid when I think of love? I had to ask her that because I couldn't quite figure it out myself. Because you have healing left to do over the loss you've suffered. With a nod, she came to the conclusion. In my opinion, you do not suffer from MDD at all. But you are suffering from grief. Healing and grief are both processes, and there's no telling when they start and when they end. But you're doing a very good thing by sitting here and talking with me, and we'll be able to help you move forward with your life. She had already helped me more than I'd expected. But I hadn't been completely honest with her. Dr. Patel, there's more. Before you go and count out the MDD thing, Her brows lifted. More. Yes, more. I swallowed hard because I knew this was big. You see, I was driving that day. It had begun to rain, and the car slipped on the road. I lost control and ended up in the median, hitting a tree. That's when Natalia was killed. It was my fault. Her eyes went to the floor. She made a long, deep sigh before saying, "That is indeed a tragic accident." Then she looked right into my eyes. "Do you understand the meaning of the word accident, Mr. Lang?" "I do. But I also know there were a number of things I could have done to prevent that accident from occurring." And here I was again, trying to explain to someone who had no clue what it felt like to have the blood of someone you love on your hands. It just didn't wash away that damn easily. When she stood up, I thought she was going to leave. Instead, she pulled up the sleeve of her shirt, and I saw a long, jagged scar on the inside of her arm. This is from an injury I sustained when I was 19. It was the middle of the night. Everyone was asleep in my home. My parents, my grandparents, my 6 sisters, and my brothers too. I woke to the smell of smoke. Her eyes were glued to mine. The curtain in my bedroom was on fire. Flames shot up the wall, and in no time they traveled to the ceiling. I didn't tell anyone what was happening. "Why not?" I asked. "Because I had been smoking in my bedroom earlier that night. When I fell asleep, the J fell out of my fingers down to the floor beside my bed and lit the curtain on fire." Her lips formed one straight line as she let that sink in before she went on. "That fire engulfed our entire home. Thankfully, my father had installed smoke alarms in the home, and they all got out before anyone was hurt." I pointed at her arm. "That doesn't explain the scar." Shaking her head, she said, "No, it doesn't. Because this is the rest of that story. I couldn't get out of my bedroom. The fire trapped me. And there's more. I had my 6-month-old baby in the room with me. I finally managed to break the glass in one of my windows, and I cut my arm when I pulled it back in after passing my baby through the window to my mother, who had come to find us." "Oh. So you felt guilt about burning down the family home." It wasn't quite the same as my guilt, but I understood where she was coming from. Yes, I felt guilt over that. But what nearly killed me was the death of my baby girl, Mr. Lang. She died of smoke inhalation that night. And that was entirely my fault. She took her seat again, still holding her head high and looking at me. "That was my firstborn child. I loved her more than life itself. I cried for weeks, then months, then an entire year went by, and finally the tears began to subside. But my love for her has never stopped. It never will. I now have a husband and 4 children. Do you think I am wrong for moving on, Mr. Lang? Hell no."
Chapter 17. Nina.
Saturday morning, I woke up with a hangover and decided to go right back to sleep. I slept that day away, and then later that night, Sandy tried in vain to get me to go out again. I wasn't about to repeat Friday night. No way. "Come on, Nina. You had fun last night. Admit it already." She tossed a glossy black pump onto my bed, which I was still lying in. "You can borrow these if you want to." "Why would I do that? My feet still hurt from the pair of heels I borrowed from you last night." I sat up to pull one of my feet up so that I could massage it. Besides, Ty and I left on good terms at the end of the night. If I go out again and he's there. He will be. He's coming with Sloane and me again, she interrupted me. And he said he really hoped you would come along too. He likes you, you know. He's a good guy. I had to give him that. He hadn't put any pressure on me at all. But I didn't want to hang out with anyone or go out. I just didn't feel up to it. But I'm out for tonight. We'll see what next weekend brings. Sandy gave me puppy dog eyes. He's going to be disappointed. Well, he better get used to it where I'm concerned. He may as well get that out of the way now. I knew Ty would take all the slack I gave him. I didn't want to lead the man on, though. Eventually, Sandy left me alone, and I started reading a book. It was a real page-turner about an ex-Marine who had found a lost love. One who had secretly had his baby a few years back. The poor guy had PTSD, and it made for a really hard time in making his newly found family work. I stayed up till 3 in the morning to finish the book, but it was worth it. When I put my Kindle away, I thought about the story I had read. Ashton had the same problem as the main character. He'd had a tragedy in his life that had altered him. The anger he'd shown hadn't made any sense to me before, but I thought I was coming to understand it a bit more. He and I had gotten along great that weekend. It must have done something to trigger him in some way. I was sure something had to have sprung forward in his mind that made him want to stay away from me. What I couldn't understand was why he didn't think he could talk to me about it. He and I had been friends too long for him to just turn away from me. First and foremost, I was his friend. He knew that. When sleep finally found me, I dreamt about a car wreck. It wasn't apparent who was involved. It was as if I was watching from above, like in a helicopter or something. People were rushing everywhere as a car burned. Sirens wailed and police cars and ambulances showed up. In the end, one lone figure slumped against a police car. The pain and anguish reached me through the dream, and I woke up crying. The sun was shining through the window, letting me know it had only been a dream. But that pain and misery were still working on me. It felt terrible. A hot shower helped me get rid of the lingering memory of the dream. I made some breakfast. Bagels and cream cheese with a glass of apple juice to start my day. Grabbing my laundry, I got busy taking care of the mundane, typical Sunday chores. Cleaning my bedroom, washing the laundry, then sprucing up the living room and kitchen made the day go by fast. With nothing else to do after dinner, I looked for a new book to read on my Kindle. A knock at the door stole my attention away from the device, however. Now, who could that be? It was about 7 in the evening. I hadn't expected anyone to come over, and neither of my roommates was out, so no one would be coming to see them. Putting down the Kindle, I went to answer the door. Looking out the peephole, I saw a face that made me smile before I could stop myself and remember all the reasons why I shouldn't be smiling at him. I opened the door and a huge bouquet of red roses filled my sight. It's me. The jerk. I've come to beg for your forgiveness. The flowers lowered and there was Ashton's handsome face. Can you ever forgive me, Nina? I stepped back to allow him to come in. Maybe. Care to plead your case? He came in and placed a kiss on my cheek as he passed me. I will explain it all to you. Putting the vase of flowers on the coffee table, he pulled a box of chocolates out of his jacket and placed them next to it. I thought candy might help too. It never hurts. I took a seat and grabbed the box to see what kind of candy it had in it. Yes, I love the kind with lots of nuts. You did good, Ashton. He took a seat on the chair across from me. Glad to hear that. After a week of doing terribly, hearing that I'm doing well is a relief. As I unwrapped a peanut cluster, I eyed him. He looked a little different to me. So, what happened to you? I was pretty glad I'd read that book the night before. It had turned a lot of my anger into empathy, though I was still ready to hear him grovel a little for my forgiveness. His blue eyes cut away from me. I knew he was kind of embarrassed by the way he'd acted. Nina, I wanted to be away from you because I was blaming you for something. Did I do something I wasn't aware of? I asked him, then popped the chocolate into my mouth. He nodded, making me raise my eyebrow. I couldn't think of what the heck I might have done. You see, I really like you. Okay. That's not a bad thing. I picked up my bottle of water off the table. You want something to drink? I've got water, and I think I've got beer in there too. No, he said as he shook his head. I'm okay. I just want to get this off my chest. Sure. Go ahead. I waited to hear what he had to say. The way he hesitated told me he was finding it hard to start, but he finally did. I had a lot of fun last weekend with you. And all that fun made me forget a day that's been the most important day in my life for a few years now. I was finally reminded of what day it was when the guys and I went to the pub while you girls were shopping. Sunday was the anniversary of Natalia's death. Now I understood completely. My hand flew to cover my mouth, empathizing with the pain and confusion he must have felt. Oh gosh. He got up and came to sit next to me. His hand on my shoulder sent chills through me. Nina, I got mad at you because being with you made me forget everything else. It was wrong of me to act that way toward you, and it was wrong of me to put that blame on you. You see, I used to dream about her. Now, I only dream about you. My heart leapt with the news. But it also ached because I knew he wasn't wholly pleased by it. I knew the dreams were part of his grief and remembrance for his fiancée. Ashton, I'm sorry you're hurt by that. His eyes crept up to meet mine, and I saw so much more in them than I had before. I'm sure you are. I'm getting help now. I'm seeing a therapist. I'm not ready for romance, but I really need my friend back. Do you think you can be my friend again, Nina? I was about to cry. The tears were welling up in my eyes. All I could do was reach out and hug him. I can be your friend, Ashton. I can always be that for you. We hugged for a minute, holding each other tight. The attraction was still there, but I wanted him to feel my concern for him more than I wanted him to feel my hunger. Thank you, Nina. I really am sorry for how I treated you this last week. He pulled back and took my chin in his hand. I was just afraid, is all. Afraid of me taking Natalia's place. I nodded. I want you to know that I'll never be the kind of person who'd want to replace her like that. I'm not jealous of her. And I never will be. I hoped that what I was saying would always be true. I never wanted to make him feel bad about having love for another woman. Not when she wasn't around anymore to even be worried about. The most important thing was that we had our friendship back.
Chapter 18. Ashton.
No longer dreading Monday, after having spoken to Nina, I was in a pretty great mood when I walked into the station that morning. I felt renewed. Not 100% over my grief and guilt, but ready to start working through it. I had an apology ready for Artemis, so I went right up to his office. When the elevator doors opened, Brady and Veronica stood perfectly still, looking at me. Hesitantly, Brady offered "Good morning" in question form. After Friday's tirade, I understood his cautious demeanor. "It is a good morning, Brady. How's it going this morning for you guys?" Veronica nodded. "Fine. Are you here to see someone, Ashton?" "I am. Has Artemis made it in yet?" I made my way toward his door, sure he was already in. He always showed up early. "He is," Brady told me. "Julia is in there with him." Good. I knocked on the door, ready to make amends with my friend. "Come in," came Julia's voice as the door opened. Artemis got up out of his seat to come to me. "I hope you're not mad." Shaking my head as I went to shake his hand, I said, "Anything but that." We shook hands, and then I went in for a little side hug. "Thank you, Artemis. It takes a great friend to do what you did. Dr. Patel is the best. I've talked to her extensively every day since Friday. I know things are going to get better with her help." Julia grabbed me up as I stepped away from Artemis. "That's so great to hear, Ashton." She hugged me tightly, swaying back and forth with me. "I'm so happy for you." I'm pretty damn happy for myself, too. When she let me go, I saw Artemis waving at me to sit down in front of his desk, so I went over and took a seat as he sat behind it. "Just so you guys know, I went to see Nina and apologized to her, too. We're not dating, but we are friends again." "Good." Julia walked toward the door that connected their offices. "I've got to get to work." You guys talk. See you later, Ashton. We'll have to do lunch together today. Sure thing, Julia. I waved at her and then looked at Artemis. With Dr. Patel's help, I've made a big discovery about why I've held on the way I have. And that is, he asked. Natalia's things were taken from our home way too soon after her passing. Her family thought it would help me. I sighed as I thought about what good people they all were. They didn't mean any harm in doing it, but it interrupted my grieving process. This weekend, I called her father and asked about some of those things. He told me that most of her stuff had been given to people in need. And that made me happy. Natalia would have wanted her things to go to good use, not sit around like museum pieces. I had earned a smile from Artemis. Good. I'm really glad to hear that you're happy with how that went. I suppose them removing all of her things from your place really set you back. I mean, one day she's there with you, the next she's gone. Not long after that, all evidence of her ever being there was gone too. I can see how that would shake a person up. Shoving my hand through my hair, I tried to do what Dr. Patel had asked me to work on. Live in that moment. Let myself feel that pain. And share it with those I care about and who care about me. I had pushed the memories of that time into the far recesses of my mind. Next to actually losing her things in our home was the second most traumatic thing I went through. And the weird thing is that I never told a single soul how bad that hurt, to look around and see nothing of hers in our home anymore. Even the shampoo and conditioner she used was gone. Artemis looked stricken as he looked down. I can't imagine, Ashton. That had to have been devastating to you. I don't know if I could have taken that. You could have. I mean, it doesn't kill you. I shook my head. But it feels like it might. With a nod, he said, I'm sure it did feel like that. And how are you handling that now? I had to smile. Better. Nina and I talked until 1 o'clock this morning. I shared a lot with her about Natalia. It made me feel a hell of a lot better. Nina is a very special person. She is. He laughed. Most women wouldn't have hung on for so long. You know that, right? I do. I had more I wanted to talk to him about, but I wasn't sure how. Then I took the good doctor's advice and just opened my mouth and said what was on my mind. I'm still afraid, Artemis. I'm still afraid that letting myself fall for Nina will push Natalia out of my mind. I don't think she'll allow that to happen, Ashton. He shook his head. Nina isn't the type of person who tries to take over things. I believe she has, and always has had, your best interests at heart. You're probably right. I got up. It was time to get to work. Well, I've got to get busy this morning. I am sorry for my little meltdown last week. Nothing to worry about. We all have our meltdowns now and then, Ashton. And if that's what it took for you to finally accept help, then I'm glad. He got up and walked with me to the door, clapping me on the back as we went. You have a good day. I'll see you at lunch. I left there feeling a lot better about things. And a hell of a lot better about my ability to let my friends in on what was bothering me. I had kept it all to myself for way too long. It felt good to confide in my friend for once. When I went down to the set where the morning news was about to get underway, I found Nina finishing up the cue cards on the long table she always kept them on. One of the cameramen stopped me before I could get to her. Hey, Ashton. Man, glad you came down this morning. I need you to take a look at this camera. It seems to be malfunctioning a little. I took a look and fixed the problem, then found it was time to get the show started. Taking my usual chair at the back of the studio, I counted down the time for the show to start. Nina bent over the table to stay out of the camera's view. I had to admire her round bottom, which was covered in a creamy fabric that clung to it just right. As everyone got going, I zoned out, seeing Nina bent over just as she was, only in my office bent over my desk. She looked over her shoulder at me as she hitched the beige skirt up and bit her lower lip. I moved in behind her, took a long sniff along her neck. The scent of honeysuckle filled my nostrils as I ran my lips along the side of her neck. "Commercial, Ashton," my assistant whispered in my ear. Crap. I gave the sign to cut to the commercial, and everyone loosened up for the 2-minute break. Nina stood up and turned to look at me. She gave me a little wave, and I waved back. As soon as the news program was over, I went to Nina. "Come to my office when you can, okay?" With a nod, she picked up her cards and took them with her. "I'll be there in about 15 minutes. I've just got to shred these first and get them into the recycle bin." I had brought a gift for her. The night before, I'd given her roses and candy. But I wanted to give her the present I'd bought for her before I lost my mind that Sunday. When she came into my office, I was surprised to see that she had a gift-wrapped box in her hands. Pointing at it, I asked, "For me?" She nodded as she placed it on my desk. I opened the drawer where I'd put the gift for her. It was in a little pink bag, and I put it on the desk in front of her. She smiled. "Seems like great minds do think alike." I took my present, and she took hers, then we both opened them. Oh wow. She'd given me the same kind of pan that we'd found at Artemis and Julia's home to make bacon in. "I saw that and thought of you." She winked at me. "Maybe you can make me some bacon sometime." Jerking my head toward the bag she had her hand in, I said, "Maybe I will." "Come on, pull that out of there. I'm dying to see what you think of it." When she pulled out the expensive wrap she'd eyed at the market in the Hamptons, a smile took over her whole face. "You didn't." "I did." I took it out of her hands, then wrapped it around her neck, tying it in front. "Look, it even matches this outfit." Her lips touched my cheek, sending a charge of energy from my cheek all the way down to my legs. "I love it." "Thank you." I kissed her cheek. "Thank you too." Her hand went to rest on my chest as we stood close together. Her eyes moved up to mine as she bit her lower lip. It was the same look she'd given me in my little daydream earlier. My eyes cut away from hers to look at my desk. It wasn't at all the way I'd seen it in my fantasy. It was cluttered with papers and all kinds of other things. Sweeping it all away would have had a dramatic effect, but a messy one. And I didn't want to ravage Nina in my office anyway. She deserved better than that. Taking her by the wrists, I looked at her, then sighed. I wasn't going to bring her into my cluttered world at the moment. I had a lot more work to do on myself before I did that. "We're all going to eat lunch together today. You should come too." She licked her lips. "Okay. I will." My body was on fire, and I knew she was the only thing in the world that could put it out. But I couldn't do that to her. Not until I had myself straightened out completely. I'd already put her through enough. "I would love a cup of that coffee of yours, if you make any today." "I will, and I'll bring you a cup." Her breasts rose and fell as she took a deep breath. "I want you to know that above all else, I am your friend, Ashton. Last night, when you were so open with me, it made me feel so much closer to you than I've ever felt. Thank you for letting me in. It's an honor and a privilege to me." Her dark blonde hair had fallen into her face a bit, and I brushed it back. "I want to thank you for being there for me. The honor is all mine to have you as a friend, Nina Kramer." I meant every word I said to her. And a kiss at that moment would have felt perfectly right. But I rarely did what was right. Stepping back, I walked away from her to get behind my desk. "See you later, then." A brief look of confusion filled her face, then she nodded. "Yes, I'll come back later with a coffee."
Chapter 19. Nina.
The week went by and everything was going great. Better than great. But that Friday, things were about to get even better. Ashton came to my office and walked right in. "Hey you." I looked up from my computer. "Hi there." It was nearly noon, and I figured he was there to walk with me to the studio to do the afternoon newscast. So I got up to leave with him. But his hands on my shoulders stopped me. "Where do you think you're going, Nina?" To the studio." "Isn't that what you're here for?" I asked. He shook his head. "No. You're off for the weekend, starting right now." "And why is that?" I asked as a thrill ran through me. He looked over his shoulder and then kicked the door closed. His eyes ran over me before settling back on my own. "I want to ask you something. And please be honest." "Of course. I'm not 100% over things. But Dr. Patel tells me that waiting to be perfect is a mistake. So I'm not going to wait anymore." His eyes closed and my heart raced. When he opened them, he asked, "Can we start dating?" "Yes." Flew out of my mouth without me even thinking about it for a second. And I was ready for the kiss I had been waiting for, too. Good. He did kiss me, but only on the cheek. "I've set up a pretty great date for us tonight. But your part of it will start now. I've booked you a spa day. Artemis has been gracious enough to let us use his driver and town car. They'll take you to the spa, where you'll get the full treatment. There are a couple of packages in the trunk of that car for you, too. Those are my gifts to you, and I would like for you to wear them to dinner." "You're treating me like a princess, Ashton." I was in awe. But I didn't want him to think I was the kind of girl who had to be spoiled and pampered. "You don't have to do all this." "I know I don't have to." He kissed my other cheek. "I want to. Let me do this." Who was I to argue? "Okay. So, what time should I be ready for dinner?" I asked as my mind raced ahead of me. 8. We have an 8:30 reservation at the River Cafe in Brooklyn. His smile was huge, knowing that he had really pulled out all the stops. Wow. A spa day and a meal at a prestigious restaurant? I was on cloud nine as he walked me to the waiting car outside the station. A quick kiss to my forehead, and I was on my way to one remarkable day. After being soaked and scrubbed in various things and massaged into a blissful state, I came home and put on the little black dress he'd bought for me. Matching pumps came with it. And a smaller box held a set of diamond earrings and a necklace. Standing in front of my full-length mirror, I barely recognized myself. And when I went out into the living room to wait for Ashton, I found Sandy, Sloane, and Ty having a few beers before heading out for their night of fun. Ty looked me up and down as he whistled. "Do you clean up nice or what, Nina?" Sandy's mouth was hanging open. "Where did you get all that, Nina? And are those real diamonds?" "They are," I said with a nod. "Ashton gave them to me. We're finally going on our first date. He's taking me out to the River Cafe in Brooklyn for dinner tonight. And he sent me to the spa today, too." Ty sounded a little grumpy as he said, "So, this guy's got a shit ton of money then." I never stood a chance in hell. Shaking my head, I corrected him, "No, you didn't stand a chance. But not because Ashton is rich. I mean, he's doing well for himself, but that's not why you never stood a chance against him. I've got it bad for him. I told you that. And now, he's finally showing me how bad he's got it for me, too." Ty smiled then and came to kiss my cheek. He's one lucky sob. "Thanks, Ty." A knock at the door had me turning around. I bet that's him. Peeking out the peephole, I saw Ashton wearing a black suit and tie and looking like $1 million. I opened the door and he reached out to take my hand. "You look amazing, Nina." "I knew you would." He fingered the necklace that he'd given me. "It all looks perfect on you, just the way I imagined it." Sandy cleared her throat. "Hi there." I turned to introduce Ashton to everyone. "This is my roommate, Sandy. And that's Sloane standing next to her. And this is Ty." Ty had come up to stand behind me. He reached out to shake Ashton's hand. "Hi." Ashton looked a little confused as he said, "Hi. Nice to meet you guys." "So you're taking her out to a fancy dinner, huh?" Ty asked. Ashton nodded. I am. What time are you going to have her back home? Ty asked. I laughed and pulled on Ashton's hand. Come on, Ashton. He's just kidding around with you. Night, guys. Be careful out there. I closed the door behind us. As we went to the elevator, Ashton looked at me with a puzzled expression. And who is he to you, Nina? I think he has the hots for me. But he's a nice guy. No one to worry about, I let him know. Okay. If you say so. Ashton pushed the button on the elevator, and we went off to our first official night out. The restaurant was even better than I expected. The ambiance was amazing, and so was the food. The waiter brought us a bottle of wine, a 07 Alfred Gratian Cuvée Parody from France, which cost $230 a bottle. After our glasses were filled, I leaned in close to whisper to Ashton, "You really are breaking the bank for this date, aren't you?" When his fingertips grazed along my jawline, I nearly melted in my chair. "I want to show you how much I appreciate and care for you." His lips barely touched my ear. Baby. The way the term endearment made my stomach flip gave me all kinds of ideas about things to come. This night is going to be a dream. The appetizer arrived, and my eyes went wide as saucers as I looked at the marvelous creation that was set before us. Named 3 shells, it consisted of a variety of chilled shellfish. Fresh abalone was garnished with citrus, soy, and lime. Kumamoto oysters were covered in cucumber champagne mignonette. Then Taylor Bay scallop ceviche was mixed with sea bean, tomato, and coriander. Ashton fed me a tiny bite of each. He had no idea what effect he was having on me as he placed the food in my mouth. It's fantastic. I picked up a tiny fork and stabbed a scallop, then fed it to him. He moaned as he chewed it. You're right, it is amazing. The appetizer alone was enough, but there was more to come. The main courses were just as decadent. He had black sea bass that had been sautéed with lobster brown butter. It was served with grilled artichoke ravioli and fresh artichoke. I had poached Nova Scotia lobster. It came with sweet and sour butternut squash risotto, trumpet royale mushrooms, and even Brussels sprout leaves. This meal is so impressive. I finished off the last bite, cleaning my plate. He looked at the empty plate with a smile on his face. I'm impressed too. And now for dessert. The only thing I wanted for dessert was him. But he'd already ordered, it seemed. Our waiter came and cleared our plates as the dessert was delivered by a very proud dessert chef. Our famous chocolate Brooklyn Bridge. It's made with milk chocolate marquise, raspberry sorbet, vanilla ice cream, crisp meringue, and topped with a dark chocolate glaze. It's gorgeous, I remarked. I'm sure it tastes as good as it looks too. The chef nodded, then left us to enjoy the decadent treat. Ashton spoon-fed me once more. I gave him bites too, and it was obvious by the glow on his cheeks that he was getting as turned on as I was. Picking up his napkin, he ran it over my lips. Some extra chocolate got away from you. Then his lips touched the spot right next to mine, and I nearly turned to capture his lips. I didn't, though. The longing I felt wouldn't have been satisfied in a public place. My only hope was that Ashton wasn't going to keep me waiting much longer for that kiss I'd dreamt of for the last 2 years. The ride home was quiet. He held my hand, his thumb moving back and forth across the top of mine. My insides were liquid. The spa had rid me of every last bit of body hair, and I was damn glad of that. I prayed that Ashton would kiss every last inch of me with slow, burning kisses. And even as I thought about what I wanted him to do to me, I still had no idea if he had any plans to do such a thing. I didn't want to push him. But my gosh, how I wanted him. When the car pulled up in front of my apartment building, I broke out into a sweat. I crossed my fingers by my side. You're coming up, right? He nodded as the driver came to open the door for us to get out. I don't want you walking up to your apartment alone, baby. My heart sped up as he called me baby again. I loved hearing him call me that. I wanted to hear him say it many more times. I wanted to hear him whisper it in my ear. Even as we headed up to my place, I still wasn't sure if he would be coming in with me. He had just said he didn't want me to walk alone, was all. When the elevator doors opened and we headed to my door, I felt my knees going weak. My body was shaking with desire. He has to come inside with me. I knew better than to ask him, but I prayed he would ask me if he could. He held his hand out for my key and then opened the door for me. "You're such a gentleman, Ashton." I saw his Adam's apple bob in his throat as he gulped. "I'm glad you think so." He pulled me into the dark living room but stayed just inside the door. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as he put his hands on my shoulders, then moved them to my back to pull me to him. It was so dark I couldn't see his eyes. But I could feel the energy that flowed between us. He moved so slowly that I began to wonder if he really was going to do it. But when his lips touched mine, holding me so tightly in his arms, I fell apart. My nails bit into his biceps as I held him back. Fireworks went off inside of my head, and I lost myself in him in a way that I'd had no idea was possible.
Chapter 20. Ashton.
One kiss just wasn't going to do it for me. Not with her in my arms, finally. With her mouth giving in to mine. With her bedroom only feet away. I wasn't going to deny myself any longer. I couldn't, even if I had wanted to. Our hands moved like fire over each other, learning each other's bodies. Somehow, I did have the presence of mind to close and lock the door before she led me to her bedroom. I wanted to go slow, I really did. But our bodies took over. Her hands pushed and pulled at my clothes, and mine did the same to her. All she had left was the jewelry I had given her. And it looked like sparkling magic as the dim light hit the gold and the diamonds. Pushing her onto the bed, my mouth ached to kiss every part of her. I started at the bottom, at her little pink toes, and then moved up. Being with her was more than intimacy. It was so much more than that. I saw stars, I felt waves flowing through me. It wasn't normal. It was beyond my wildest imagination. When I kissed my way up her neck, then along her cheek, I felt wetness there. She'd been crying. "Are you okay?" I whispered against her cheek. Her hands moved up to hold my face between them. "I'm so much more than just okay, Ashton. You have no idea how good I am." I was glad to hear that. Good. I am too. This is right. I can feel it. I was wrong to wait so long. Never mind that. She pulled me to kiss her, and then released my lips. All that matters is that we have each other now. I had to agree. That is all that matters. Kissing my way to her ear, I bit her earlobe, then whispered, "I love you." With a moan, she said, "I love you too." With our verbal release came a burst of energy. She loves me. Nina brought out things in me I'd had no idea were hidden inside. I love you so much. My heart actually hurt. I felt so much love for her. I put my arm around her shoulders and then kissed the top of her head. "Me too, baby. Me too." Pulling her head up after we could breathe normally again, she looked at me. "Wanna take a shower with me? I have to wash this makeup off. I never sleep in it." Hell yes, I do. I got out of bed and then picked her up, carrying her body across the room. "Ashton, I have roommates. We can't go out there without any clothes." She jerked her head toward the closet. "Let's grab a couple of robes. Mine isn't going to fit you very well, but it's better than nothing." As I put her down and waited for her to get us something to put on, I thought about this setup she had at her apartment. And I knew it wasn't going to work out for me. But it was too soon to ask her for more just yet. The robe was constricting, to say the least. But it covered enough of me to make me somewhat decent for our stroll to the one bathroom they all shared. After closing the door and locking it, I pulled the robe off and watched her as she dropped hers. I nearly tackled her as she stood with her back to me and started the shower. "Ashton, Biting her neck, I lifted her in my arms. "Oh, baby, this shower is going to be fun. Are you on any kind of birth control?" She laughed. "The shot. No reason to be afraid." "I'm not afraid." I kissed the side of her neck before letting her down. "Just wondering. If you got knocked up, I wouldn't have one problem with that." She looked at me with a very serious look in her eyes. "You sure about that?" I nodded, then picked up the bottle of honeysuckle-scented shampoo. "I thought you used this scent." "And yeah, I'm sure about what I said. Now that I have you, I have no intentions of ever letting you go, just so you know. And another thing I should tell you is that you are officially off the market." "Oh, am I?" she asked with a giggle. I poured some shampoo into my palm and then lathered it into her hair. "You are. No more men for you, my sweet thing. Only me from now on." "Well, aren't you sure of yourself?" she said with a smile, then winked at me. "But you have every right to be. And just so you know, you're off the market now, too." "I've been off the market." I moved her head back to rinse her hair. When I pulled her head back up, I saw her eyes were glistening. "Is this really happening, Ashton?" With a kiss on her swollen lips, I let her know it was real. "I love you, Nina Kramer. I think I have for a long time now." She sighed and then laid her head on my chest. "Me too." Internally, I began to berate myself for waiting so damn long. I had been a fool. But then she ran her hands up my arms, as if sensing what I was doing. The time was finally right. "I'm glad we waited. Really knowing you and learning more about you as your friend before anything else makes this special." Laughing, I had to say, "Girl, you really can read my mind." I kissed her again, loving the fact that I could kiss her whenever I wanted to. She pulled away from me as I pawed at her. "I need to wash your hair now." Being almost a foot taller than her, I gave her a quizzical look. "And just how are you going to do that, may I ask?" She turned off the shower and put the plug into the bottom of the tub. "In the bath, of course." We settled into the tub, me in front of her. She made me lean back on her as she washed my hair. I had never felt so comfortable. The way her hands moved over me soothed me in a way I didn't know was possible. "I could get used to this, baby." She ran her soapy hands over my chest. "Me too." Taking her hand, I pulled it up and kissed it. Then I turned around and pulled her legs down. "I don't know how we're going to get along at work. We'll just have to be discreet." She moved her legs to accommodate me. The thought of her in my office sprang into my mind again. And quiet too. I moved slow, so we didn't make too much of a mess with the water. Already plans had begun to hatch in my head. The future lay in front of us. And it looked bright.
Chapter 21. Nina.
My eyelids were heavy as I began to wake up. A leg was thrown over mine, an arm lay on my side. And warm breath moved steadily across the back of my neck. It's real. The night before had been so fantastic that I was sure it had to have been a dream. But feeling Ashton lying behind me, holding me, that wasn't a dream at all. This is real. I didn't open my eyes. I lay perfectly still, loving every second of the way it felt. His skin touching mine, his body against my back, and even the way he breathed captivated me. I could live like this forever. In bed, with Ashton wrapped around me, that was a place I never wanted to leave. And I wouldn't have either, except for the fact that my bladder was full and it was beginning to get uncomfortable. Easing his arm off me, then his leg, I sat up, rubbing my eyes with the back of my hand. When I stood up, I found my body aching in the best possible way. Stiff and sore, I made my way to the bathroom, making sure to grab a robe to cover myself before I left my bedroom. In the bathroom mirror, I found my hair a mess, but my face had a glow about it. "Man, he sure has done a number on you, sis." My cheeks were red from his whiskers, and my lips were swollen from his kisses. When I sat on the toilet, I saw that the insides of my thighs were also red, again from his whiskered cheeks. A smile curved my lips. But it went away just as quickly when I felt the burning sensation as I peed. Ow! But the smile crept back as I recalled just why that burn was there, and suddenly, I didn't mind the pain at all. Sure, my body hurt all over, but that was because of the strenuous workout Ashton had given me. An immensely pleasurable workout. After washing my face, brushing my teeth, taming my hair, and dousing myself with a bit of lavender body spray, I felt fit to get back to bed. Cuddling with Ashton sounded like heaven to me. When I got back into my room, I found Ashton sitting up. His eyes were on me. "I missed you." I wasn't gone but a few minutes. I pulled the robe off, tossing it to the side. Strolling over to him, I added an extra sway to my step, flaunting my body. His hands met my hips, holding me still. "Let me look at you." His lips pressed against my stomach, then he ran his tongue around my belly button. It sent chills through me. I ran my hands through his blonde waves, which had fallen out of the man bun he'd had it in during the night. Now it was loose, and I wanted nothing more than to tangle my hands in it. Just as I was falling into the abyss that was Ashton, a loud bang came on the wall. Then muffled voices came through it, cursing and laughing. "That's Sandy's room." The sound of not one but two male voices laughing had Ashton looking at me with one raised brow. "She's got 2 boyfriends?" I shook my head. "She has no boyfriends. She refuses to be monogamous. But this is the first time I've heard 2 guys with her at the same time." "Me first," one of the guys shouted. "Boys, no need to fight. One can take the top and one can take the bottom," Sandy offered them. I was so embarrassed, my entire body heated up. "Oh gosh. Ashton, I'm so sorry." With a smile, he pulled me down on top of him. "Don't be. Just come here and we can make some noise of our own. Forget about them. I already have." He turned over with me, pinning me underneath him. His cerulean eyes gazed into mine as I brushed his long hair back. "It's nice to see you in my bed this morning, Ashton." "It's nice to be in your bed this morning, Nina." He kissed the tip of my nose. "I hope you know I plan to monopolize your time this weekend. I hope you know that makes me very happy." I ran my hands over his broad shoulders and bit my lip as his muscles rippled. Nuzzling my neck, he whispered, "I had better go wash up a bit." I hated to let him go. But I had to. "Go and wash up. I'll be right here when you get back." With a swift kiss on my cheek, he climbed off me and then walked away. I turned to my side to watch him. His butt was chiseled and magnificent. His shoulders were wide and the muscles in his back moved with each step he took. Along the back of one shoulder, there was an eagle with its wings spread as if it were flying. I never knew that Ashton sported any ink. There were still a lot of things to learn about this man I'd thought I knew pretty damn well. After putting on one of my robes, he slipped out of my room and I closed my eyes. I couldn't ever recall being as happy as I was then. My heart beat with a steady rhythm. I felt perky even though I'd had little sleep. This has to be love. There wasn't anything else to which I could attribute this feeling of well-being. I am in love with Ashton Lang. I had never mentioned love or even thought about it during the past 2 years of knowing the man. But with that first kiss, I knew I was in love with him. I'd fallen in love through the years and hadn't even realized it. As I lay there, I let myself dream of the future. I was sure he would want to move things along fast, now that we were open about things. But how fast did I want to move? I wasn't sure about that. I still had some worries about how Ashton would take things. I wasn't some fool who thought his issues with his past would just disappear with our new relationship. I did hope that the issues would slowly dissipate. And now that he was seeing a therapist, my hopes were higher than I ever thought they would be. We could make a future together. I knew we could. And I knew it wouldn't always be the rosiest of pictures. But I was ready for it all. Whatever came with the man, I would take it. When my door opened, I found Ashton striding in, red-faced. "I met one of your roommate's friends." "Oh hell." I sat up, the blanket falling off my body as I did. He looked directly at them. Yeah. He pulled off the robe but went for his clothes, which were strewn around. "We should go to my place." "But it's so early." I stretched, then patted the bed. "Come on, let's stay here for a little while longer, then we can go if you want to." "I want to go now." He pulled on his underwear. "That guy told me there are a few more people coming to join them. Apparently, it's group Saturday here at your casa, baby." He looked at me with an odd expression. "Is this something you were aware of?" I laughed. "No. I'm sure that guy was just kidding." I patted the bed again to encourage him to climb back in with me. "I don't know." He shook his head as he picked his pants up off the floor. "He said we should come and join them." He seemed pretty serious. "I would just feel better if we left." He pulled on his pants and gave me a stern look. "And you're coming too? Don't you think for half a second that I'm leaving you here? Get up, girl. We're out of here." I laughed as I got up. It was obvious that Ashton was set on leaving. And I liked the fact that he was adamant that I come with him. He always looked out for me. I expected that would only grow with our budding relationship. "Okay, Daddy." "Daddy?" he asked, as he stopped putting his clothes on for a second. "I think I like that." Giggling, I went up to him, wrapping my arms around his neck. "Carry me, Daddy." He picked me up, and I kissed him as I ran my legs around him. I wanted him so bad I couldn't control my movements. But then some loud grunting crept through the wall, followed by a shrill screaming moan by Sandy, and I was ready to go too. He put me down and scowled at me. "Let's get the hell out of here before we hear things that will haunt us." I had no idea what had gotten into Sandy, but I didn't want to be any part of it. I suppose that Kyle's absence for the weekend had spurred her into making some naughty plans. Just as I was thinking about what I should do if her bender was going to be happening all weekend, Ashton said, "Pack a bag. You're staying with me all weekend. You can come back here after work on Monday." I wasn't used to being told what to do, but I liked it. "Okay." After packing a bag and getting dressed, we headed down to catch a cab to his apartment. He held my hand, running his thumb over the top of it as he went from looking out the window to looking at me. "We can make breakfast together at my place. I've got some eggs and bacon." "Good. I'll make the eggs, you make the bacon, and we'll be eating in no time." I leaned in to kiss his cheek. And then it just came out again. "I love you." His crooked smile had me smiling right back. "I love you too." His lips pressed against the top of my head. More than I knew was possible. My heart skipped a beat. Does that mean he loves me more than he loves Natalia? I didn't dare ask. But I did wonder if that's what he meant. Cuddling up to his side, I whispered, "I feel more for you than I've ever felt for anyone." His hand cupped my chin as he placed his lips on mine. The touch was so gentle that it made my body all fluttery. My stomach filled with butterflies. My head went light. He made a long, deep sigh as he pulled back. "This is going to be a piece of cake." I wasn't sure what he meant. "What is?" "Loving you." His eyes sparkled as he looked into mine. I fought this for what seems like forever. I was so afraid that transitioning from friends to partners would be awkward at best. But nothing we do feels awkward. It all feels so natural. Like we've been doing this for a very long time. The way he was looking into my eyes had me thinking he wanted to tell me more, but he wasn't sure how to word it. So I took a guess, hoping he'd be more willing to share if he wasn't the one to bring it up. "It feels different with me, doesn't it?" He nodded. "It does." Since he hadn't balked at that, I went a bit further. "It feels more natural, huh?" "It does." His hand moved up my arm, and then his fingertips grazed my jawline. "I have no doubts about you, Nina. Now that I've let go, I'm all in. I've never been all in before. Not the way I am with you. My heart raced with the knowledge that I wouldn't be living in a dead girl's shadow. I had his heart, and that was all that mattered to me because he had my heart too.
Chapter 22. Ashton.
Monday came, leaving the weekend behind in a blur of sheets, showers, and a few intense meals that I would never forget. Eating cheeses and meats off Nina's tummy was better than any cheese board I'd ever been served. But the work week interrupted our little party for two, separating us for the duration of the long day. Separating us for small amounts of time anyway. Popping into her office, I found her finishing up the social media work she did for Lila. Hey. Her green eyes fluttered away from the computer screen to look at me. Hey you. Closing the door behind me, I went straight to her, picking her up, and then setting her on the small desk. I couldn't hold back, I had to kiss her. After a good long kiss, I pulled my mouth away and then rested my forehead against hers. I've never been happier that we work together. At least I get a little taste of you now and then, since we're in the same building. Her fingers traced circles on my back. Me too. She moved in for another kiss, and I obliged her. When our lips parted, I sighed. Baby, I've got it bad for you. She laughed, a light sound that echoed in my heart. Me too, babe. It's coffee time in Lila's office. I'll bring you back a big mug of it. I'm so excited to tell them our big news. I couldn't have wiped the smile off my face if I'd tried. Slapping her butt as she walked away from me, I said, "Don't tell them all the details. We have to keep a few secrets." She turned to me, her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Not to worry. No one will ever know how much I like it when you..." I stopped her. "Hush now. The walls have ears, you know." Opening the door, she laughed as she walked out of her office. I followed her out, going up to see Artemis. We shared the elevator ride up. Her hand took mine as we moved back to let more people in. I loved the way her hand felt in mine. It was insane how my heart swelled with love for her at her every touch. I knew it was a short amount of time in some people's eyes. But our love had been quietly growing for the past 2 years, whether we'd realized it or not. It made perfect sense to me. We were alone as we rode up the last few floors, and I took the chance to get in one last kiss before we had to part ways. "Miss me," I told her before the elevator doors opened and we were in the penthouse lobby. Blowing me a kiss, she headed down the hallway as I went to Artemis' office. All the while, Brady and Veronica gave us blank stares. I looked at them over my shoulder. "Yeah, we're a thing now." Brady cleared his throat. "Us too." I stopped and turned to look at them. Really? I was just kidding. Everyone knew about their custodial closet escapades. Veronica nodded. "We moved in together last week." "Well, you guys are more serious than anyone realized." I jerked my head toward what was known as their closet. "We all thought it was just a casual work affair you guys were having. Congratulations then. I wish you both all the best." Veronica was staring at the closet and didn't say a word. But Brady was quick to accept my congratulations. "Thanks, Ashton. Congrats to you and Nina too." "Thanks." I knocked on Artemis' door. "It's me, Ashton." When the door opened, I saw Duke was also visiting our boss. There he is. I went to take a seat on the sofa opposite them. "Here I am. And have I got some news for you guys?" Artemis smiled at me. "The date went well then?" "Better than well." I crossed my legs, holding one ankle, as I thought back on the flurry of passion that had been my weekend. Duke broke into deep laughter. "Sounds like someone got laid." I shook my head. "It was way more than just that, Duke. So much more than that." Artemis seemed surprised. "More than that? So, just what did you two get up to on Friday night?" "We went out and had a great dinner. Had some awesome conversations. And in the end, I walked her up to her apartment. I kissed her goodnight. I sighed without meaning to. Duke laughed again. Your first kiss, right? It was. I could feel the tingle on my tongue, the same way I had when I first kissed her. Artemis pushed for more information. And then you left. Shaking my head, I went on, no. I did not leave just then. Duke howled like a wolf. The dry spell is over. He's finally gotten some rain. Artemis punched Duke in the arm. Ro. He looked at me. Never mind him. You know how athletes are. Did you stay the night with her? I did. My chest swelled with pride. And the next morning, I took her home with me, where I kept her until this very morning. We rode to work together. Are you moving her in already? Duke asked me with a surprised expression. Not yet. My fingers tapped on top of my thigh as I thought about that. But I want to move her in as soon as possible. I don't know, Artemis mused, his hand moving over his chin. I wouldn't go rushing anything, Ashton. At the very least, confer with Dr. Patel on how you should take things. You don't want to rush into things, then suffer a relapse. I didn't like the way he talked about my grieving issues. Artemis, I don't have cancer. I've got some issues, but nothing more than that. Still, don't rush, he cautioned me. I know you two have waited a long time for this, but don't make the mistake of moving too fast. I felt like it was far too late to stop the roller coaster we had gotten on. Easier said than done. Duke nodded. Yeah, I know. He punched Artemis in the arm. You and I didn't exactly follow that advice, Artemis. And we turned out just fine. With a stoic stare, Artemis informed him, we also didn't have the past that he has. He looked at me. Go slow, Ashton. Be cautious. I would hate for either you or Nina to get hurt because you rush things. I'll try, Artemis. I will. But where she's concerned, it doesn't seem possible. I thought back to how I'd imagined our first time would be. I had this plan to make our first time special. I was going to go very slowly, take my time, you know. Duke laughed. Bet you didn't take your time at all. Shaking my head, I confessed, no, I did not take my time at all. Going further into the weekend, I added, and I never thought I would be asking her to stay the weekend with me so soon either. But when her roommate decided to have a little naughty weekend of her own, with more than a few guests in attendance, I didn't ask Nina to come home with me, I demanded she do so. Her roommate did what? Artemis asked. My eyes trained on his to gauge his reaction. She had an orgy. Duke guffawed. No way. I swear. My hands went into the air. We heard her in her room with two guys. Then I went to the bathroom, and there was one of them standing in the hallway, wearing nothing more than what looked like her panties to cover himself. He invited us to their orgy. So I told Nina we were out of there. Duke and Artemis looked at me with stunned expressions. Then Artemis said, don't let that be the reason you ask her to move in with you, Ashton. Oh, that will be part of the reason I ask her to move in with me. I don't want her living in a place that makes her uncomfortable. But the biggest part will be because I doubt I'll be able to sleep well without her. I scratched my head as I thought about how I would get by tonight. I know it's only been 3 nights, but I'm pretty sure I'm already addicted to holding her all night long. Duke got up and went to get something out of the fridge. Okay, Artemis. It's time to make some bets here. I give Romeo here 1 month before he asks her to marry him. I'm not that impulsive, Duke. Give me some credit. But even as I said the words, flashes of engagement rings went through my mind. Artemis' expression was stern. I'm serious, Ashton. Don't jump into anything permanent. I had been alone for so long. More alone than most, I would wager, having lived with the memory of Natalia for so long. And now I had Nina. I didn't want to be alone anymore. But I knew Artemis was right. I had to slow down. I'll try my hardest to slow things down. She'll be staying at her place this week. And maybe I'll see if I can get through next weekend without her by my side. I shook my head. No. Why would I do that to myself? Artemis, I've been alone for so long. Why deny myself now? I'm not saying to deny yourself. I'm just saying to keep the words, "move in with me and marry me," out of your mouth for a while. That's all I'm saying. He looked at Duke, who was staring into the fridge. Can you grab me an apple juice, Duke? Sure. Duke looked at me. You want anything? Nah. Nina's making coffee in Lila's office. She'll be bringing me one soon. With a deep breath, I tried to slow my train of thought. It was barreling in Nina's direction and seemed unable to stop. Artemis asked Duke, "Why don't you drink that coffee, Duke? It's amazing." I don't do caffeine. He tossed a bottle of apple juice to Artemis, then opened a bottle of water for himself. You've never noticed that? I shook my head. I haven't noticed that. Me neither. Artemis took a long drink of the juice. Is there any reason that you don't do caffeine? It makes me nervous. I hate to be nervous. He downed the water. I'm going to go to the gym. Anyone want to join me? I could use a workout. I got up to follow him. Artemis nodded and got up too. That sounds like a great idea. The gym, a little coffee, and in a little while we'll have lunch. Sounds like our typical day. And he was right. That was our typical day. We pushed each other in the best of ways. I knew those guys had my back. I knew they weren't telling me to slow my roll with Nina, out of anything but concern for my best interests. As we got on the elevator, I bumped shoulders with Artemis. Thanks again for not listening to me and setting me up with Dr. Patel. That's what friends are for, Ashton. We do shit even when our friends complain and tell us not to. He bumped my shoulder back. And I want you to know that I'm here for you. Don't let anything get stuck in your craw again. Do you hear me? I had kept so much to myself for so long, but he was right. I did need to be open with him and Duke. I promise. And then my mind was back on Nina. We've already said the L word to each other. And I should confess this to you guys. I love her more than I've ever loved anyone. You know that already. Duke asked with wide eyes. I do. I was sure I loved her more than anything. Artemis made a tisk sound. Well, taking things slow certainly looks like it will be next to impossible for these two. I thought so too.
Chapter 23. Nina.
Thursday night, my cell in my hand and my head on the pillow, I lay in bed talking to Ashton on the phone. I miss you too. Even though we saw each other at work each day, it was hard to walk away from each other and go our separate ways once the workday ended. Please reconsider Saturday, baby, he asked me again. He'd asked me to come spend at least Saturday night with him. And I did want to, but Lila and Julia had cautioned me about moving too fast with him. And I felt like they were right. I don't know, Ashton. I'll make it worth your while, Nina. I've got some chocolate ice cream, cherries, and whipped cream. I can make a Nina sundae, he tempted me. That does sound good. Who was I kidding? That sounded amazing. Come on, baby. Tell Daddy what he wants to hear. He made a deep growl that sent me over the edge. Okay. I sat up in bed as excitement filled me. Yes, I'll spend Saturday night with you. With a deep chuckle, he asked, how about Friday and Sunday nights too then? I would. I really would. But I've got to get laundry done on Sunday. And on Friday, I've got an appointment at the dentist to get my teeth cleaned. I'm leaving work early tomorrow to make that appointment. But Saturday, I'll come to you. I was already thinking about all the things we could do and getting hot and bothered just at the thought. I'll take what I can get, he said. I love you, girl. The words were new, but I knew they would never get old. I love you too, Ashton. Working only a half day on Friday, Ashton proved hard to let go of as he kissed me goodbye in his office. I noticed that his usually cluttered desk was completely cleared. And when he pushed me up against it, I had the feeling he wanted to get a little nasty in his office. "I've got to get going. I've got that appointment," I reminded him. "Your teeth look great already." His mouth took mine again before he let up. "Skip the appointment." "I would, but he'll charge me anyway." "I've got to go, babe." His hands moved up my back, grasping me behind the head as he held me tight. "I'm trying to take it slow with you, Nina, but it's a losing battle. I think about you non-stop. I wake up and find myself wrapped around the pillows, wishing it was you. And when I realize you're not there, I can hardly go back to sleep. I love you. I miss you." "Me too." I wasn't lying. I did miss him like crazy. And I understood his struggle all too well with this going slow thing. Talk to Dr. Patel. See what she thinks about things. And take her advice, Ashton. Whatever it is. I've got to go. His hands held mine tight. "Go to my place after the appointment." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a key, placing it in my palm. "Please stay this weekend with me. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. I don't want you to leave me on Sunday. Stay with me until Monday. Please, baby. You have no idea how hard this is for me." "My laundry, though," I reminded him. With a huff, he said, "Do it when you go to your place to pack your bags or bring it with you." He smiled at me, thinking he'd solved everything. Then he kissed the tip of my nose. "And I'll bring dinner home tonight. And you'll be there waiting for me. It'll be like a dream come true for me." Who was I to squash his dreams? K. And with that one word, I earned another soul-shattering kiss. The rest of the day went by slowly. The dental appointment took forever. The laundry took forever, plus some. And then I had to pack and catch a cab to his place. Letting myself into his apartment felt a little odd. I looked around as I walked in. It would be another 2 hours before Ashton got home. I had no idea what I would do with my time. Then I got a call from him. "Hi, babe. You home yet?" he asked me. "I'm at your place, yes." I smiled at his slip-up. I looked around. I could see myself easily making the place our home. "Good. Take a hot bath and have a glass of wine. You should be done about the same time that I get home. I'm bringing Chinese," he told me. "Yum. Don't forget." He interrupted me, "The egg rolls." "Not to worry. I do know what you like, baby." And he did too. We'd eaten so many meals together, he knew what I liked just as well as I did. And I knew what he liked too. It was great already knowing the man I'd fallen in love with so well. "Okay, I'll take a bath then. And put on one of my t-shirts. I've been fantasizing about coming home to find you wearing one of them all day long. And leave the panties off," he added. "Feeling randy, baby?" I asked with a giggle. "Very. See you soon. Get all fresh for daddy. Bye, you freak." I ended the call and laughed all the way to the kitchen. His apartment was way nicer than the one I lived in. It was roomier and had state-of-the-art appliances. The flooring and countertops were all top of the line too. I had the feeling that he would be asking me to move in before too long. And I wasn't sure what I would do if he did. As I sipped the wine and soaked up the hot sudsy water, I let my mind wander to that thought and linger. My roommates would have to find someone else to move in. They couldn't afford the rent on their own. But I was pretty sure Sandy could find someone. She knew lots of people. But I didn't want to live off of Ashton. Perhaps I could offer to pay half the bills. That would be fair and keep me from feeling like I was being taken care of. As I lay there in the hot water, I looked around the place and thought I could definitely call it home. And then my cell rang, and I had to end my little dream to get out of the tub. It was Ashton again. "Yes? I need you to come unlock the door." I gave you my key. I've been ringing the bell, but I guess you didn't hear it, he said. Damn. I'll go do that right now. I put the phone down and grabbed a towel, wrapping it around me as I ran to open the door. Just as I swung it open, one of his neighbors passed by behind him. He stopped and didn't even try to hide the fact that he was taking me all in. My eyes went wide as saucers as I stepped back to hide myself from the stranger. Thank goodness Ashton was oblivious to the man, walking in with a smile on his face. Hey, baby. I closed the door in the other man's face and locked it, trying to ignore the fact that I'd just been leered at by a stranger. I'll run and get changed. That's okay. He put the bag of Chinese food on the coffee table, then picked me up in his arms, letting the towel fall away from my body. I'm hungry for you anyway. His teeth grazed my neck as he carried me straight to his room. Are you serious? Very. He tossed me on the bed, then disrobed in no time. But then he stopped and raised one brow. Wait. Are you hungry? I got on my hands and knees, wiggling my finger at him as my mouth watered. I am. Come here. His lips touched the shell of my ear. I love you so much, baby. You've got no idea how much. One of his hands moved along my arm, pulling my hand up. Our fingers laced together, making our connection even better somehow. I love you more than you can understand, I let him know as I pushed my body up against him, demanding everything he could give me. His mouth moved over my neck, sending shivers through me. He licked up one side of my neck, then bit my earlobe. I'm not letting you out of my bed this whole weekend, baby. Promise?
Chapter 24. Ashton.
Feeding Nina cold Chinese food in bed wasn't going to cut it for me. She had to get something hot to eat, even though she protested that cold food would be just fine with her. So, at 3 o'clock in the morning, I ordered a veggie pizza with extra cheese. Yeah, 15 minutes is more than fine, thanks. I put the phone down and looked at Nina, who had gotten out of bed and was traipsing toward the bathroom. What do you want to drink, baby? A glass of cold milk if you have any, she said, then went into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Getting off the bed, I put on some pajamas, then went to the kitchen to get the drinks and get out some paper plates and napkins. I thought a picnic in bed sounded good. Then she came into the living room, wearing one of my t-shirts and nothing else. Oh shit. I looked down and watched my PJ Bottoms tent. Putting everything I'd gathered back down on the countertop, I went to her, taking her up in my arms. Is there anything about you that won't set me on fire? She shrugged, and we both laughed as I twirled her around. I could not get enough of the woman, that was for sure. We wrestled around until a knock came at the door. Pizza's here. I let her go to answer the door. She ducked into the kitchen so that she wouldn't be seen in the short shirt. I'll pour the milk. Do you want a glass too? Yep. I opened the door, took the pizza, and tipped the delivery guy. Thanks, man. He looked at the 10 I'd given him and smiled. Thank you. Taking our pie, I headed toward the bedroom. Come on, baby. Ashton, get your butt back here. We are not eating in the bedroom. Are you crazy? She placed the glasses of milk on the table, then put the paper plates down too. We aren't barbarians, you know. Eating pizza in bed is barbaric. I had to ask, as I'd had no idea there were any such rules in my house. She pulled out a chair and took a seat. Yes, it is. My mother never let us have anything more than a glass of water in our bedrooms. If you leave food or sugary drinks lying around, then you'll get bugs in your house. You don't want bugs in your house, do you? I guess I didn't want bugs in my house because I took the pizza to the table and sat down. I've never thought about that. She gave me a cynical look. Do you eat in your bedroom often? Nope. This was going to be the first time, actually. I did have a plan in mind. And then, I remembered eating some cheese and meat off her tummy the last time we were together. And what about eating in your bedroom at your apartment, Nina? She looked away as if she'd been caught in some lie. Oh, over there. It doesn't matter. Kyle and Sandy take all kinds of crap to their rooms. We have to spray for bugs every week to keep them out. But here, well, this place is nice. Too nice to be eating food wherever you feel like it. So, no Nina Sunday in bed then? I asked with a frown. She shook her head, then jerked it toward the kitchen. But in there is fine. The sensual grin she gave me had me laughing as she put pieces of pizza on both our plates. Okay, I see how things are now. You're making rules. I like it. Her head ducked, and then she cut her eyes at me with a shy look in them. I didn't think about it like that. I just didn't want your place getting messed up. It's a very nice apartment. It should be treated that way. I took her hand in mine and decided to make up a rule of my own. How about we start our own little thing right now? She looked at our hands. Like what? I'm not particularly religious, but I would like to start some type of a tradition that we do at each meal. In my mind, it's the many meals we've shared that have brought us so close. It was true. She and I had started out our friendship by joining each other and the others for lunch most days. I think that sounds nice. She leaned over and kissed my cheek. How about we say something that shows how much we appreciate good food and good company? I like that idea. I thought for a moment and then came up with something. I'd like to thank the Lord above for this great grub and for this woman's love. Amen. I laughed a little. What do you think about that? Above and love rhyme. She shook her head. But grub? I don't know about that word. You give it a try. I munched on some pizza while she mulled it over. A minute passed, and she had yet to say a word as she ate too. See, it's not so easy, is it? No, it's really not. With a shrug, she conceded, you win then. The victory sat well with me. So, no food in the bedroom, that's your rule. And my rule is a little prayer before we eat. I like this rule-making thing. We should make some more. She raised her hand like she was in school or something. Oh, I've got one. Shoot. I took a drink of milk as I waited for her new rule. We should always put the toilet seat down. She nodded. That's a good one. I don't see why we should do that, I said in confusion. Well, I've noticed that you tend to leave the seat up, she told me as she fidgeted a little in her chair. And if I get up in the middle of the night and I don't want to turn on the light, then I might fall in and get my butt wet. Now it made sense. I get it. Okay, we will both completely close the toilet lid then. She seemed grateful. Thank you. It will save me some shocking moments if we can do that. I'm sure it will. I came up with a great new rule. And here's the next rule. We both sleep in the buff every night. She nodded in agreement. Every night that we're together, we can sleep with no clothes if you want to. That one's cool with me. How badly I wanted to tell her that I wanted us to sleep together every night. But Dr. Patel had told me not to rush moving in together. I had just begun my therapy, after all. That didn't seem to matter to me as much as it mattered to everyone else. I felt this overwhelming need to get Nina into my life, full-time and fast. But I didn't want things to devolve because of my impatient nature. Time is important, the good doctor told me. You need time to grieve, time to free yourself from the guilt you've built up over the years. And I needed time to take Nina into my heart properly, a heart that had been closed off until recently. The funny thing was that I didn't think I needed time to let Nina into my heart. I told Dr. Patel that. But she only shook her head, as if she knew me better than I knew myself. And as far as the grief was going, I wasn't feeling it so sharply anymore. I had more joy in my heart than I could ever recall having. The guilt. Well, that was still there. I didn't think it would ever go away. But I felt like if the doctor could get over her role in the death of her baby, then I would eventually come to terms with my part in Natalia's early demise. You're lost in thought, Ashton. Nina's voice drew me back out. There was a piece of pizza in one hand and a glass of milk in the other. I had zoned out. I was just thinking. About, she asked as she gently moved my hand with the milk onto the table. You should probably put this down before you spill it. I didn't want to tell her what I was thinking about. It's nothing. It's something. She put down the pizza and took hold of my hand, drawing it to her heart as she looked into my eyes. Tell me. Dr. Patel has told me that I should take things nice and slow with you. I watched her as she nodded. You agree? I want things to move forward. And I want them to move fast. But I know that it's not the right thing for either of us. Only a couple of weeks ago, you were guarding your heart and your memory of Natalia. Now, just because we've shared ourselves, you and I both think we can just hurry up and move things forward. But we can't. We can't because it's not good for you. I hated feeling like there was something wrong with me. I'm not sick, Nina. I've got some issues, and I'm dealing with them. And I love you so damn much, and I know that's helping me a lot. I did believe that, even though Dr. Patel had only shaken her head when I told her that. The way Nina's eyes went to an even softer state made my heart melt. She reached out to stroke my bearded cheek. Aw, Ashton, that's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. I took her hand, holding it tight. Nina, what if they're all wrong? What if we don't have to wait? Why do we have to wait for what other people consider to be the right amount of time? No one seems to be taking into account all the time that we've been friends, close friends. Her lower lip pouted as she thought about what I'd said. But the doctor is a professional. I'm sure she's seen cases like yours before. She must know what's best for you. What about me? Don't I know what's right for me? I asked her in earnest. She rolled her lips together, as if mustering up some courage to tell me something she knew I wouldn't like. Look, I know you're a smart man. Why do I feel a but coming? I ran my thumb over her knuckles as my stomach tightened with nerves. But, she nodded at me, you weren't the one who sought professional help. You were thinking you could deal with things on your own. And that wasn't working out very well. And she was right. I had gone off the deep end, and I hadn't swum back on my own. I'd had to be saved. Artemis had saved me by throwing me a life preserver in the form of Dr. Patel. I'll follow her advice, I admitted in defeat. Nina got up and came around behind me, running her hand along my shoulders as she did. Good. I'm with you all the way, babe. So, how about we get back to making crazy love for the rest of this weekend before we have to get back to the grind on Monday? Getting up, I let her lead me to the bedroom. I like the way you think. I tried to get into the moment and tried to stop thinking about the future. For now, I had Nina. I had her all weekend long, and that was the only thing I needed to be thinking about right then. The future would be there when we got to it.
Chapter 25. Nina.
A month passed with Ashton and me spending every weekend together. 3 nights out of every week, we stayed together. And things were blossoming just fine. Sundays were the days he took the hardest. We even got into a little spat about how he would start in early on Sunday morning, asking me if I could just stay Monday night too. Just one more night, that was always his plea throughout the day. The sun woke me up as it streamed through his window. Sunday had come, and I was ready for the onset of reasons why one more night wouldn't hurt. But when I turned over, I found he wasn't even in bed. Sitting up, I looked to find the bathroom door wide open, and not a sound of anyone in there either. Getting up, I picked up a towel off the floor and wrapped it around myself. I went to the living room and found he wasn't in the apartment at all. It was 7 in the morning. Where the hell could he be? I went back into the bedroom to get my cell to call him. That's when I noticed that I had slept through a text he'd sent me an hour earlier. Went to get some things. Be back soon. With no idea what he'd need to get a 7 in the morning on a Sunday, I set about taking a shower and getting ready for the day. We'd started taking outings on Sundays, calling them our fun days. After getting dressed, I looked through my cell to see what was going on in the city that day. A play in the park sounded fun to me, and I found one that I thought Ashton might enjoy too. I was sitting in the living room when he came in. He had a bag in his hand and came to kiss me. "Hey you. You're looking beautiful this morning." "Thanks. You look rather dashing yourself." I got up to follow him into the kitchen. "And where did you get off to this morning?" He placed the sack on the countertop, then proceeded to pull out everything inside of it. "I'm making up a new Sunday tradition. I cook breakfast and you clean up the mess I make." "Oh yes," I said with mock enthusiasm as I clapped my hands. He stopped what he was doing to look at me with a questioning gaze. "I thought you said that you liked to clean when we were out at Artemis and Julia's house?" I did. I felt a little stupid for acting like a bitch. "Okay, we can make this a thing. So, what are you making?" "I bought fresh blueberries. I'm going to try my hand at making homemade muffins. I like to bake, but I rarely do it because it makes a real mess and there are lots of bowls to wash." He patted me on the back. "But with you doing the cleaning, I think it might be fun. And Sunday is our fun day." Putting an apron on myself, I took another one out of the drawer I'd put them in when I first bought them, and tied one around his waist. They matched. Mine was a Minnie Mouse one and he was Mickey Mouse. I thought we looked adorable. "There's a play in the park today at 1. You want to catch it?" I asked him as I looked over his shoulder at the recipe. "You want me to get out the bowls for you? I bought a set last week and put them away." I snapped my fingers. "And I got a set of measuring spoons too. I'll get them for you." I had bought a number of things for his place. I couldn't help myself. It just seemed that every time I went shopping, I found something that would be perfect for him. "What kind of play is it?" he asked me, then walked to the fridge to get out some eggs and milk. "A love story." I placed the bowls on the counter for him. "Would you like to use the mixer I bought the other day? Or would a whisk be better?" He smiled as he put the milk and eggs on the counter. "You sure have been buying a lot of stuff, Nina. The bathroom is nearly unrecognizable." It hit me that he might not like me buying things for his home. "I'm sorry. I can take them back, I guess. I just thought they made the place homier, is all." With a laugh, he hugged me. "No, I like them all. I was just saying." He let me go and went to get the rest of the ingredients. "And the play sounds nice. I think a day in the park would be great." As the morning went on, I noticed that he hadn't said one word about me staying Monday night too, which was odd. And I felt kind of sad that he hadn't. Maybe he's getting tired of me. The muffins turned out perfect, and he made a care package for me to take to coffee with Lila and Julia the next day. "The girls will like them," he said as he boxed them up. "You're quite the homemaker," I joked with him. He pulled me into his arms and kissed me before saying, "So are you." The play was nice, the weather good, and the day was going well. The only thing missing were his pleas for me to stay another night. And I was actually beginning to get upset by that. Does he not really want me around? It hadn't been easy to turn him down all those times. I had done it because his therapist didn't think the time was right for us to move in together. As hard as it was to keep following her advice when all I wanted to do was be with him as much as I possibly could, I'd done what she wanted. And now it seemed that Ashton was getting used to me telling him no, so he wasn't going to ask anymore. And that made me upset. Never had I imagined that following her advice would lead to Ashton and I growing apart, but that's what it felt like. That wasn't the plan at all. The plan was for us to grow closer and eventually become even more than just boyfriend and girlfriend. But now I was beginning to wonder. After the play, we walked in the park, strolling around while holding hands and just enjoying the nice day. Where would you like to eat dinner tonight? I thought about it for a second before answering. Let's not eat out. Let's make spaghetti. Good idea. I'm with you on that. We can get some good wine too. He began heading out of the park. We can get some fresh spices for the meatballs. Happy that we were going to cook together, but I still couldn't say I was entirely happy. There was still no mention of staying another night. We shopped and went back to his place, and he took off to take a shower. I got a little sweaty while we were out. I'm going to shower up real quick. Have a glass of wine and we can start cooking when I get out. Getting myself a glass of the red we'd bought, I took a seat on the sofa and put my feet up. The day had felt long to me. I couldn't say why. The only thing that really came to mind was the fact that I'd been waiting for him to say something that never came. But even with all he hadn't said, he and I got along great, and he was every bit as attentive as he'd always been. There wasn't any need for me to be feeling upset. I began to think I was being bratty about the whole thing. He'd been told no as many times as he could handle, was my guess. I needed to get the hell over it. But that proved harder to do than I'd thought. He came back out, smelling crisp and clean, and looking fresh and handsome as ever. All I could think about was how nice it would be to come home with him after a long day of work. We could take a shower together, then get into bed. But he won't ask me to stay anymore. I was cutting up an onion when the words popped out of my mouth. If you want me to stay tomorrow, I can. Oh. He looked at me with confusion riddling his face. I thought you said that was a bad idea. Yes, I have said that. I didn't know how to say the right words. I didn't want to come off as needy. But you've asked me for weeks now. I feel like I was wrong saying no so many times now. That's nice of you. He went on, forming a meatball. But he didn't say another word about me staying another night. I waited a while, chopping up some bell pepper too before I brought it up again. So, do you want me to stay tomorrow night to 0? I don't want you to do anything you feel isn't right, Nina. He put the finished meatballs into the oven to bake. I didn't know what to say to that. So I finished what I was doing, and when we were all done, we ate in silence. I felt awkward for even bringing the subject up. And now I was thoroughly confused about what he wanted. Does he want me to stay or not? At the end of the meal, he sat back and patted his stomach. Another fine meal we've made, Nina. I think we make a great team. Don't you? I do. I did think we made a good team, but I was still a little miffed that he'd given such a vague answer earlier, and that the subject now seemed to be closed. I got up and took the dishes to the sink to rinse them before putting them in the dishwasher. He came in behind me. I've been wondering something. You may find this much too soon to ask, but what kind of wedding have you envisioned yourself having? Turning around to face him, I felt a bit shocked. He hadn't asked me to stay another night, even though I'd told him that I would, yet here he was asking me about what kind of wedding I wanted. Nothing special, I said, then got back to work. I see. He put the wine glasses next to the sink. Leaning over my shoulder, he said, so, like a justice of the peace or something like that? I suppose so. His close proximity went a long way towards soothing my annoyance. I don't want anything big. I don't want to spend lots of money. I just want it to be small, quaint, and intimate. That's cool. He leaned back against the counter and crossed his arms. I like that idea too. Good. I finished putting the dishes in the dishwasher, then closed it and started it up. The whirring sound was loud, so he took my hand to lead me out of the noisy kitchen. He gently pushed me to take a seat on the sofa and then handed me a little black box. I wasn't sure what he was doing. Are you? Before I could finish, he said, don't ask. Just open the box. When I pulled the top off, I saw a key. And this is a key to the apartment. I want you to move in. I don't want you to stay 4 nights a week, I want you to stay all of them. He sat down beside me. And before you say anything, I want you to know that Dr. Patel has given us her approval on this. My mind went blank as I held the key in my hand. We're moving in together? He nodded. We are. Throwing my arms around him, I began to cry. I was so happy. Things were beginning to move forward.
Chapter 26. Ashton.
A busy work week meant that moving Nina into our place was harder than anticipated. We had to wait for the weekend to get the majority of her things over. Luckily, she only had material possessions to move. She'd left all of her furniture there, selling it to the new tenant her roommate Sandy had found to take over her room. Placing the last item of clothing in the closet, Nina turned to look at me with a smile plastered on her beautiful face. That's it. I'm officially all moved in. I held out my arms, and she ran to jump into them. The kiss we shared felt 10 times stronger than any one of our kisses before. Taking this step to make our union a bit more official seemed to be a stimulant for passion. Light had yet to leave the sky, but our night was already beginning. Pushing the strap of her sundress off her shoulder, I moved my mouth to kiss a trail over her soft skin. One hand moved through my hair as she made a quiet purring sound. I moved my hand to push the other strap off, and soon her dress was puddled around her feet on the floor. Picking her up, I carried her to the bed as I gazed into the golden depths of her gorgeous eyes. I love you so much, Nina Kramer. Her soft fingers moved over my cheek. And I love you more than I knew was even possible, Ashton Lang. The way my heart swelled in my chest told me that we had made the right choice. One day, in the not-so-distant future, this woman would take my name, and I knew that without a single doubt. Starting at the tips of her toes, I kissed every last inch of her body before I came back to her lips. The smile she wore invigorated me. I brushed her dark blonde hair back, then kissed her cheeks, her forehead, the tip of her nose, and lastly her sweet lips. Breathing her in, I made myself let go of everything else but her. Nina had crept in, taking up every last part of me. She'd melded with my soul, bonded with my brain, and filled the empty spaces that had been left inside of me. If there were such things as soulmates, Nina was mine. My future resided inside of her. Nina Kramer was and always has been my future. The one woman for me. And just as I thought that, my eyes began to burn. They filled with tears. Natalia filled my mind. The image burned my brain. The memory of her came on so suddenly, and with an intensity that I couldn't have foreseen. I had thought she was my one and only too. It had been her. What's happening to me? A hand moved over my chest, then Nina's sweet face was close enough for me to see. Her lips pressed against my forehead. It's going to be okay, Ashton. There's room for both of us in your heart. You don't have to worry. She kissed away every last tear before she said, the love you have for each of us is different. But you can't have a love like ours with a person who is no longer here. She understands that, I assure you. Your love for her isn't gone. It's just resting in the back of your mind. You'll never completely lose her. Don't worry. Gripping her hand, I choked out a sob. What did I do to deserve you? Hush now. She kissed my cheek. You and I were meant to be. Life is a crazy thing. A roller coaster ride. And with any ride comes danger. Some make it to the end, and some don't. That's just the way that it is. It doesn't mean that one is more important than another. It's just the way life goes. Finally, I regained my composure. If she'd lived, I would have never had this with you. I would have never known how great things could be. That's right. Nina's lips pressed against mine. And I wouldn't have ever known this either. I'm sorry you were a part of the accident that took Natalia's life. I'm sorry you bear guilt over that. But I think you should know that nothing happens for no reason at all. Nothing, Ashton. I lay there, thinking about what I had just experienced. It was life-changing. It didn't make much sense to me that an intimate act could be felt that deeply, like soul-shatteringly deep. But it was real. It was intense. And it was definitely meant to be. Slipping my arm around Nina's shoulders, I pulled her close, kissing the top of her head. There's no doubt in my mind that we were meant to be together, Nina. Whether it happened this way or another, it couldn't have been a mistake. I think the same thing. She snuggled into my side. I wonder if we'll have an even more intense experience after we get married. She laughed. Listen to me. You haven't even asked me to marry you, and here I am talking like you have. Ignore me. I'm just riding the high of our delightful bedplay. One day, Nina Kramer. I kissed the side of her head. One day, you'll be Nina Lang, and we will have our happily ever after. You just wait and see. A long sigh came out of her. I can wait. I can do anything for you, Ashton. Anything at all. As I lay there, holding her close, I could swear again that the woman could read my mind. There just wasn't any other explanation for how she always knew exactly what I needed to hear. So I thought one last thought before I fell asleep. I will love you forever, Nina Kramer.
Chapter 27. Nina.
The next few months flew by. Living with Ashton was better than a dream come true. We had more fun than I thought two humans could possibly have. Even chores were fun when we did them together. Taking the laundry down to the laundry room in the basement of the building, we told each other scary stories to make the time pass by more quickly. I came up with a great one. So, I ran into an old woman the other day in the elevator. She told me she's lived here for 70 years. That long? He asked with surprise. I've never seen anyone that old in this building. Are you sure? Nodding, I went on with my little story. I'm sure. She said she lives on the top floor. She rarely gets out. Has her groceries delivered. I decided to add that to make the tale more plausible. Okay, he said, but looked skeptical. So, what else did you and this old woman talk about? I ran my hands up and down my arms as if I'd gotten chills. Which I hadn't, but I was going to milk this story for all it was worth. She asked me if I'd been down to the basement, to which I answered that I had. It's where the laundry room is located, after all. Aha, he said as he put more quarters in the dryer. A laundry room that could use some new machines, if you ask me. This is the third time I've had to start this dryer. Take it up with the manager, Ashton. I rolled my eyes before going on with the story. Okay, so what this lady told me was that there was a man who lived here even before she did. And that man was the janitor for this building. One day, he was caught taking some kids and hiding them away in this very dungeon. Oops. I mean basement. Now, Ashton rolled his eyes. Oh yeah. And what did he do to these supposed kids, Nina? I weighed the options before saying, he ate them. With a grimace he said, gross. Then he went to pull the clothes out of one of the washers. These are ready to go into a dryer now. I took the buggy over and let him fill it with the wet clothes before taking them to put them into an empty dryer. The parents of the kids found him in this very basement one day, and they killed him. And how did they do that? He asked me with a grin on his face. Looking around, I found the old furnace and pointed at it. They threw him in that thing. And the really creepy part is that he chimed in, he comes to people who live in this building in their sleep and tries to kill them. Shrugging, I said, sounds like you have heard this story, Ashton. Yeah, it's called Nightmare on Elm Street. He laughed uproariously as he slapped his thighs. You'll have to come up with something original if you want to get one past me, doll. I've watched every horror flick ever made. I hadn't even realized I was making up a story that already existed. I suppose I saw it sometime when I was a kid or something. I laughed. Funny, huh? I guess so. He put 4 quarters into the dryer. I hope this one works better than that other one. I don't want to spend our entire Sunday down here. What are your plans for today? I asked him, as we hadn't discussed anything fun to do yet. I've got plans, baby. Big plans. And they don't involve going anywhere at all, he informed me. I was a little displeased with his announcement, though. Ah. Why not? He pinched my cheek as she smiled at me. No reason to whine, baby. You'll like it. I promise. Can you give me a hint about what we'll be doing? I asked, as I pushed the buggy back to the corner it was kept in. Well, I'll be making you a great lunch. And we'll be enjoying it picnic style on the living room floor. He made a flourishing gesture as if he was throwing a blanket on the floor. Why not just have a real picnic outside? In a park, maybe. Now that sounds fun too, doesn't it? I asked, trying to get him to do something outside of the house. He nodded. That sounds fun too, but this has to be done just the way I've already planned. I could see I wasn't going to get him to change his mind, so I stopped trying. We finished the laundry with him telling me a story that actually did freak me out, making it hard to walk up the stairs to leave the basement. Now, I keep thinking a hand is going to come out from under one of these stairs and grab my ankle, Ashton. Thanks a lot. That's what I'm here for, to make life interesting for you, baby. He laughed at his joke as I walked carefully so as not to fall when something did grab me. Fortunately, I made it up the stairs, and we went up to our apartment. I put the laundry away as he set about getting this special lunch prepared. He laid out a blanket for us that spread out over the living room floor. He'd pushed the furniture back to make room for the feast he'd made. I could smell the smoked ham as I put things away in the bedroom. That smells awesome, babe, I called out to him. I'm putting everything on the blanket now. Are you nearly done in there? He asked me. Putting away the towels, I shouted back, Yep. Are you ready for me? I am, he called out. Taking a second to look in the bathroom mirror, I ran my hand through my hair and then over my t-shirt to smooth out a few wrinkles. Not too shabby. Heading to the living room, I found Ashton lying on his side, his upper body resting on his arm as he looked at me. Hey you. He patted the blanket. Come take a seat. I sat down with my legs crossed in front of him. Okay. So, what do we have here? Stretching his hand out, he gestured to the food. We have smoked ham, potato salad, and green beans. And some white wine to go with that. He sat up, getting on both of his knees as he dug into the pocket of his shorts. But first, I've got something to ask you. I thought he must have tickets to something in that pocket, and had planned on surprising me with a show of some kind for our fun day. I clapped. Oh goody. He moved around a bit, getting on one knee as he held out a little white box. Flipping the lid open, he grinned as my eyes focused on the gorgeous diamond ring inside. My hands flew to my mouth. Nina Velma Kramer, would you do me the great honor of becoming my lawfully wedded wife? Tears clouded my vision as I nodded, but there was a massive knot in my throat that prevented me from saying a single word. But my nod was enough for him, and he took my left hand, sliding the ring onto my finger. Wiping my eyes with the back of my free hand, I finally choked out, Yes. Good to hear you say the word, Nina. Ashton laughed, then crawled over to me. His lips touched mine, and I threw my arms around him. I can't believe you did this today, Ashton. I was crying like a baby. This is the best day of my life. I hope to be responsible for many more of your best days, baby. Many, many more. He got up, picked me up with him, and we danced around the room to no music at all. I was soaring as we swayed, and I looked at the ring he'd given me. It's so beautiful. I'll never take it off. I swear I won't. He laughed again, and then we kissed. For the longest time ever, we kissed and held each other like we never had before. He'd made the perfect Sunday fun day. I would never forget it. After settling down, we ate the lunch he'd made, and I had to run one little errand. I've got to get down to the corner store. I've been feeling little cramps, so I'm thinking I'd better get some tampons in this place before Mother Nature hits me. I'll go with you, he said as he hauled the dishes to the kitchen. You don't have to. I waved him off. It'll only take me a few minutes, and then I'll be right back. I think I'd like to meet you in bed when I get back. Naked and waiting, as a good fiancé should. Jerking his head at the blanket picnic that still had to be cleaned up, he said, after I get this taken care of, I will dutifully undress and wait for my fiancé as requested. Cool. I'll be right back. I grabbed my wallet and house key, then left to go to the market. The sidewalk was crowded as usual when I stepped outside. The air was on the brisk side, and that always made people walk a bit faster. I stepped in with everyone, making my way to the market at the end of the block. Some man was yelling at someone over his cell as he walked past me. At first I jumped, thinking he was yelling at me. Hey, you listen to me, bitch. Whoever he was talking to was an idiot, as far as I was concerned. Anyone who would call me a name like that would have been hung up on before he could say one more word. The jerk's voice faded as he moved ahead of me. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear the sound of a car honking continuously. It wouldn't let up, and it was coming closer. Moving a bit closer to the inside of the sidewalk, I was getting ready to go into the door of the market. Some idiot boys cut in, cutting me off and stopping me dead in my tracks as they played some game of chase or something. Hey, you little shits. One of them actually pushed me into the way of another boy, shouting, You'll never catch me, Joey. Joey pushed me out of his way, as if I wasn't even a real person. Ha, screw you, Ray Ray. I'll get you. You'll see. As they ran off into the pack of people, I turned around to get back to the entrance of the market. Now I was muttering obscenities under my breath, damn little good for nothing. Where are their parents? Heathens. Some man shouted, Move. I stopped to look back and see who was being rude now. I had just about had it with rude people. I was ready to chew his ass out, no matter who he was or how big he was. Now see here, I shouted. But the crowd was parting, people running in every direction. The sound of the horn was so loud that I couldn't think. Move, came the loud order again. Only this time it was a woman who had said it. Get the hell out of the way. I didn't know which way to turn. People were going every which way. Horror filled me as 3 people who had been in front of me seconds ago suddenly weren't. He's driving through everyone, came another shout. And then the grill of a truck was right there in front of me. Barreling toward me, mowing down everyone in its path. Including me.
Chapter 28. Ashton.
With the picnic cleaned up, I walked toward the bedroom to get undressed and ready for my new fiancée. I laughed as I thought about the expression on her face when she first saw the ring. Getting into the bedroom, I thought I would open up a window to let in a little fresh air. And as I did, I could hear the sounds of sirens filtering through from the street below. Looking down, I could see that things didn't look right. People were moving oddly, running or stumbling in every direction. And then my eyes went to something that just shouldn't have been there. An armored truck was up on the sidewalk. My heart stopped as I saw police cars stopped on every side of the vehicle. Officers got out with guns drawn, aiming them at the vehicle. Then a loud voice came up to me as one of the officers used a bullhorn. Get out of the car with your hands up. Pulling my cell out of my pocket, I found my hand shaking as I swiped Nina's name. The phone rang, and I could hear it in the apartment. She'd left her phone on the nightstand. Damn. Moving as fast as I could, I ran to get to the elevator. I had to get to Nina. I couldn't sit there and wait. But I wasn't the only one, rushing out to check on someone they cared about on the outside of that building. It took no time at all for the elevator to be filled with people, all trying to get to the ground floor. The doorway became jammed as everyone tried to get out at the same time. "Everyone just calm down," some man called out. "One at a time, people." Panic had set in, and everyone was out for their own self. Finally, I made it out and moved in the direction I knew Nina had gone. Then, everyone froze when the sound of a gunshot rang out. I climbed up on a pole to see what I could. The police were moving fast toward the armored truck. Then I saw an officer waving, and more came in. An ambulance pulled up, and the officers took the person, who had obviously shot himself, to the back of it. It was only then that I saw the people lying on the sidewalk. I couldn't make any one of them out. I looked around at the people around me in the crowd, searching desperately for Nina's face. When I didn't find it, I got off the pole and tried my best to get to that truck. Praying the whole time that she was safe inside the store, I pushed my way through the mass of people. When I got close to where I wanted to go, a strong arm stopped me. "No one can go any further than this." An officer had stopped me. "My wife is down here. I need to find her," I implored him. "There are lots of wives and husbands down here, mister. You'll have to wait, just like everyone else." He gave me a slight push to get back, and it only made me mad. "Listen to me," I said through gritted teeth. The sound of more ambulances made me look up. 3 stopped, and the paramedics got out. They swarmed through the people who were standing around. "Clear this entire area," one of them said. "We've got to be able to see to the wounded." My heart stopped when someone called out, "We've got an unresponsive civilian over here." Another called out, "No pulse here." "Get them on the trucks," someone else shouted. I watched as people were placed on stretchers, strapped down, and then taken to the backs of the waiting ambulances. Those 3 drove away, and 3 more came in right behind them. The same thing followed. The paramedics searched, found, and took away. But this time, I saw dark blonde hair falling across the top of the stretcher. "Hey, wait." The cop turned to give me a frown. "I thought I told you." "I think that's her." I pointed at the moving stretcher that was about to be put into the ambulance. "Please just let me see if it's her." He moved his arm and then jerked his head. "Hurry up." I ran toward the stretcher, and every step I took made my blood drop a degree colder. When I got all the way to them, I finally saw her face. Blood ran in tiny rivers from her forehead and nose. Oh gosh. I felt my knees buckle. "Do you know her?" one of the paramedics asked. "She's my wife." I knew that they wouldn't let me see her if I told them anything else. I had learned that the hard way once before. "Come on," the man said, as he and the other paramedic put her inside the ambulance. I climbed in to sit on the other side of her, as one of them went to work putting in an IV, and the other closed the doors and rushed to the driver's seat to take us to a hospital. "Is she?" I couldn't make myself say the word. The paramedic knew what I wanted to hear. "Her heart is beating, and she is breathing on her own. So yes, she's alive. For now, anyway." He moved his hand in a circle over her stomach. That's when I noticed that blood was seeping into the blanket that covered her. "She's going to need to go straight into surgery. She has wounds on her stomach, and from the bloating, I would guess internal hemorrhaging as well." "That truck hit her?" I asked. He nodded. "She seems to be the last person he hit before he stopped. She made it out better than some. A few are still trapped under the vehicle and won't be helped until they can get it moved. With a crowd, it slows everything down." "Damn New York," I muttered. "I'm getting her the hell out of here." The way he looked down had me worried. I stared at him until he looked at me. "I hope you get that chance." He looked at the ring I had just put on her finger. "Look, she'll be going straight into surgery. You should take her ring, so it doesn't get lost or something. What's her name, by the way?" He pulled the engagement ring off her finger and dropped it into my palm. "It's Nina Kramer." He wrote that down on the paper he had on a clipboard. "You should call her family. They should be here." I knew it was serious, but I had no idea it was that serious. I'll call them. I took her hand as it fell out from under the blanket. Nina, you have to pull through this for me. You know you've got to do it, baby. You can't leave me here. Please don't leave me here. I can't be alone again. I can't. I broke down then. I couldn't hold it in. I begged her to stay with me. When we got to the hospital, I walked as far as they would let me, holding her hand and telling her not to leave me all the way down the long hall. When we got to the double doors, where the family could no longer go, I fell to my knees. Turning my head up to God, I prayed for him to please not take her yet. Please let her stay with me. Someone put his hands on my shoulders. Come on. Let's get you to a waiting room. Some big man wearing white scrubs picked me up and let me lean on him as he took me to a quiet, empty room. He helped me sit down and then handed me a box of tissues. Thank you. I pulled one out and blew my nose. Hey, I've been there. He patted me on the shoulder. This is my second time being here. I wiped my eyes, but I had no idea why I'd done that. It wasn't like the tears had stopped flowing. Second time, he asked with concern. Man, that's rough. All you can do is pray now, mister. Pray hard, and don't stop until she's better. You hear me? I nodded. Pray until she's better. I hear you. The only thing he didn't know was that I had done that before, too. It hadn't worked then. Why should it work now? When my cell rang, I didn't even jump. That's how numb I was. I saw it was Artemis. She's hurt, I answered his call, cutting off his immediate question about the attack and whether we'd been home when it happened. Shit, came his quick reply. We'll come to you, Ashton. I'll get Julia to call her family. Thank you. I gasped to catch my breath. I'm losing it. I really am. I've never felt so helpless and lost. Not ever. This is worse than last time. I can't do it alone. I can't. You don't have to. We're on our way. Just hang tight. We've got you, buddy. He ended the call, and I fell back in the chair. My life was falling apart once again. I had no idea what I was supposed to do. How I could possibly go on if she left me. I put her ring on my pinky finger. It only fit partially. Holding it to my lips, I kissed it as I prayed, please don't take her too, God. I'll do anything if you just don't take her away from me. It felt as if an eternity had passed before anyone I knew showed up. Duke and Lila rushed to me. Lila got to me first, hugging me tightly. She's going to be okay, Ashton. Don't worry. I pushed her back, hoping like hell she'd been able to talk to someone who had told her that. Did you get to talk to someone about how she's doing in surgery? Her blue eyes went blank. She's in surgery. You didn't know? I asked in surprise. She shook her head, and then Duke got to us. What the hell happened, Ashton? There was some kind of attack. This armored truck hit her. She's got internal injuries, they said, and her head was bleeding too. I gulped as I sat back down. They took her straight into surgery as soon as she got here. Was she talking? Lila asked. No. I shook my head. She was knocked out. By the medicine they gave her to help with the pain. Duke asked hopefully. No. I tried to put logical words together, but found it hard to do. Unconscious. That's how they found her. Lila put her hand on mine as she sat on one side of me, and Duke sat on the other. Was she breathing? I nodded. Yeah. My hands moved over my face. Blood was running like this over her face. Her nose was bleeding. My hand went to my stomach. There was blood on the blanket around her stomach. The color ran out of Lila's face. I see. Duke ran his arm behind me to put it on Lila's shoulder. We've got to have faith here, you guys. We can't lose hope now. She's a fighter. She was breathing when she came in. That's better than nothing. It was barely better than nothing. But he was right. It was something. Natalia hadn't fared so well after the accident. Nina wasn't as bad off as she'd been. I closed my eyes and begged God to give Nina a chance. I knew I couldn't go on without her. I had no idea what would happen to me if she didn't make it. I looked at Duke. He was a great friend to me, and the only one I knew who could stand up to Artemis. Artemis wouldn't let me go, but Duke might. Duke, if she dies, just let me go, okay?
Chapter 29. Nina.
"He's not going to make it," I heard a woman whispering. My eyes fluttered open as I heard a very slow, beeping sound. Only a dim light filled the small room I was in. One wall was entirely made out of glass, and I could see a woman in pale pink scrubs standing across the hallway. She looked on as a couple of other people, also wearing scrubs, stood inside the other room. That's where the slow, beeping sound was coming from. The door to the room I was in stood wide open, and it was made of glass too. I moved my arm. Or I tried to, anyway. I stopped trying to move it when I felt something tugging at it. My head turned slowly and I found I was hooked up to some clear lines. It seemed I was in the hospital and apparently in bad shape. But I couldn't recall just why that was. When the beeping sound went from slow to one constant beep, I knew the person in the other room had died. My brain was in a fog, but even with the haze around it, I wondered if Ashton had been with me when I was hurt. And then I wondered if that was him in the room across the hallway. Wondered if it was him whose heart had stopped beating. "Help," I croaked out. But no one heard me. "Call the time," one of the women in scrubs said. 2:15 a.m. is the official time of death, another woman said from inside the room. I couldn't see her as she stood behind the curtain, which had been pulled across the majority of the glass wall. I could see the foot of the hospital bed, though. In that bed, some person had just died, and I lay there, helpless to find out if it was Ashton or not. Closing my eyes, I tried not to think that it was him. I couldn't take it if it was him. If I lost him, I had no idea what I would do. I had never loved anyone as much as I loved him, and I knew I would never love anyone else that way ever again. I was sure my heart would give out too, if it was Ashton, who now lay lifeless in the bed across the hall. "You can call the nursing home to let them know Mr. Sandstone won't be coming back," someone said with a hushed voice. "Mr. Sandstone?" My eyes flew back open. "It's not Ashton." I was elated to hear the lady say a name that I didn't know at all. And then I felt terrible for being so happy when a person had just died. And one so close to me. Well, I didn't actually know Mr. Sandstone. We weren't mentally close, but physically, we were only a few feet away from each other. I needed to show more reverence, I thought. Hell, he was probably floating away, looking back at us all and thinking that I was a pretty heartless bitch to be looking so happy and smiling so big when he'd just passed away. "Sorry, Mr. Sandstone." "Rest in peace," I offered. The nurses began to leave the room as some men came in to deal with the dead body. And one of them spotted me looking at them. "Hi there, Nina." She waved to get another person's attention. "Look who woke up." 3 of the nurses came into my room. One went to check the machines, as the other 2 gave me wide smiles. I could see their last names were on the tags they had on their shirts. The woman closest to me had Gonzalez on her tag. "Nurse Gonzalez, my throat hurts, it's so dry. Can I have something to drink?" The other nurse ran off. "I'll get her some water." "Everything's looking good here," the last nurse said. Nurse Gonzalez leaned over me, flashing a small light in my eyes. "Normal pupil dilation." Well, normal for being on morphine. She put her hand on my shoulder and held up 2 fingers. "Can you tell me how many fingers I'm holding up?" 2, I answered. "Now, can anyone tell me what the heck has happened to me?" Nurse Gonzalez took the lead as the other nurse excused herself to go check on the others. Whoever the others were. Someone drove their car into a crowded sidewalk. You were hit by a pretty big truck. Damn. I was glad to see the other nurse coming back to my room with a little pink cup in her hand. Here you are, Nurse Sloane said as she handed me a drink with a small straw in it. Now take little sips. It's been a while since you've had any liquid down your throat. I sipped it and had to stop myself from chugging it down. My throat was bone dry. How long have I been here? I asked when I'd drunk my fill. 2 weeks, came Nurse Gonzalez's reply. The incident happened 2 weeks ago. You were one of the first ones brought in. I had been out for 2 weeks and hadn't even known it. The next thing on my mind had nothing to do with my injuries. Has anyone been coming to see me? Your family has, Nurse Sloane told me. And your coworkers too. She smiled at me as she went to the bottom of the bed, picked up one of my feet, and massaged it as she lifted it up. They wanted to fill this room with flowers and balloons and such, but that's not allowed in ICU. You're allowed one visitor at a time and for only 5 minutes. And that's only once an hour, for a few hours in the morning and a couple in the evening. That's why no one is here with you. It's not because no one cares about you. It's just the policy at our hospital for patients in intensive care. So, I'm in bad shape then, I surmised from my situation. But I don't feel any pain. You're on a morphine drip. That's why you're not feeling any pain, Nurse Gonzalez filled me in. But we're lowering the amount of that morphine hourly. We wanted you to wake up. And by later on today, around noon or so, the morphine will be taken away. The other nurse looked at me with a little frown. And then you will feel a bit of discomfort. Great. I thought about what I'd said and how I'd sounded. That was whiny. I shouldn't be like that. I should be happy that I'm going to feel things again. I should be happy that I'm alive. Yes, you should. Nurse Gonzalez took a seat on the large rocker next to my bed. You had some pretty bad internal injuries, and one to your brain too. Thank goodness the one to your brain was minor. But your organs took a beating. Your liver had a laceration. Your kidneys were so badly bruised they shut down for a few days. Your heart just kept on ticking though. You've got yourself an amazingly strong heart, honey. And that heart was feeling a little down in the dumps as I looked at my left hand to find my engagement ring was gone. From what I could recall, I had just gotten proposed to. Ashton had slid a big diamond ring on my finger. Or had that just been a dream while I was under? I had to ask them about him. Has there been a man who has come to see me? You've had a few come to see you, Nurse Gonzalez said. Lots of staff members from the network have been stopping by to say quick hellos to you. But no man in particular has come by to see me more than the rest? I asked, losing hope fast. Ashton might have taken off the ring himself. He might have been freaked out by my near-death experience. Hell, he may have flown the coop for all I knew. Honey, the way you've been kept this last couple of weeks, no one has had much access to you, she told me. Your mama is about the only one we all know by name. She's the main one who's been keeping up with your progress and passing that information on to everyone else who cares about you. Now that I'm awake, is there any chance that I'll get to have visitors for longer amounts of time? I crossed my fingers, hoping she would say yes. Her lips quirked up to one side. Well, not a ton of time, but it will increase to 15 minutes. The amount of visits per day will stay the same until you're put into a regular room. How long will I be here? I looked up at the ceiling, feeling somewhat desperate. Well, there's just no telling, Nina. She looked at me with a vague smile. You're getting better, but there are never any certainties with internal or brain injuries. I don't want to give you any number of days right now. But the doctor who's taking care of you will come in around 7 this morning, and he might be able to give you some more answers. I was already coming up with questions I needed to ask him. But the number one question on my mind was where Ashton was. I knew she didn't have an answer for that. The nurse got up and handed me the remote to the television. You can watch some TV if you want to. That button there will call us if you want anything. Don't hesitate to push it if there's anything you need. I thought for a moment. Should I call one of you guys if I have to use the bathroom? She laughed. You're not getting out of that bed, sweetie. We've got you taken care of in that department. Just chill out. Sleep, watch the tube, and most of all, let your body heal while you rest. Think of this as the ultimate vacation. People are here to wait on you hand and foot. You won't have to lift a finger while you're in ICU. Not even to bathe yourself. She winked at me. You're getting the 5-star treatment, my lady. Leaving me with a wave, I liked her already. Hey, thanks for taking care of me, Nurse Gonzalez. Thanks for being such a great patient. She gave me another wink. But so far, you've been an unconscious one. Let's hope you're a great patient when you're awake, too. I'll try to be. I watched her leave and felt a little weird. I was all alone now. And in a hospital of all places. I had no idea if I was still an engaged woman or not. I had no idea if I was even still in a relationship with Ashton. I had no idea about anything. This much I knew for sure, Ashton would not be handling this well. Worst case scenario, he'd see this as a sign. Maybe even think he was cursed or something. One fiancé died in a crash, and one was nearly killed in an attack. What are the freaking chances of that happening? Yeah, I could totally see Ashton thinking that he had some type of a curse going on. He might have pulled the ring off my finger and retracted the proposal just because he thought that might save my life. And maybe it had. I lay there thinking about Ashton, and as I did, I overheard one of the other nurses talking to someone. Yeah, she died once on the operating table and once right there in that bed. We had to bring her back twice. She's a real miracle, that Nina Kramer. Oh damn. Maybe Ashton is cursed.
Chapter 30. Ashton.
Her mother called me this morning, I told Artemis as I sat in his office. She's awake. A frown furrowed his brow. And you're sitting here because? I had the ring in my pocket, playing with it, as I thought about why I was sitting in my boss's office, instead of in the ICU waiting room. Waiting for my 5-minute turn with Nina. I do not know the answer to that. Is it because you're afraid? He asked. Shaking my head, I knew it wasn't fear that had me staying put after the call I'd gotten from her joy-filled mother that morning. It's not that I'm afraid of anything. It's more like a veil of doubt. He looked aggravated as he put his fingers on his forehead, massaging what must have been a headache. Doubt about what? The crazy thing was that I had prayed so much for Nina to get better, and I'd thought I would blaze a trail to that hospital the minute I got word that she was awake and coherent. I would rush to her side and slip the engagement ring right back onto her long, slender finger. I would kiss her sweet lips and tell her everything was going to be all right. But I wasn't doing any of those things. Pulling my hand out of my pocket with the ring on my pinky finger, I held it up. Artemis, do you think there are such things as curses? No, came his curt answer. There are no curses. What's the deal with the ring, Ashton? What are you thinking? I put a ring on Natalia's finger, and less than a year later, she was dead. I moved the ring so the light made the diamond sparkle brightly. Flash forward 4 years, and I put a ring on Nina's finger. Now, not even a day goes by before someone nearly kills her. I looked into Artemis' eyes. The damn hijacker, Artemis. What are the odds? Please tell me what they are. I need to know. First of all, in this day and age, being killed or hurt by a hijacker is not that uncommon. He got up and walked to the window to look out of it. This isn't the only city that experiences such things. Even if you moved to some small town, it wouldn't be a guarantee that something like this wouldn't happen to you again. Then what am I supposed to do? I had to know. And how am I supposed to believe that Nina will be okay if I put this ring back on her finger? He turned to look at me, his face a puzzle of torment. Ashton, you're letting your imagination take hold of you. If you keep thinking this way, you'll end up a lonely man. Is that what you want? I don't want anyone to get hurt just because they love me. I put the ring on the desk, and the overhead light refracted off it, making it glow. That looks pretty powerful, sitting there, doesn't it? It's almost as if that ring has powers we can't understand. He strode over, snapping the ring up as he growled, Ashton Lang, you stop this right now. I won't let you do this to yourself again. Get up, take this ring and put it back on Nina's finger. Marry that woman and raise kids with her. Make her your family, Ashton. And put this idiotic idea out of your head. Accidents happen. That's that. He put the ring in my jacket pocket and then took a seat. And when was the last time that you talked to Dr. Patel, anyway? Yesterday. I sighed, feeling the weight of the ring in my pocket. Honestly, I wasn't feeling this way then. This just came up. Well, let it just go away the same way it popped up then. He slammed his fist down on the desk. You've got to stop thinking this way, and you've got to get over to that hospital and let the woman you love see your face. I'm sure she's missed you. I shrugged. She's been asleep. I'm sure she hasn't missed me. Maybe she's even had enough time to get over me. Who wants to be the fiancé of a man whose fiancés keep dying? Maybe that's for the best. Get up and get to that hospital. He stood up and went toward the door. Once you see her, once you talk to her, you'll stop this shit. He opened the door and pointed my way out. Go. I got up slowly. I wasn't as gung-ho as he wanted me to be, but I would go see her. For the 5 minutes, they would allow me to. But I wasn't sure if I would saddle her with the ring yet. I wasn't sure it would be safe to put it on her just yet. Maybe never. Leaving the office with Artemis glaring at me, I got on the elevator. Moving the ring from the pocket of my jacket, I put it back in my pants pocket and let my fingers move around it. My head wasn't right as I took a cab over to the hospital. Thoughts came and went as I stared at the floor. Am I really cursed? Should I leave Nina alone for her own good? Should I just be alone for the rest of my life? Would that be safer for everyone? Will I ever be able to get over Nina? I sighed heavily as I thought about that. I had hardly slept at all since the attack. And even as I thought about that and knew that the lack of sleep could contribute to depression, I ignored that fact. Nina had made the apartment hers already, and I felt her presence there every day, even as she lay in the hospital unconscious and on the brink of death. Her things were everywhere. I tried to snuggle with her pillow to get some sleep, but that only put me to sleep for short spurts of time. I needed her now. But was it my need for her that had gotten her hurt? Do you believe in curses? I asked the cab driver. Oh. Yes, I do. Very much so, he told me as he bobbed his head. I think I'm cursed. I pulled the engagement ring out and held it up. I think that when I put an engagement ring on a woman's finger, it puts them in great danger. The driver stopped at a light and cocked his head to one side. Let me get this straight. You have put that same ring on multiple women's fingers, and they've been hurt. Looking at the ring, I shook my head. No, not this same ring. The rings are different. Oh, then no, he informed me. That's not a curse then. If it were the same ring, then I would say it was a curse. Not the same ring, no curse. I frowned, feeling a little dazed by the conversation and how quickly he'd shot down my theory about being cursed. Maybe I'm just afraid of losing another partner then, and that's what has me looking for explanations in the form of curses. Most likely, sir. His dark eyes looked at me through the rearview mirror. I suppose then that you have lost a love, and now you have a new one, and you think you might lose her too. Nodding, I confirmed his suspicions. Yep. My advice is to push that worry away. If we let the worry of what might happen stop us, we will never do a damn thing. Or love anyone, for that matter. There is always a chance that something can happen to anyone. or the chance that they will fall out of love with us and leave us one day. But we do it anyway. He winked at me. Do you know why we do it anyway, sir? I really don't. I shook my head, thinking that he hadn't helped me at all. We do it anyway because life encourages us to. His head bobbed again as he smiled. Life is what it's all about, sir. My eyes went back to the floor, not feeling like I was quite getting what he was saying. And there I spotted something that I hadn't noticed before when I'd been staring at the floor. A small piece of white paper. Like the fortune from a fortune cookie. Picking it up, I read it. In the end, it's not the years in your life that count, it's the life in your years. Holding the ring in one hand and the little paper with the wise words on it in the other, I thought about what those words meant. I could have a long life free of worry, sadness, and loss. But what I would be giving up companionship, connection, and the highest price of all would be love. I would have to give up love. And I would have to take my love away from Nina. I had never thought about it that way. I had lived 4 years without love in my life. Those years seemed so empty to me now. Did I want more empty years ahead of me? Or did I want years, no matter how few or how many there would be, that were full of life? A life that included love, happiness, and Nina. The cab driver stopped in front of the entrance to the hospital, and I put the engagement ring on my pinky finger. You know what? What, sir? He asked me as he turned to look back at me. I choose life. Have a very nice day. I got out of the cab, listening to the man laugh. He made a joyful sound as he laughed and called out to me from the open window, "You have a nice life, sir." I think I will. I went inside, greeting everyone I saw. Good morning. Nice day, isn't it? I went all the way to the waiting room in ICU, where I found a nurse with a name tag that said Gonzalez. Hi there. Good morning, Nurse Gonzalez. I know I'm 5 minutes late for this morning's visiting hours, but I've got to see my girl. You've got her back there, and I need to put this little ring back on her finger. I wiggled my pinky to let her see the ring. Ah. She smiled. You must be here to see Nina Kramer. She's been asking her mother about you. I had no idea you two were engaged. You never mentioned it. I wasn't myself. But now that she's awake and on the road to recovery, I feel much better. I winked at her and wiggled my pinky at her again. So, you think you can bend the rules just this one time? I'm pretty sure that wearing this ring will speed up her recovery. I think you're right. She walked out from behind the nurse's station, beckoning me to follow her. Come on with me. I'm going to put this down as a therapist's visit. That means you get an hour with her. This is the kind of therapy she really needs right now, too. I had an in now, and I would be using it to my advantage. Thank you. You're a saint. So I've been told. She took me right to Nina. She's resting, but feel free to hold her hand. She might wake up for you. She pulled the curtain to cover the majority of the glass wall, giving us a bit of privacy. I'll come back in an hour to let you know when your time's up. With a nod, I turned back to look at Nina. The swelling in her head was gone. The bruises had healed, and the cuts were nearly gone too. I ran my fingertips across her cheeks, and her eyes fluttered open. You, she sighed. Yeah, it's me. I leaned over and barely touched my lips to hers. The wave that rushed over me threatened to take me under. But I hung on, staying strong for her. I've missed you. Her eyes glistened with tears that began to flow down her face. I've missed you since I woke up. I wish you could have been here. Me too. I took her hand, which had bruises on top of it where the IV went in. Moving my thumb over it carefully, I tried not to break down as I thought about all that she'd gone through. The doctor came in a little while ago. He says I've got a long road ahead of me, but it's a road that will lead me back to good health. Apparently, I will live. She laughed a little, then sighed. I pulled the ring off my pinky and showed it to her. Apparently, I'll live too. A happy life with you in it, for as long as the good Lord allows. I slid the ring back onto her finger and then kissed it. Just so you know, we're getting married as soon as possible, baby. A sob came out of her, and she began to cry. I love you so much. You have no idea how much. Wrapping my arms around her carefully, I held her, whispering, I love you more than you know. We have a bright future ahead of us, baby. It's all smooth sailing from here. We've got each other, and that's all we'll ever need. Nina and I had found our happily ever after, even though the odds had been against us. We both knew it wasn't always going to be easy, but we'd get through the hard times together.
The end. Dirty Desires Extended Epilogue. Nina. 3 years later.
Sweat covered us both. We'd been at it for such a long time. We were trying to procreate, a thing we had a hard time doing. Duke and Lila had conceived a son not long after they had started trying to get pregnant. Julia and Artemis managed twin daughters only a year after deciding to start their family. Ashton and I hadn't let so much as a day go by without some hope that we could get pregnant. My internal injuries from the terrorist attack had taken a toll on my reproductive organs. My gynecologist told me that it wouldn't be impossible to get pregnant, but it wouldn't necessarily be easy either. Her words had proven right. Getting pregnant hadn't been easy at all. Both Lila and Julia were trying again to get pregnant to add to their families. I so wanted to share the experience of pregnancy with both of my best friends. Ashton and I sought out a fertility specialist, hoping like hell that he would be able to help us. I'd been put on a diet that was so strict it seemed almost impossible to stick to, but I had done so. Ashton had been put on a diet too. He had to abstain from any release for a whole week. Then he had to pump as much of that stuff into me as he possibly could. I had never thought of intimacy as work before, but it was proving to be a job now. There were times when we could have it, and times when we couldn't. When the time came to have it, we had to like rabbits for an entire 8 hours. All that attraction we had for each other hadn't helped us have a baby at all. I found that frustrating, to say the least. Only 10 more minutes, then we're done, baby, he told me as he moved a pillow underneath my butt to raise it the way the specialist had told us would help. After dumping each load into me, I had to lie perfectly still on top of the pillow for a half hour. I had my fingers crossed every time, hoping that this time it would work. This would be the time when one of Daddy's little tadpoles would swim into Mommy's egg and make us a baby. We swore that we would be happy with one child, if that's all we could get. We swore we would never ask for anything ever again for the rest of our lives if we could just have one little version of the two of us. We babysat our friends' kids a lot. We loved them so much. It seemed impossible that we would be able to love our own more than we loved the little toddlers who called us their aunt and uncle. But we sure wanted to find out if we could.
Ashton.
Nina and I had gotten married while she was still in the hospital. 3 years have passed since that day. Our third anniversary fell on the same day the fertility doctor told us it would be prime time to try to make that baby we'd wanted so badly. If I could give her that baby for our third wedding anniversary, then I would make her the happiest girl in the world. And I would be the happiest man in the world too. But things don't always go the way we hope they will. I lay on my side, looking down at her. Her face was red and sweaty after our 8-hour baby-making session. Her chest rose and fell slowly as she tried to relax the way I told her to. Resting my palm on her abdomen, I closed my eyes and said a little prayer, the way I'd been doing since we started this endeavor. It had been a solid year since we'd started visiting the specialist for help conceiving. He told us that the next logical step would be to use powerful fertility medication, whose names I couldn't even pronounce. That wasn't a thing either of us wanted to do. He also gave us the option of in vitro fertilization. That was another thing we didn't really care for. Having the intimacy to make the baby was a huge part of the process, in my opinion at least. I didn't want to miss out on that important step in parenthood. Checking the time, I found the 30-minute time frame had expired. Kissing her soft lips, I whispered, "Time's up. You can get up now, if you want to." Her golden brown eyes opened, and I saw anger behind them. I can't stop thinking about him, Ashton. I can't stop being mad at him for what he did to me, and to all the others he hurt and killed. I often wondered if her anger might be getting in the way of our getting pregnant. She had a terrible fury burning inside of her. The man who'd committed the act had killed himself at the scene. That had Nina and some of the other victims angry that he didn't have to face the consequences of his hurtful and deadly actions. She and I now shared having a past trauma that had shaped our minds, and not in a good way. "Hush now." I kissed her lips again. "As your therapist has told you time and time again, being angry is natural, but it doesn't solve a thing. You think I don't know that?" She sat up and got out of bed, huffing mad as she went to the bathroom. Lying there, I had no idea what to say to her. No matter what I said, she would take it the wrong way. Sometimes, I thought that trying to have a baby only made things worse for her. Maybe, if this time didn't work, I would see if we could take the baby thing off the table for a while. We could always try again at a later time. We could just stop trying so hard. She wouldn't need to take birth control, and we could just go about our lives normally and see what happened then. The stress of trying so hard was making her nuts. After a few minutes, I headed into the bathroom, finding her crying as she sat on the toilet. "Nina." I went to my knees in front of her, taking her hands away from her face. "You don't need to cry. Things will be okay. You'll see." Shaking her head, her dark blonde hair flew around her face. "No, they won't ever be okay again." She pulled her hands away from me to run them over the scar on her stomach. "He took away so much, and he never has to pay for what he's done. It's not fair." And here we go again with that damn word. Fair. Not many things in life are fair, baby. Breaking into a new round of sobs, she whimpered, "I know that. It makes living so damn hard." That was the first time she'd said that. I had a feeling she thought it at times, but she'd never said it out loud. And that scared me. One of the male victims of that attack had taken his own life only a few months before. He lost a leg in the incident and couldn't seem to accept the fact that he'd never have that appendage back. He'd been in therapy too, so that had me worried. I prayed that Nina wouldn't get so down that she'd start to hate living. "How about we take this coming weekend to really celebrate our 3rd anniversary?" I ran my hand through her damp tresses. "We could go to the coast or the mountains. Anything you want to do, we can do it." Still, her head shook. "I don't want to do anything." Getting up, I left her to cry while I ran her a hot bubble bath. The smooth lavender scent of the bubbles would help soothe her. If I could get her to stop crying, the battle would be nearly won. Going back to her, I asked, "You all done on the toilet, sweetie?" Nina nodded as she sniffled. Then I picked her up and took her to the bath. Placing her into the deep tub, I turned on the jets to speed up the relaxation. I sat on the edge and ran my hand through her hair as I whistled a soothing little melody. I had to admit, this wasn't what I thought our future would be like. But it was ours, and I would be the man she needed me to be.
Nina.
Taking a deep breath of the cold mountain air, I looked at the scene that lay below us. Riding the ski lift to the top of the slope, Ashton and I held hands and kicked our legs. "Colorado is just gorgeous. I can't believe you made all these arrangements by yourself, Ashton. This is a great surprise." He only nodded as he looked at our surroundings. "Thanks." Of course, he'd had to make all the arrangements himself. I'd been adamant that I didn't want to do anything all week long. But thankfully, he'd gone ahead and made plans anyway. Ashton was my rock. It was hard for me to believe that he had been able to overcome what had held him back for so long, that he could see to me. But he'd stood up and taken charge right from the start. I lived one day at a time after the attack. And Ashton was there every one of those days, helping me to keep on keeping on, as he would put it. I ran my leather-gloved thumb over the top of his hand. "Hey, thanks for being there for me, babe. I know I don't say it enough, but I want you to know that I'm extremely thankful for you." He turned to look at me. "I know you are. And I'm thankful for you too, Nina Lang." He moved his hand to wrap his arm around me. "What do you think about putting all this baby-making stuff on the back burner?" I had to admit, I was pretty shocked that he'd said that. "Huh. Yeah," he nodded. "We could stop seeing the specialist. Stop doing the diet thing and the week of no intimacy thing, and just be normal. I think it would do us both a lot of good." The pressure was getting to me. He was right about me needing a break. "I suppose we can do that. If you're really, really sure you want to do that." "I am." He gave me a little squeeze. "I want to get back to you and me doing whatever we want to do. Starting right now. Tonight, I'll take you to some fancy restaurant and you can eat anything you damn well please, and drink all the alcohol you want too." Not a drop had passed my lips in that whole year. Once we started seeing the fertility specialist, alcohol had been removed from my diet completely, along with fried foods and dairy. Some cheesy chili fries sound pretty delicious right now. And maybe an ice-cold beer and a greasy cheeseburger would hit the spot. I laughed. "I'm going to get fat, aren't I?" Shaking his head, he held me close. "No, you won't. You'll just get to be you again, that's all." The way he looked at me told me he missed the girl I used to be. I'll try to get back to who I was before all this happened. I will try as hard as I can. You're a terrific inspiration too, you know. You've come so far. I sometimes forget that you used to suffer much the same way I do now. Time and the help of a couple of great women helped me do that. And I think time and the help of a couple of great men can do the same for you. Doc Marlowe is a great man, and he can help you if you let him." He moved his arm so we could jump off the ski lift and begin our tour back down the mountain. "Here we go." I followed behind him, letting him lead the way. And as we sped down those frosty slopes, I realized that I needed to follow that very same philosophy in my real life. Follow my husband because he knew the way back to sanity. He'd also gotten lost on the path back from tragedy, yet he'd managed to find his way back. There could be no better person to follow. So I did just that. He thought we should put the baby making on the back burner, so there it would go. Whatever he thought would help me, I would do it. I'd been wallowing in self-pity for 3 years now. It was time to get up, and Ashton Lang was the man who could help me. When we skidded to a stop, throwing a curtain of snow across the open field as we did, we were both laughing. My heart filled with love for him. Not that I had intentionally put it from my heart, but it hadn't been, first and foremost, very much. I supposed it had been filled with anger, my love for my husband getting crowded out of it. Chasing the anger out of it permanently became my mission. After we got to the lodge, we sat down to take off the skis before heading inside. "I think hot chocolate sounds good. What about you, Nina?" "It sounds like heaven in a mug." I'd had to cut out my coffee, too. Lila and Julia would be glad that he was coming back. And when this weekend is over, I'll get back to my coffee making, too. The girls will love that. His arm went around my shoulders as he headed inside to the warmth of the huge fire that filled the main part of the lodge. Just thinking about my friends and how they were moving on to another round of baby making had me feeling a little blue. But when Ashton put a warm cup of cocoa in my hand, it quickly distracted my attention from those sad thoughts. Inhaling the fragrant steam that wafted up, I decided to thoroughly enjoy myself for the weekend and to try to maintain that attitude for a long time. My husband had dealt with a mental case for far too long. The time to pull up my big girl panties and move on had come.
Ashton.
Her skin felt like satin beneath my hands. A fire crackled in the fireplace in our room at the lodge. The snow outside glowed with the light of the full moon. An owl hooted as it flew past the window. Colorado was an excellent idea, Ashton. It's so different from New York. It sure is. I leaned over to kiss her, and she melted into me. It had been a long time since I'd felt her do that. Something was changing inside of her. I could feel it happening. Nina was letting the anger go and letting me back in. Nina. Push. I coached Lila because Duke hadn't made it to the hospital yet. He was on a hunting trip with Artemis, and the baby had come 2 weeks early. I told him it was a bad idea, Lila said through clenched teeth as her face turned redder. He's going to miss the birth, I just know he is. She was beside herself about her husband not being there to welcome their second son. I patted her hand to soothe her. He'll make it. Ashton is waiting at the airport to hurry him along. Don't you worry. We take our roles as aunt and uncle very seriously. I know you do. She smiled at me as the pain ebbed. You two are a godsend to us all. I want you to know that, Nina. I don't know what we would do without you both. We did help them out a lot, I had to admit that. We love spending time with those little ones. Julia came waddling in, her hand on her back. How's she coming along, Nina? Lila snapped, I'm right here. You can ask me, you know. Julia smiled. I know. But ever since you got pregnant, you've been a real pain, sweetie. I can't wait for your hormones to return to normal so that you can be Lila again. Carrying this 10-pounder is a bitch, not me, Julia Wolf, Lila said with seething anger. Julia laughed as she took a seat. I do know a thing or two about carrying around a lot of baby weight. If you will recall, the twins were 11 pounds of combined weight. And I didn't let it get to me. It's not the weight, it's the hormones, trust me. You think you know everything, Lila hissed. Then quickly, another contraction began revving up. Shit. Breathe, I coached as I rubbed her shoulders. Just breathe, Lila. I am breathing, she whined. And it still hurts. You're talking, I corrected her. If you're talking, you're not breathing. So be quiet and breathe, Lila. She looked at me with glaring eyes. Fine. She was mad at the world, but at least it would be over soon. She had gained a phenomenal amount of weight. She kept saying the baby was huge, but no doctor had said that. It was all her own idea. I, too, couldn't wait for her hormones to get back to normal. Julia was due next week, and she had gained hardly any weight. Her tummy looked like a little basketball, with just one little boy inside of her. She was happy as a clam with her pregnancy. In no time, you'll have this boy of yours out, and then you'll feel so much better. You'll see, Lila. The contraction ended, and Lila's body went slack as she lay back on the bed. He can't come quick enough. A nurse popped in. Speaking of that, we can get you that epidural now. You've probably got another hour or two before he comes, and we can get you comfortable now. If you want to. Lila's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Yes, I want to have that done very much and very soon, before another contraction hits, preferably. With a nod, the nurse left us, and Julia took a long look at Lila. I would have said that you should really think about having this baby all natural, the way I'm planning on having mine. But seeing as you're already red in the face and extremely agitated, I say the epidural may be completely necessary in this case. Lila smirked at Julia. You think? Then she flipped her off just for the hell of it. She'd been flipping people the bird for months now. I would be glad when that would end too. Come on, Lila. Behave yourself. The hard part is almost over. The epidural will take all the pain away, and we can all just enjoy the rest of this delivery, I urged her as I rubbed her shoulders. In minutes, the epidural had been done, and Lila was acting like her old self again. Sorry about that, you guys. Julia leaned up to ask, for the last few hours or the last 9 months, dear? That earned her another bird from our friend, and I laughed. Come on, Lila. Then I got one too, and nearly doubled over with laughter. I wasn't sure what had me feeling so amused. It wasn't like I'd had an easy morning dealing with Lila. But there I was, laughing it up. Julia pointed at a chair. You should take a seat, Nina. No reason to be standing up all this time. Especially since Lila's doing so much better and won't need you to rub her shoulder so much. I took a seat and pulled up one foot to massage it. I had been on my feet for quite a few hours, after all. The door flew open, and Duke came in, huffing and puffing like he'd just run all the way from the airport. Did I miss it? Lila smiled. No. Julia laughed. Just the worst part. It's all smooth sailing from here on out. Ashton and Artemis hustled in behind him, making the small room seem even smaller. Did we make it in time? Ashton eyeing the scene in the room. You did. I got up and went to stand at the foot of Lila's bed. Rubbing her feet, I smiled at her. I guess we should let you two enjoy bringing this baby into the world alone then. Julia made a gasping sound, and when I turned around, I saw her pointing at the floor right where I was standing. Her water broke. I looked down to see the puddle of water that was right under me. Then I looked at Lila. The blanket that covered her wasn't wet at all. I didn't understand until Ashton came up behind me. He wrapped his arms around me, holding my swollen belly. That's not her water, it's yours. You're in labor, Nina. Haven't you felt any pains at all? Our due date was 2 weeks away, too. Lila and I had only 2 days between our projected due dates. I felt a little off, but I thought that was due to helping Lila out. Lila pointed to the door. Get out there and tell the nurse what's happened. It seems our sons will share a birthday, Nina. How cool is that? So cool. I turned and wrapped my arms around Ashton. We're going to have our baby, Ashton. Julia made a little whine and then stood up. I just had a contraction. She beamed at me. I think we're all going to have our sons on the same day, you guys. And with that, our happily ever after had finally come.
The end. Brady's Bad Girl. A Dirty Desires Extra. She had it coming to her. Everyone knew it too. A little princess at work, she was anything but that when I got her home. She was required to strip down to her underwear as soon as we entered our apartment. At work, she was my intern. At home, she was my sub. And a very good sub at that. But it was time things changed. Would she be able to conform to what I now wanted her to be? Brady.
A year had come and gone since I'd made Veronica mine, a year of pleasure that would rival anyone's best. But everything was about to change. I just hoped Veronica was ready for it. Go into the playroom and wait for me at the end of the bed, I ordered her. Getting up with the grace of a gazelle, she kept her head tucked in as she walked away from me. Wearing only her bra and panties as I required once we'd made it home, her butt swayed with each step she took. She was truly a sight to behold. I felt incredibly proud that she belonged to me, my little sub who would do anything her owner asked of her. And I asked a lot of her. Veronica responded better than I could have ever imagined. It was as if she was born to be my sub. But now, I wanted something different. Being her owner was a thing I adored, but I wanted more. It just wasn't enough any longer. I waited 15 minutes to go to her. I liked to keep her waiting and a bit on the anxious side. Any adrenaline running through her would add depth and flavor to our play. It was important to always keep her guessing about my next move, making it all that much more fun and intriguing. Fingering the nipple clamps I had in my pocket, I finally stepped into the room that she and I had turned into our playroom. This was going to be our last time using the room this way. I hoped she wouldn't be disappointed that this would be the end of our relationship. I hadn't given her any warning, and I wouldn't until I was sure it would enhance our last time together. After this session, there would be no more of this type of sport. It had to be this way. My mind had been set, and once set, there was absolutely no changing it. This apartment that I'd lived in for years wasn't large enough to make this type of relationship work for me anymore. Not with what was on my agenda. Slipping through the door, I found the room lit only by the single red light bulb that hung from the ceiling. It was bare and basic, just as a playroom should be, to keep it a bit on the frightening side. I scanned the room, looking for what I wanted to start with. The cage enticed me, so I barked out my order in the cage sub. Moving with a swift but graceful motion, Veronica entered the cage and waited inside with her head ducked. She didn't say a word. That's the way I wanted it. Do as I say, and the punishment will be minimal. Don't, and my wrath will rain down on you like a hurricane. Veronica knew well how to please me, and she adhered to my rules so well, too well. At times, I wished she would break them so that I could inflict more pain on her. But she was as professional at home as my sub, as she was at work as my intern. This need for change became clear to me because her internship was ending. She would no longer be working under me. Instead, she'd earned the reception position on the main floor of the Wolf Building. Starting Monday, she would be the first person anyone would meet when they entered the building. And I was damn proud of her for earning that prestigious spot. Not only did she excel at her job, but she'd befriended the top women on the network, the Fearsome Three as I had dubbed them, only they had no idea I called them that. The group was made up of Julia Wolf, the owner's wife and assistant, Lila Cofield, the morning anchor married to her co-anchor, and Nina Lang, Lila's social media manager as well as the producer's cue card girl and wife. We liked to mix it up in our network. Working so closely together allowed more relationships to blossom than the boss had ever intended. Once Veronica joined their pack, I changed the name of the group to the Fearsome Foursome, a name Veronica disliked. She said it sounded like they were lesbians in a group, and I had to admit that imagining them all writhing together in a knot did things to my body that defied my imagination.
Veronica.
I've been looking into Brady's dark eyes for over a year, but now locked in his cage and meeting his stare, I've never seen him look quite this way before. There had always been a coldness behind the surface of his eyes, a regard that sent chills through me at times. I found it both frightening and intriguing at the same time. And when he put his powerful hands on me, I fell into those dark and dangerous eyes like quicksand. But today, they weren't nearly as dangerous as they had always been. Amusement danced in the background for the first time, and I had no idea why that was. My perfect obedience wasn't because I was afraid of the punishment. I obeyed because I lived to see the light in his eyes as I performed exactly as he asked. I'd fallen so deeply in love with the man that I would do anything for him, anything at all, I would do it. Our relationship had always been kept private. Only recently had we come out about living together. Frankly, I was surprised when Brady began telling people about it. And I was surprised to learn that my friends at work already knew he and I were a thing. There were times that I wished we could just do it, like other couples. There were times that I wished I didn't have to strip down and turn into his sub-girl as soon as we got home. There were times that I didn't want to play the role of his chattel at all on certain days. But I had never told him that. The main reason I kept all that to myself was that I was afraid of him losing interest in me. Brady had needs that had to be met. If I couldn't fulfill them, then I was sure he would simply find another female who would. That would leave me in his past, a place I didn't want to be in. But I longed for things to grow between us. He hadn't wanted us to meet each other's families. My family had no idea I was even seeing anyone. And I had no idea what his family thought he was doing. He didn't talk about them. The fact was that he and I didn't do a lot of talking. We got up each weekday morning and went to work, where we talked about work things. We came home and proceeded directly into owner-sub mode. Weekends were entirely owner-sub mode. That left no time for a normal relationship, something I craved more and more with each passing day. I always did what he said. I had never questioned him once since we'd begun this thing that I thought might grow into something someday. But with a year gone by, I was beginning to think this is all we would ever have. And I was beginning to think that would no longer be enough for me.
Brady.
Disciplining myself was a thing I often did, but that would be going away too if Veronica would do what I was about to ask her to do. No more commands. No more demands on her or myself. It would be a whole different lifestyle. A life a person could be proud of. A life that could be called respectable. My family knew nothing about Veronica. I had always kept my subs a secret. My father asked me once if I liked men, since he thought I had never had a girlfriend. I didn't bother to answer him. It wasn't any of his business. Intimacy is intimacy, and it's personal. I've never understood why anyone thinks that they can ask what or who they are doing in private. Now, if I was doing it with some chick out on the street, I could see people butting into my business. But since I had never done anything intimate that wasn't in private, I didn't feel the need to explain a thing. It wasn't outsiders who I was going to change for. It was for the people who would be inside my home that I would lead a respectable life. My parents had led a normal life. They had provided a loving environment for my sisters and brothers and me. I wanted to do the same for my family. One could not expect children to grow up with parents who had a playroom and got pretty nasty with each other nightly. That's the way Veronica and I had been living. Weekends were full-on owner-sub with her cooking for me and then feeding me as she sat on my lap. No. Children couldn't witness acts like that. And I was ready to start having them. Watching coworkers with their babies in their arms was getting to me. And all of Veronica's friends were pregnant or trying to be. She's never said a word about wanting a baby or wanting anything more from me, but I can see it in her eyes when she holds her friends' babies. She would be a great mother, I knew that for certain. But would she want all of this to stop? That's what I was worried about. I had no idea how addicted she might be to being a sub. I had no idea if normal intimacy was a thing Veronica would enjoy. I mean, I could give her the occasional spanking from time to time, but we would have to be very quiet with kids around. My mind had led me away from the task at hand, and I found myself mindlessly licking her. Only then did I realize that she wasn't feeling it anymore. I got up, trailing my fingers along her spine as I did. I have something I have to tell you. I thought it best to have her trapped in the cage, that way she couldn't get upset and run out on me. Her voice quivered as she asked, "Yes?" My throat began to constrict, as if my body was trying to stop me. But I swallowed hard and went on, "I no longer wish to be your owner." Her head dropped, and I felt the skin on her shoulder grow colder under my fingers. Have I done something wrong? No. It's me. I trailed my hands down her arms. I no longer want a sub. Her shoulders slumped. And what does that mean for me? It means you get one more night with your owner, and that's all, I let her know. After tonight, there will be no more owner and no more sub. Am I making myself clear to you? I heard her sniffle and knew she was crying. It was okay that she cried. She needed to mourn the loss of what we'd had. She deserved to be able to grieve over it. I understand that you no longer want me as your sub. You no longer want to be my owner. I understand that I only have tonight and tomorrow. I won't belong to you anymore. Her saying that she wouldn't belong to me hit me square in the chest. It felt as if a lightning bolt had come out of nowhere and plunged into my heart. I felt myself falling backward, my feet carrying me away from her before I fell on the bed. She wouldn't belong to me anymore. She would have the right to do whatever she wanted. And that included leaving me. Had I made a huge mistake? Could I take it all back? My head throbbed and my heart ached. I watched Veronica fall to her knees, her back still to me. Her sobs were loud and mournful. She could cry. She could wail. I could not. I still had to stay strong. I still had to end this. If I was to get what I wanted, I had to end this once and for all. The time had come. It had to be done.
Veronica.
I heard the key turning in the lock and knew Brady was about to let me out. But I had no idea what he would be doing with me. Emotionally, I was unstable, a thing he didn't tolerate. Would I be strung up and whipped? Or would he simply turn away and deny me his attention? I prayed he wouldn't deny me his attention. I needed it badly now that he'd told me we were over, having only this night to see us through to our ending. Admittedly, I never saw this coming. I always thought we'd end up becoming more than just an owner with his sub. But I had been wrong, obviously. His hands wrapped around my waist, picking me up and tossing me over his shoulder. I looked up at him through tear-filled eyes, seeing his body as just a hazy mass that stood over me. He took my hands and bound my wrists in front of me. Pushing me around on the bed, he moved me to lie on it just so. One ankle at a time was tied to the bedposts, spreading me apart for him to take what I believed would be one last time. This would be our very last time together. My heart was breaking, imploding, destroying me from the inside out. He could have stopped my cries with one word, but he didn't. He was allowing me to cry, and I had no idea why that was. It wasn't like Brady to allow weakness. Why had he suddenly decided to end us? There had to have been something I had done, he just wasn't telling me what it was. Not once did I expect this to happen. Instead, I had hoped the opposite would happen. One day he would come to me and tell me that he wanted things to blossom between us, that we could sleep in the same bed and be intimate like normal people. I yearned to be intimate with this man I'd grown to love as fiercely as I had never known was possible. But now I supposed I would never see that day. The frustration began to build inside of me. I wanted to scream at him. At least give me one night of love. He had played with my body as if it was his personal toy, and I had grown to not only accept it, but to want it. How could he think that everything was up to him? I knew he was into controlling me. That much was certain. What I didn't know was that he could be so cruel. He didn't seem to be fazed at all by our ending. I never wanted this to end. But he'd said it would. I knew Brady well enough to know that he meant every damn word that came out of his mouth. He was meticulous about what he said. And once his mind was made up, there would be no changing it. We were over. I had no doubts about that fact. As my body gave him what he wanted, sobs racked me. No. I screamed. I now knew without a doubt that this was really over.
Brady.
I allowed her to cry. To get it all out. Climbing off her, I went to get a clean wet cloth to clean her up. After I got cleaned up and put my pants back on, I went to release her from the bonds I'd put her in. The owner-sub relationship was done. It was time to move on. You can go take a shower if you would like to, Veronica. I ran my hand up her leg as I looked down at her. You're very beautiful. I want you to know that. She rolled over, her back to me. Climbing out of bed, she went to the bathroom. I could hear the shower turn on. I left the room then. I had something I had to get first before I went into the bedroom, where she slept and waited for her. When she opened the door, She looked surprised to see me in there. I hadn't come into her bedroom the entire time we'd been together. She and I played in the playroom. I didn't come to her room, and she wasn't allowed in mine. "You're making this harder than it has to be," she told me as she went to the closet to find something to wear. "Am I?" I asked as I went to her, taking her in my arms and pushing the towel that covered her to the floor. She looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. "Yes, and now you're making it even harder. Do you not know that I love you, Brady?" "I do know that you love me." I kissed her red cheek. "And I love you." She sighed as she put her forehead against my chest. "Then why are you doing this?" "Because it's for the best." I scooped her up into my arms and took her over to lie on the bed. "I want you packed up and out of this bedroom within a couple of hours, okay?" She stared hard at me, and then her stare turned icy as her lips formed one thin line. "So, you're tossing me out at 3 in the morning, Brady?" She shook her head. "This is not what I expected out of you at all." "Not at all." My smile was mischievous as I let her go on thinking along those lines. "I just want you out of this room. That's all. And the playroom will be changed too. I'll be getting rid of all that stuff. That kind of thing is over for me." I turned away from her, walking toward the door as I went on. "Do you think you can live without that kind of intimacy, Veronica?" I could hear the tears in her voice as she answered me, "I guess I'll have to. I won't do that with anyone else, Brady. You were the only man I ever let do those kinds of things to me. I won't allow anyone in that far again. It hurts too much when it's over. I know that now, and I will never repeat that mistake." Stopping at the door, I took the doorknob in my hand as I turned back to look at her. "That's good to know. Once you're packed, I'll be in the living room waiting for you." "Fine," she shouted and then got up, looking furious. I patted my pocket, feeling what was inside of it, and went out to wait for her to pack her things. After an hour, she came out with her suitcases in hand. "I'm ready to leave here now." She cocked one brow at me. "I have no idea where I'll go. But it's not like you care anyway." "Oh, I do care." I patted the place next to me on the sofa. "Come sit." Veronica could only glare at me. "No, thank you." With a chuckle, I again patted the seat. "Please. I mean, you're free to do whatever you want, but I am asking you very nicely to come and sit by me. I want to ask you something. It would make me happy if you were sitting next to me when I do so." Her bags hit the floor, and she stomped over to me, sitting down with a thud and crossing her arms protectively over her chest. "Ask away," she growled. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the little black velvet box I'd bought a week earlier. I held it tight in my hand, concealing it from her. "Veronica, I ended our existing relationship because I no longer want that. I want to ask you to enter into a new one with me." Her eyes went huge. "You do?" Her arms were uncrossed and she placed her hands on top of her thighs. "Yes, I want to know if you would become my wife and if we could start right away getting pregnant and having babies." I let her see the box, and then I opened the lid, revealing the glittering diamond ring. "I got this for you." Her hands flew to cover her mouth. I had no idea. I realized then that I hadn't thought out my proposal at all. And that just wasn't like me. Already, I was becoming a different person. And that made me very happy. "So, to clarify, Veronica, will you marry me and have my children?" I thought that said it all. Then, I waited for her answer. When she moved her hands away from her mouth, I saw her lower lip trembling. Then she stretched her left hand out, wiggling her fingers at me. "I will marry you and have your children, Brady." "Oh, wait," I said, and I saw Veronica frown. "Oh no. Don't worry, I don't mean I'm taking back the proposal. I just want to be sure that you know we won't be doing the things that we used to do anymore. We will become respectable people who are worthy of raising children. You do understand that, right?" With a nod, she shouted, "Put the damn ring on my finger, baby. I want to marry you." Our happy ending was just beginning, and I had never been happier.
The end. Preview for No Promises. Chapter 1. Long Island, New York. Cristofalo Montecito stared at his father in astonishment. He couldn't be taking Cristo's news this easily. No way.
Dad, you understand what I'm telling you.
Fogliano Montecito gazed back at his son with the same brilliant green eyes he had bestowed on his only child. Cristo, do I look like an idiot? You want out of my business, that's the crux of the matter, right? Cristo hesitated.
Right. Look, Dad, it's not as if I haven't mentioned this before, and I'm almost 40 now, and it's time. I've given you the last 17 years, all my time after college.
College that my business paid for. Here we go.
Yes, Dad, and I'm grateful for it, don't get me wrong. But I need to make my own way, and some aspects of the family business don't sit easily with me.
Fogliano held up his hands. Enough. Cristo, you must do what you think is right, what is appropriate. He sighed and pushed back from his desk, standing and clapping his son on the back. Now, you'll still be coming to the meal tonight? Cristo, still stunned, nodded.
Sure, Dad?
Good. Now, I have to get back to work. You can see yourself out?
Of course. See you later.
Cristo nodded to his father's personal assistant, Mandy, who simpered at him. Cristo tried not to roll his eyes and instead gave her a polite smile. At 38, with his father's Italian good looks and devastating smile, Cristofalo Montecito had turned heads since he was a teenager. Wild dark curls, long legs and a body to die for meant that Cristo had the pick of any women he wanted. And he took full advantage. Lately though, the constant stream of ready women was tiresome. Where was the challenge, where was the fight? Cristo was feeling jaded by his entire lifestyle. Rich beyond imagination, he had begun to crave a simpler life, with a partner he could settle down with. Someone who would challenge him, hold her own, against the shattering weight of his family's reputation. The Montecitos were well known in New York as one of the biggest family businesses, and that business was crime. Corruption, illicit substances, murder. Fogliano Montecito's reputation was feared by everyone, even his son. Cristo had lost his mother to Fogliano's devotion to his corporation. Ornella Montecito had leapt to her death from the roof of the family's $18 million home in Sands Point, Long Island when Cristo was 7 years old, leaving her only son bewildered and broken. Cristo had become an expert at shutting off his feelings after that, and after graduating summa cum laude from Harvard Law, he had passively gone straight to work for his father. Over the years, Cristo had told himself that at least he personally was on the right side of the law, that he himself never oversaw anything that was technically illegal. But as he'd reached his late 30s, his conscience began to nag at him. And there was something else. Cristo, like his mother, had an artist's soul, and the more mired he got into practicing law, the more that side of him, and therefore his connection to his mother, faded. For the last couple of years he had been living a double life, and now that other life was the one he wanted to live. Hence the conversation with his father this morning. Cristo took the glass elevator from the top of his father's building down to the basement parking garage, and then slid into his Mercedes. He sighed, blowing out his cheeks, and dialed his best friend's number. Bertie Franklinhart answered on the first ring. Hey dude, how'd it go?
It went well.
Cristo knew Bertie would hear the astonishment in his voice, and by Bertie's silence, he knew Bertie was feeling it too. Well? Total disbelief. Cristo's mouth hitched up in a smile.
Yup. Can you believe it?
Bertie let out a long breath. Well, no, to be honest. What's his game? Bertie, who had been Cristo's roommate at Harvard, had no time for Cristo's father or his associates, and was the only one of Cristo's friends to say as much to his face. Bertie came from old money, older and even more powerful than the infamous five families and their successors. Bertie's money dated all the way back to the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and no one messed with Bertie's family. No one. Bertie sighed. Well, I guess you're clear. Just for me, take Fogliano's word at face value for now, but don't trust him, Cristo.
I know. But it's the first step.
I know you, Cristo. You've got a glimpse of freedom, and you'll run at it full tilt. I love that about you, brother, but as your best friend, well, I got your back.
Don't trust to hope.
Cristo's smile faded, although he knew Bertie was right. Fogliano wasn't someone people left behind without consequence, not even his own son. That's what I'm saying, but at the same time, go for it. Cristo mulled over his words.
Okay. Look, the dinner tonight.
I'll come, of course I'll come. I don't suppose there will be any chance of some beautiful women to distract us. Cristo laughed.
No, it's one of Dad's sausage parties. But after, drinks at La Forge.
Deal. New York City. Anushka Noosh Taylor shifted in her chair nervously as her boss, Allison, read through her proposal. Yes, it was her first big story, and yes, it was out there, even for a late-night radio talk show known for tackling dangerous subjects, but in her bones, Noosh knew Allie would go for it. It was the kind of story Allison Monroe had built her fearsome reputation on, a look into the private clubs of New York's subculture. Noosh had spent months researching and talking to people who worked the clubs, and now she had put together a 15-minute segment for the show, her first chance to be on air. Noosh had come to New York from London a year ago, straight from a doctorate in creative writing, and now she had cultivated an honest and friendly working relationship with one of New York's major radio stars. Allison Monroe was known for her exacting methods, razor-sharp intellect, and her ability to convey her natural warmth and vivacity to her interviewees. She set the proposal down now and looked at Noosh over her spectacles. Noosh's heart was pounding hard against her ribs. She couldn't read her boss's expression. Allison studied her young friend for a minute, then took her spectacles off, laying them gently down on her desk. Noosh, how old are you again? Noosh felt her face redden.
24.
And I'm assuming you're not a maiden? The blush deepened.
No.
Allison sighed. Sweetheart, while this proposal is well written, obviously researched, and full of good intentions, it sounds like it was written by a maiden. Noosh felt a lump settle on her chest.
Oh.
Allison smiled kindly at her. I don't mean to be rude, darling, but here's my thing. There's a sense of gosh golly about it. And by that, I mean you're painting this world as some kind of otherworldly experience that ordinary people don't subscribe to. The people you've interviewed here, hookers, security guards, club owners, what about the clientele? And I have one more major question which overrides all that.
Which is?
Noosh tried to stop her voice from croaking with distress but failed, and Allison got up and came to sit on the desk in front of her. Noosh, did you actually go to the clubs?
Yes, of course.
Noosh said defiantly. Don't sulk, you're not a teenager. Allison smiled. I mean at night, as a client? Noosh was horrified.
No, of course not.
See? How on earth can you expect to convince our listeners you're an expert on this subject if you yourself have no experience with the places? And Noosh, just so you know, dom sub practices are no longer a dirty little secret. With safety in mind, it can be a thrilling experience if that's where your particular peccadillos find their home. She sat back down behind her desk. I'm not saying you have to go out and sleep with a ton of men. I'm just saying you should go, sit at the bar, have a drink, and see what happens. Watch the interactions between people and talk to them. But don't tell them you're a journalist. Pretend you're the clientele for the night. You might surprise yourself. Noosh's face was burning. So keep working on it. There's promise, but it's not quite there yet. Allison handed the proposal back to Noosh. Darling, it's coming along. I just think you need to go the extra mile. I'm pushing you because I believe in you. I believe you could be a rising star. I just want your debut to be as perfect as it should be. Noosh was still thinking about Allison's words as she took the train home to her studio apartment in Queens. The 7 train was crowded and sweaty, and by the time she opened the door and dropped her bag on her floor, Noosh was exhausted. Coming from London, she was used to the hassle and annoyance of the tube, so the actual train journey didn't bother her, just the amount of people. Then, why did you move to one of the most crowded cities in the world? To disappear. Noosh pushed the thought away and stripped off her clothes. She thanked God she didn't have to wear a suit to work, that her usual uniform of blue jeans, t-shirt, and Chuck Taylors was accepted office attire. She didn't own anything that could be described as formal wear, except for the ruby red dress she had worn for her graduation. She loved that dress. It had been a gift from her parents who had loved and supported her throughout her education, cheered her on, and scraped together their money to buy the designer dress for her. Noosh had worked and paid for her degrees with loans and grants. Her parents would never have been able to afford to pay for it themselves. Noosh had been born into a working-class family, and had been brought up without wanting anything other than the food they provided and the love that they shared. In a modest 2-up 2-down house out in the suburbs, both her parents worked as bank clerks and made sure that even without the material things some of her classmates had, Noosh wanted for nothing. To their credit, she had grown up with a strong work ethic, and their pride in their daughter knew no bounds as they watched her graduate with top honors from one of London's most prestigious universities. Then it all came crashing down. Noosh had been targeted by a powerful man who had set out to make her his, whether she wanted him or not. It had almost destroyed her. Now she could hardly stand to think of his name. Noosh stepped into the shower and turned on the hot water, enjoying the feel of the spray cleansing her tired skin. Her whole life now was work. Maybe Allison was right. Maybe she should get out there and experience a little more of what this beautiful, vibrant city had to offer. Supper was a bowl of cereal, and then she fell asleep on the couch, not bothering to pull a blanket over herself. It was early fall in New York, still stifling hot on some days, and Noosh wriggled uncomfortably in her sleep until she awoke at 3 a.m., sitting bolt upright. The thin D at her window was billowing in. She'd left the window open. Gosh, she never did that, ever. Not since. Noosh skittered over to the window and slammed it shut, forgetting about the hour. She sent a silent apology to her neighbors upstairs. If only this studio weren't on the first floor, but the rent had been perfect for her budget, and beggars couldn't be choosers. And baking in the heat of the non-air-conditioned apartment was a small price to pay for her safety. After moving to her bed, she found out she couldn't sleep. She tried to read, but by 4 had given up on that and was cleaning the apartment again. She called it her Monica time after the character from Friends. Cleaning relaxed her, gave her time to think, to try and order her life a little better. She thought back to what Allison had said. She should check out one of those clubs. The thought both scared and excited her. Next week, she told herself. Next week, I'll go and see what happens in those places. She blew out her cheeks. Yep, it would take a week to get her courage up, but she was determined to do it now. Finally, as the city began to wake, she fell asleep again and slept in until mid-morning. Senator Destry Papps always woke at 5 a.m. sharp to begin his day. A 6-mile run was followed by a shower, then a breakfast of oatmeal and a protein shake, and then he was down in his office by 7:30 a.m. It had been his routine for at least a decade now, waking up in his Georgetown townhouse, a block from his office. At 53, Destry, a native of New York, had lived his entire life in politics. Following in his father's footsteps, he became the senator for the district at 38, and remained in office for nearly 2 decades. He'd carefully planned his ascension through the party ranks, and now he was at last going for the big job. There was nothing Destry wanted more than to become President of the United States, and for the last couple of years he had been clearing house, ironing out anything that could stop him from realizing his goal. People were paid off and offered roles in his cabinet. His sweethearts, of which there had been many, had been vetted, and even his ex-wife, Telly, had been paid off to keep their dirty laundry private. Destry had no doubt that one day, Telly would come to him with something more that she wanted from him, and it would be understood that whatever it was, Destry would provide it. But that was fine with him. He checked his reflection out now. Tall, stately, with dark hair shot through with silver at the temples, he knew his handsome face was his ticket to getting what he wanted and had always used it. His patented "aw shucks" charm worked on the voting public as well as it did with his bed partners. There was only one part of his life, as yet a private part, that he reflected on with anger and resentment. The time in London, the time he'd seen her and felt his whole world shift. That dark, thick, wavy hair, those large chocolate brown eyes, that full mouth. Destry Paps had pursued Anushka Taylor with the subtlety of a wrecking ball, and even his closest advisors had been scared by his passion for the girl. She was 30 years the senator's junior, a grad student, and an unknown quantity. What Destry knew and no one else did was that Anushka, his Noosh, had resisted his charms at first and had expressed doubts over their relationship. At least, she did until he wore her down, first by love-bombing her, promising her that he would give it all up for her, and then when she showed signs of independence from him, he'd shown her in an entirely different way that had nothing to do with love. She'd escaped him, finally disappearing from London entirely. He tracked her down, though, to a cottage in the north of England. Destry had made sure Noosh knew how angry he was. He thought of her now, how she'd cringed away from his rage, and he smiled. He could still feel her skin under his fingertips, her mouth on his as he took her. He told her then, "If you ever leave me again, I'll kill you." And he had meant it. Then, Noosh did the unthinkable and tried to commit suicide. Her parents, those seemingly weak fools, had spirited her away from the hospital in the middle of the night, and Noosh had disappeared, for real this time. But she was there, out in the world somewhere, and ready to use his behavior against him at the most critical moment. That couldn't happen, obviously. Which is why he had sent his best men out to scour the globe for her. There had been sightings, in London, in Mumbai, where her mother hailed from, in Sydney. Destry's gut instinct told him that she was somewhere in plain sight, but it frustrated him that she was so well hidden. Come out, wherever you are." Destry closed the door to his office and flicked on his computer. He ignored the hundreds of emails and instead clicked on his private folder. Photo after photo of her, always with that haunted look in her eyes. Broken. Beautiful. He traced the outline of her face and sighed. "I can't let you live, my darling. Not without me. Never without me." He closed his eyes, imagining his hands around her throat, squeezing or driving a knife deep into her as she begged for her life. He heard someone moving in the outer office and sighed, closing the folder. "Another time, my love." He picked up the phone and called his head of security. "Any news?" "No, Destry. We haven't found anything on where she might be." "Geez, she's just one woman. How hard can it be?" His employee apologized. "I promise we'll find her, it just may take some time. I'm announcing my candidacy in 2 weeks. I don't want anything spoiling that moment. Find her. That's all I ask of you. When you do, I'll take care of her. Boss, if I find her, I'll end her. There's no need for you." "No," Destry said, interrupting him. "I'll be the one to kill Anushka. Me. Just tell me where to find her." He hung up the phone and smiled to himself. He could hardly wait. Chapter 2. Christo pushed his food around his plate, not hungry. He was all too aware of the brooding figure of his father at the end of the dining table. His father's business associates, some of Christo's uncles and cousins, and Bertie were all there as well, but Christo could feel his father's scrutiny. He met his father's gaze with a question in his eyes. Fogliano had been quiet all throughout the meal, but now he tapped his fork on his glass, asking for their attention. "Friends, family, thank you for coming this evening on what, to my surprise, is quite an auspicious night." Christo's back stiffened, and Bertie shot him a warning look. "Let your father say his piece." Christo sighed. He had no idea what his father would tell the others, and so had no defense prepared. Fogliano smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "My son, my only child, came to me today and told me he didn't want my business." "And here we go," breathed Bertie under his breath. Christo's gaze never left his father's. "Now," Fogliano continued, "I have always been proud of my son, proud of what he has achieved, of how much he has given me, and so the fact he wants to make his own way in the world is pleasing to me. Christo's eyes widened slightly, and he relaxed a little. Fogliano smiled a little. And do you know what my son, my Harvard-educated lawyer son, wants to do with his life now that he no longer wishes to be part of our working life? Christo's hope faded. Nope, this wasn't going to be a rousing speech singing his praises. He knew the look in his father's eyes. He was about to be roasted, broiled alive, mocked mercilessly. Well, bring it, Pa. I can handle it. He wants to make furniture. Fogliano spat triumphantly. Furniture. Like some damn hipster fool in the village, can you believe it? I'm so glad I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on your education, son, so that you can prance around with your bespoke handcrafted side tables and rocking chairs. Such a privilege to be able to say that my son, who I raised as my heir to the business I have given my life to create, wants nothing to do with it. How is it I have raised such an ungrateful child? The room was silent, the atmosphere thick and unsettling, as Fogliano got up and moved down the table to his son. Christo gritted his teeth. This was going to be one of Fogliano's rants, clearly. I should have known, Christo thought. I should have known he wouldn't take it well, that he was waiting to humiliate me in front of everyone. He caught Bertie's eyes. Bertie's expression was angry but watchful. Christo shook his head. He knew Bertie would stand up to his father in defense of his friend, but Christo felt numb. So be it, he thought. Bring it on, Dad. Do your worst. The anger that had been building inside him for years now was almost at its peak. As Fogliano bore down on his son, Christo got to his feet.
What's up, Dad? Can't bear the thought of someone making an honest buck for a change.
Fogliano stopped. An honest buck. I've had just about enough of your moralizing, boy. My money was good enough to feed you, clothe you, put you through college, and now you're too good for it? Christo squared up to his father.
No, Pa. I'm not good. I'll never be good, but I can try to redress the balance. For Mom as well as myself.
He knew mentioning Ornella would set his father off, but Christo didn't care. He wanted to push Fogliano, and wanted that fight to happen so he could feel good about making the break. He didn't have to wait long. Fogliano cold-cocked him, and he slammed into the table, crashing against the plates and cutlery. The men around the table shot to their feet as Fogliano hauled his son up and hit him again. Bertie lunged forward, but Christo shouted for him to stop. Fogliano beat his son again. The room was silent as Fogliano let Christo go, his own breath ragged. Get out of my house, he growled, his face a mask of pure rage. Christo got unsteadily to his feet and looked his father in the eyes.
My pleasure.
He let Bertie steer him out of the mansion and into Bertie's car. Christo gazed up at the house as Bertie drove him away from it, knowing he would never see it again. He was free.
Dude, let's get to the club,
he said, wiping the blood from his face.
I need a drink, or 7.
It wasn't until very drunk, he went home to his apartment that night, that Christo let himself break. 2 weeks later, Noosh still hadn't summoned the courage to go to the club. She had quietly pushed her story aside and helped out with Allison's punishing schedule, hoping her boss would simply forget about it. But then, one Thursday night as they shared pizza late in the evening, Allison studied her. So? Noosh feigned ignorance.
So what?
Allison rolled her eyes. Noosh sighed.
So it's on hold.
Until
I can persuade myself to go to the club. I mean, you're right. I need to experience it, it's just. I'm not sure if that type of club is my thing.
Do you suppose journalists who go to war-torn countries like what they have to see? The story's the thing, not your personal preferences. Besides, I never said you had to try out any of that stuff. Allison shoved a piece of pizza into her mouth and studied Noosh. When was the last time you got laid, anyway? Noosh laughed, half shocked, although it was exactly the kind of thing Allison would come out with.
A while.
Noosh answered honestly, then grinned at her boss.
And you?
Last night. A delectable lawyer from Midtown. Nice guy. Noosh almost spat her soda out, laughing. She shook her head at her boss.
You're incorrigible.
And satisfied. Gosh, Noosh, have you looked in the mirror? You could have any man you wanted, you know that, right? Noosh felt the cold hand close over her heart, the way it had ever since him.
I don't want a man. I'm fine the way I am.
Allison harumphed, unconvinced, but was distracted by her phone beeping. Oh, here we go. Senator Papps has announced. Thought that might be coming. Noosh wondered if her shock was visible on her face.
Destry Papps?
Yup. Mr. Smooth is running for president, and the way I hear it, he has a pretty good shot. Noosh felt sick but covered her distress by tidying up their dinner things.
That's not something we'll cover though, right? I mean, politics isn't really in our remit.
Allison brushed crumbs off her pants. Not directly, but Papps is popular with women. Good-looking guy. Noosh felt her face burn.
Not my type.
Allison, missing Noosh's red face, chuckled. Well, he's a bit too polished for my taste too, but each to their own. Hey, are you okay? Finally, she noticed that Noosh was looking sick. Noosh nodded.
Just tired.
Well, let's get you a cab. Gosh, it's way past 11, Noosh, why didn't you say? You must think me a real taskmaster. She smiled at her young friend. Sweetheart, take tomorrow off and Monday. Have a long weekend and get some rest. I don't think I have noticed how much work you put in here. It is very much appreciated. I don't often say this, but these last few months, you really have made me excited about this job again. As she sat in the backseat of her cab on the way to her apartment, Noosh concentrated on Allison's compliments. It felt so good to hear her heroine, her idol, her mentor say those things to her, but still, the evening had been tarnished by the thought of Destry. Gosh. Noosh felt like throwing up, imagining him as president. Of course, if anyone could stop that, it would be her. She could tell 1,000 stories of his hateful, vicious personality. His violence, his threats to kill her. But even if anyone actually believed her, going to the press or the police would be as good as signing her own death warrant. As she trudged into her apartment, making sure the deadbolt was on, she realized a hard truth. If Destry ever found her, she had no doubt she would be dead. Why the hell had she come to America? To his home? Was it spite? Was it to hide in plain sight? No, screw him. It was to pursue her dream of being a radio journalist, to work with Allison, to have something for herself. She had already lost so much because of him. Seeing her parents, for one. She missed them so much and lived for the phone calls to the burner phones she replaced every week. Her friends back in London, and her extended family in Mumbai. All of them were out of bounds now because of the chance Destry might use them to find her. Even at work she used a pseudonym for her writing credits, Sarah Marsh. Something completely unconnected with her real name. Noosh lay on her bed, staring sleeplessly at the ceiling. To live under a death threat was still unreal, and yet all too real to her. It made her angry and full of sorrow. She rolled onto her side. You know what? I will go to the club and maybe I will sleep with some random guy there, because I can Destry. It'll be my choice. Screw you and your political ambitions. If I hear just one story, of you treating another woman like me, I'll go public and hang the consequences. I will bring your house of cards down even if it costs me my own life. Chapter 3. Bertie glanced over at his friend. Christo was drinking steadily now, his handsome face set in anger. He had been like this ever since that terrible night at his father's house, and Bertie was worried. Christo had never been a big drinker, and to see him throw back expensive whiskey as if it were soda was wrong somehow. Between the two of them, Christo was usually the down-to-earth one, the one who would prop up Bertie after a night out, the one who would stop drinking before the hangover set in. Now though, his friend was on a knife's edge, and Bertie didn't know how the hell to pull him back from it. He sat up as Christo lurched from the bar stool and staggered towards the door. Dude, where the hell are you going?
To get laid.
Christo shot back darkly and Bertie sighed. That was the other thing. Endless women. a different one every night for the last few weeks. Christo waking up in a stranger's house every time, from which Bertie had to pick him up. Christo, I'm flying to LA in the morning. I won't be there to pick you up. Christo stopped at the door, turning to give his friend a sad smile.
You've been picking me up too many times, my friend. It's time you let me fall where I need to, even if it's the gutter.
Bertie was surprised at how lucid, if depressed, his friend sounded. He got up and went to him. Come on, Christo, let me take you home instead. Get some rest. Christo considered but then shook his head.
It's okay, Bertie. I'll go to my club, they know how to put me in a cab. I need to get this rage out somehow.
Bertie sighed. The women are okay with that.
They just want to have intimacy too.
Christo, his green eyes sad, looked away from his friend's scrutiny.
Let me go, Bert. I need to do this my way. I'll come out of it, I promise.
Bertie watched helplessly as Christo walked out of the bar and hailed a cab. Christo was right, the only person who could pull him out of this slump was himself. Bertie almost couldn't believe this was the result of Christo finally freeing himself from his father. He was so sure that his friend would be celebratory, not depressed. He'd gotten what he wanted, right? So why was he so self-destructive? Had his father's beating really messed with his head that much? Bertie shook his head and went back to collect his jacket. One thing he knew for sure was this: Christo was right. Bertie had to let him fall before he could begin to help him get back on his feet. He just hoped it wouldn't be too late. Noosh was debating whether to walk into the club confidently or to simply just throw up. She shivered in the night air despite it being very warm, and then smoothed her dress down for the 14th time.
Option 1.
She told herself and lifted her chin, stepping into the club's entrance. The security man at the door nodded politely to her and opened the door. Noosh thanked him, making sure her voice didn't shake before walking in. A wash of music came over her, and as she walked into the bar area, 1,000 different thoughts invaded her mind. Her vision was bombarded by the sights to her left, where a small stage showed people writhing and dancing, all naked and sweaty. Okay, she told herself, you expected this. Don't freak out. Don't look like a rookie. She walked steadily to the bar and sat down. The bartender greeted her, everyone was so polite, and she ordered a cosmopolitan. Sipping her drink, she took her time to look around. At a table in the corner, a woman dressed entirely in latex was blindfolding a man, who was stripped down to his jeans. When he couldn't see, the woman picked up a candle and dripped hot wax onto his chest, slowly, smiling as he groaned. Other people watched them, but the connection between the two of them was so palpable that Noosh couldn't look away. The woman caught her eye and smiled. Noosh smiled back. The atmosphere of the club surprised her. Unlike the sweaty, handsy feel of the usual Friday night clubs, here was a relaxed, open atmosphere that astonished her. After an hour, she was even enjoying watching what was going, which seemed to be okay by everyone, even if she didn't join in. Noosh had to admit that the overtly open atmosphere was titillating, and when a beautiful woman came up to order a drink at the bar and turned to her, surprising her with a soft kiss on the mouth, Noosh went with it. You're beautiful, the woman said, stroking her hands up Noosh's thighs, but overdressed. First time? Noosh nodded shyly. The woman, a gorgeous, voluptuous blonde, nodded her head towards the opposite side of the bar, grinning. There's a man who has been gazing at you and you alone for an hour. He's sensational. Go enjoy. Noosh looked over to where the blonde nodded, and her stomach gave a strange lurch of pure desire.
Sensational.
Didn't begin to cover it. The man met her gaze. His eyes were bright green, contrasting to great effect with his dark hair and beard, and they burned into Noosh's. Her body reacted to him immediately. She couldn't catch her breath. The man slid from his seat and walked towards her, and Noosh couldn't move. He was tall, at least a foot taller than her 5'5", and as he reached her, he stared down at her, not speaking. For a moment they just gazed at each other, then he bent his head and his mouth met hers. The kiss was soft at first, but as Noosh gave into it, his lips became hungry against hers. Finally, breaking away only because she ran out of oxygen, Noosh felt her entire body tremble uncontrollably. Who was this man? She opened her mouth to speak, but he shook his head, taking her hand and leading her deeper into the club. Noosh went with him, because not doing so was unthinkable. They walked for what seemed like miles, until they reached a locked door. Her companion unlocked it and drew her inside. He didn't pause as he locked the door before sliding his hands around her waist, kissing her again, pressing his body against hers. Noosh tangled her hands in his hair, pulling on the dark curls as she kissed him back, her mind swirling with pleasure. After a moment he sat up, breathing hard. Noosh pulled her dress up and sat by him. After a long moment, when she thought he would never say anything, he turned to her. Gosh, he was so beautiful. As he opened his mouth to speak, Noosh couldn't help but touch his face. It seemed to take him by surprise. She cupped his cheek in her hand, stroking her thumb gently over his skin, taking in every detail of his face. If she never saw him again, she wanted to remember everything. The atmosphere changed between them then. No longer did he look like a glowering, dangerously man, but someone vulnerable, tired, sad. He closed his eyes as she stroked his face, leaning into her touch. Then he pulled away, pain creasing his handsome face.
Don't.
Stung, Noosh withdrew her hand.
I'm sorry, it's just.
We're here to be intimate. This is all I do now.
His voice was hard, and he no longer looked at her.
Did I do something wrong?
Geez.
He hissed out the word.
Look, I'm not into schooling newbies. I come here to release my stress, not to deal with a maiden.
He got up, and Noosh scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding. How had things turned so quickly?
I'm no maiden,
She managed to say, her voice only slightly shaking. She glanced around the room and saw a cabinet of paddles, ropes, leather crops, and other toys. She swallowed hard and looked back at him. He was watching her again, glowering from beneath his long, thick lashes. She lifted her chin and deliberately dropped the shoulder straps of her dress, exposing herself.
Come sleep with me again, and I'll show you just how far from a maiden I really am.
No.
Gosh, that hurt. She wouldn't beg this man, this glorious man, whose pain she could see etched across his gorgeous face. But she didn't want the memory of their coupling sullied by this, whatever this was. What had she done wrong? She pulled the straps of her dress up, taking a deep breath in. She stepped towards him, saw he didn't back away. What is it? She asked him gently. Why are you in so much pain?
I think you should go. You don't belong here.
Neither do you.
He gave a short, humorless laugh.
Sweetheart, you have no idea what you're talking about. Please just go.
With her thighs still aching, Noosh stood her ground. No. She would not walk away. There had been something here, something worth exploring. She knew he felt it too. Her lover shook his head.
Get out. Please just go, I can't bear this.
Her heart gave a sickening lurch.
No. I won't go.
Please.
She stepped forward and reached out to him, but he backed away, his hands curling into tight fists by his side.
Get out. Now. While you still can.
A thrill of danger went through her.
No.
A silence, then he stalked across the room and dragged her to the door. Noosh laid her hands on his chest as she put her back against the door.
No, you don't get to throw me away like that. Not after that. That was incredible.
He closed his eyes.
Please, I'm begging you. Go. Go.
But?
Go.
The ferocity of the roar coming from this man, this dangerous man who towered above her, finally broke her resolve. Noosh fumbled for the door handle and opened the door, skittering down the hallway, hearing him slam the door behind her. She raced through the club, not bothering to look at anything else as she took the stairs to the doorway. It was only when she stepped, barefoot, out onto the streets of New York City that she realized she was crying. The man sat in the car parked opposite the club and smiled to himself. He wondered if he should go over, say hello, help her get home, but that wasn't why he was here. He had been tasked with finding Anushka Taylor, and after a tip, he had finally found where she lived. He had to confirm the address was right before he contacted the boss, however, and after seeing her at the club, he'd followed her here. Who knew the girl was into kink? But now, seeing her in tears, he realized she must be new to the scene. He snickered to himself and pulled out his cell phone. Destry Paps answered on the first ring. The man in the car watched Anushka Taylor hail a cab and smiled into the phone. "Yeah, it's me. I found her." Chapter 4. After she'd gone, Christo slumped to the floor, breathing deeply. Gosh, what had he become? Screaming at that girl, that sweet, kind, beautiful girl. And yet, it was her sweetness that had made him react like that. He didn't deserve her. The way she had touched his face, the way she had seen him.
Damn.
He cursed quietly, his head in his hands. Go after her, apologize, beg her to come back. But he knew he couldn't. The moment he saw her earlier, something had twisted inside him. She was so lovely, her big brown eyes warm and kind, and she looked so lost. He'd wanted to take her in his arms, protect her from the seediness around them, but as soon as he kissed her, something animal had taken over. He'd never felt that way with any woman, and it terrified him. He tried to stop the sobs that were constricting his chest, but they burst out anyway. What was happening to him? Bertie was right, he'd gotten what he wanted, away from his father. So why was he so damn miserable? He let himself cry it out, then snagged his phone from his pocket and dialed Bertie. When his friend answered, he just said,
"Rock bottom."
Bertie understood immediately. "Where are you?" Christo told him, and Bertie told him to stay there. "I'm coming to get you." In an hour, Christo was on a plane to Arizona where Bertie booked him into rehab. Noosh buried herself in her work after that strange, wonderful, terrible night. She told Allison she was dropping the story about the Dom sub-clubs, and although Allison had questioned her about what had happened, Noosh kept it to herself. She felt wrecked by the experience, but at the same time, she couldn't stop thinking about her mercurial partner. Who was he? In moments of weakness, she closed her eyes and remembered the feel of his hands on her body, his mouth against hers. She shivered, the pleasure all still too real for her. But then afterward. Stop thinking about him, she told herself now. It's been a month. You'll never see him again. She dragged her attention back to the meeting. They were brainstorming ideas for the next year's stories, and so far, Noosh hadn't heard a thing. She blinked and focused on what Allison was saying. Something I was thinking about was the next generation of New York's crime families. A lot of them are eschewing the old life and branching out on their own with legitimate businesses. I've heard the reaction from the old-timers has been mixed, to say the least. I'd like to focus in on 3 or 4 of the heirs who have broken free. Any ideas on who and how? Seth, one of the station's head honchos, looked interested. Allison nodded, her gray eyes serious.
A 4-part series. I interview each of them, ask them the hard questions about how they feel about their family mob connections and why they chose to break free. Hang on, I have a list here.
She dug around in her notebook. Richard Vieira, Dominic Octavo, Cristofalo Montecito, and Helena DeVito, those are the names I came up with through very basic research. Seth nodded, and Noosh wrote down the names, glad of something else to concentrate on. I like your thinking, Allie, Seth said, and nodded at Noosh. You'll work together with Allison on this. Noosh smiled gratefully.
Love to.
Allison winked at her. And then we can't ignore that it's election year next year. With any luck, we'll get the candidates in for an interview. Will they want to be associated with such a cutting-edge show as yours? Felix, a snide showrunner who loathed Allison and her talent, interjected, but Seth waved his hand. We'll get the ones who have enough guts, the ones who willingly go on Colbert. They're the ones we want. Harper, Seagram, Paps, they're the ones we want, or don't want, in the case of some of them. Destry Paps would be a get. Allison conceded, and Noosh's heart sank. Gosh no. She knew instantly she'd be calling in sick the day Destry came into the station. She found that her fingernails were digging into her palm, leaving deep welts, and flexed her fingers. After the meeting, she hunkered back down in her cubicle and worked her way through the paperwork, immersing herself in admin work. It was only when Allison came by her desk that she looked at the clock and realized it was past 8 p.m. "Hey kiddo, time you went home. But before you do, I've been thinking. You know this mob air thing, this could be the thing you take the lead on, and I'll tell you why it could be interesting. You're not from New York or even the States. Your perspective as an outsider could be the thing that makes them open up to you. What do you say?" Noosh gaped at her boss. To be asked to lead such a huge story was incredible.
I don't know what to say.
"Say yes," Allison grinned, then her smile faded. "Noosh, you deserve this, and there's something else. I don't know what happened to you at that club, but I know something did, and I feel bad. I encouraged you to go, and whatever happened."
Whatever happened, happened.
Noosh interrupted her.
It's not your fault.
There was a long silence. Who was he? Noosh struggled for a moment to find the words, and decided the truth was the only way to go.
The most incredible man I've ever met. And the most damaged. Not a good combination.
Allison patted her shoulder. "I'm sorry, honey. I've known men like that. They're instantly addictive, like sugar or heroin, but so bad for you." Noosh nodded but looked away from her boss's gaze.
I agree.
"Anyway, sweetheart, go home and we'll talk more about this in the morning. The mob stories, I mean, although you know you can talk to me about anything." Noosh smiled at her.
I know. Thanks, I'll see you tomorrow.
On the subway home, Noosh indulged in another fantasy about her mysterious beloved, imagining him turning up at her apartment door, begging for her forgiveness. Would she make him beg? Noosh smirked to herself. Probably not. One look at those green eyes of his and she would cave. Pathetic, she told herself, but still visualized pulling him into her apartment, tearing off his clothes. At home, she took a long soak in the bathtub, indulging the fantasy some more. Maybe some people were just meant to be experienced once in a lifetime, she told herself, as she pulled the comforter over her shoulders and settled down to watch the television. Noosh never knew what woke her. Whether it was the sound of the television, which was still on, or the sense of someone being in the room with her. Noosh opened her eyes and froze. A dark figure was standing next to her sofa bed. She barely had time to try and make out his or her features before whoever it was shot her, the flash of the muzzle lighting up the room as he pumped 3 bullets into Noosh's belly, the sound muffled by a silencer. Noosh gasped, stunned. The pain hit her full force. She knew one thing for sure as she lay bleeding out. Destry had found her. End of sneak peek for No Promises by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.